You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Are you an alpha male looking to engage in consensual violence in a totally non-homosexual way? Do you also have nostalgia over the glory days when NFL players would get drunk, smoke cigarettes, and do drugs in the locker room before the complete takeover by gambling? And before all the lame-ass flag-waving shit? You aren't the only one. The PAZNIA Football League is prepping for kickoff in Year 7 2027. The beginning preliminary planning stage is launching alongside this announcement. Each node, aka team, will field 7 badasses ready to lay their bodies on the line for the entertainment of PAZNIans, and of course, to prove just how fucking tough they are. If any node is unable to field an entire squad, we have goats that can serve as fill-ins. But please note, PAZNIA is not responsible for any injuries that may be incurred. Single men, bachelors, what better way is there to possibly find you a freedom-pioneering woman? What better way to demonstrate that you are the one she should head into the fallout bunker with? That you won't just $5 wrench attack her for her Bitcoin? There really aren't any. So what are you waiting for? Head on over to PAZNIA.com/football, fill out the application, sign the waivers, and get ready for a hell of a season come 2027. Again, PAZNIA.com/football. Sponsored by Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray, the official wellness product of the PAZNIA Football League.
Hello, friends, fellow self-liberators. Dr. Gatherer here, coming to you with a health and wellness message. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, is now back in stock at libertyunderattack.com. For your basic aches and pains, to more extensive injuries, and even pains like headaches or migraines, the Pain Liberator is here to liberate you from discomfort. The Pain Liberator is a 20% DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, /80% colloidal silver water base, blended with enough aspirin to provide 30 milligrams of aspirin per spray. Beyond just pain relief, all 3 of these main ingredients provide enormous benefit to the body in general. DMSO also helps to bring the aspirin and colloidal silver into the skin for maximum bioavailability. Individual benefits include: colloidal silver is antibacterial, antifungal, used for sore throats, sinus problems, tooth infections, and candida overgrowths. DMSO has over 40 known pharmacological properties, helps with acne, heals shingles, is radio/EMF protective, painkiller, and heals stroke and heart attack damage. Aspirin is one of the safest, cheapest miracle drugs in existence. Searching PubMed, it assists with basically every disease or imbalance, from muscle pain to reversing cancerous tumors and everything in between. Spray directly on head for headaches. The Pain Liberator is available via Liberty Under Attack publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. PayPal, Bitcoin, and Monero accepted. For Monero, email shane@libertyunderattack.com. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, a PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness creation. libertyunderattack.com/pain.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. If you're new to the PAZNIA Radio Network, the overarching vision is much bigger than just the best, most valuable, and most entertaining radio network in existence. We are building the second realm, a parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, voluntarism, and peace. That is, the rebuilding of all necessary institutions upon these frameworks: Department of Transportation, Health and Wellness, Department of Technology, etc. And thankfully, we're at a point where some infrastructure is being deployed or will be very soon. This means ongoing hosting costs, maintenance, and more. We have a little bit in our PAZNIA Monero fund at current, but a good chunk went to the PeerTube instance, aka the PAZNIA LBRY. Other projects include our own Mumble server, think an open source, privacy-friendly version of Discord. This can be used for the P.R.N call online, in addition to just a cool persistent chat room. A low-data audio-only feed is forthcoming as well. There are always endless projects on the docket, so this could go on. For now, though, the point is, your financial assistance will greatly expedite the bringing of this infrastructure into fruition. To make a donation to our PAZNIA General Monero Fund, just visit PAZNIA.com/Monero. To make a one-time Bitcoin, fiat, or Monero donation, visit PAZNIA.com/shop and use the custom one-time donation option. If you want to donate silver or some other metal, email coordinator@PAZNIA.com and I'll get you mailing information. And finally, if you aren't able to support financially, that's okay. Just talk about PAZNIA, promote P.R.N, share links to the website, the PAZNIA audiobook, or whatever. It all helps. Again, those links are PAZNIA.com/Monero for Monero, PAZNIA.com/shop for a one-time Bitcoin, Monero, or fiat donation. And reach out to me, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, for metal donations. Thanks so much for being here. Onward to the second realm, but for now, back to the deprogramming.
Hiding things, harming others, stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak Dagger.
Pain Liberator. Apply directly to the forehead. Pain Liberator. Apply directly to the forehead. That's what it makes me think of. You remember that old video? When she says spray it directly on your head for headaches, it makes me think of that old video. By the way, send me a link to that song at the end of the last robot clip. I like that song. Anyway, yo baby, Ramadan Mubarak. A gush bush. Thane Riddle punching in for another underpaid shift. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network, the most spectacular treasure in history. If you're a Monero Chad, send us some Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Tell them Thane sent you. Give me something to read on the show. If you're a Bitcoin sell, you can send Lightning on Fountain FM. You can search for the Vonu podcast, VONU. Welcome to the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran special. Do go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleX Radio. Get your ass into the PAZNIA Radio Network chat on SimpleX. Leave us messages there. I'll read them on the show in like an hour or something. I don't know. And I'll be taking call-ins that you won't make at PAZNIA.com/call too. Today, the down-to-earth tip will be just me talking about decentralized VPNs, the ones that were brought to me by the Abkhazia embassy spies located in Ashwagandha. Building the second realms. I'll give you this is not very well planned, but I'll give you a quick word on what I call dark punk. Since I like to coin terms around here. That song was by The Browning. Song I believe is called Ashamed. My brother's band toured with them a decade ago. Dubstep metal. Well, that's kind of cool. And yeah, whatever. Here's some news. It's mostly war news this week.
This is Cloak and Dagger News, catching you up on this week's stories, propaganda, or psychological operations critical to your security and privacy.
I wonder if I'll ever not forget that sound is about to happen. So in biochemical threats, in Orange County, near LA, swanky gated community, there was an illegal chemical weapons lab that was found out, likely making a nerve agent of some kind. That's nice. Internet sleuths were able to work out what the address of the building was and who owned it and stuff. And it was owned by the CEO and CFO of a Taiwanese biotech business called Genitex that supplies reagents for medical tests. Nobody really knows for sure, but like I do find it a bit funny that everyone just falls for it hook, line, and sinker. That like, because guys with Chinese names are involved, that means it was the People's Republic of China, right? Like they did that with the Irvine bio lab, right? The bioweapons lab in Irvine. Oh, because it's a Chinese guy, that means even though his number 2 is an Israeli, and the U.S. feds keep covering it up, right? That I don't know. Does that look like a Chinese thing? Maybe it would at least be a hand in hand U.S. Chinese partnership if that was the case. But this is another thing that, I mean, I don't know much about it, but it feels a little like that because like Taiwanese people are a whole other animal. Taiwan is like a U.S. ally. And this is a Taiwanese business. That doesn't mean it wasn't the PRC connected with it in some way. I'm just saying, like, don't, like, you racist retards, stop jump. Oh, well, it's China because those Chinese guys. No, it's not that simple, man. Everyone knows that you do stuff like that to make it look that way. Anyway, in I don't even know what to call this section, land to air threats. You remember those secret or not so secret anti-drone laser weapons that were being tested in Texas like a week or two ago? And I feel like I said on the show before most folks knew that it was a anti-drone laser weapon test. Something kind of funny happened. I think somebody ought to put some like numbing lube on that thing. Lube it up with some numbing grease because it's a bit premature. It's going off. Because that wasn't, they kept that thing on. It turns out it wasn't just a little test and then they turned it off. It's been turned on the whole time. The other day, it mistakenly shot down a border patrol bludgy drone, which is kind of funny. I don't know. I guess it flew too close to the military fort or whatever. What the fuck? Okay. War news. This one's long. So, the U.S.-Israeli war on the Iranian state has started today and is going on as we speak. But I'll tell you what I already had stuff written before I knew that. So I'll tell you what happened this week leading up to that. Blah, blah, blah. More U.S. forces sent to the Middle East, mostly cargo planes and fighter planes. Everybody getting ready for war. More bullshit, fake diplomacy, not going anywhere other than stalling for time. Shocking nobody. One of the funniest things that happened this week in the lead up to the war. Remember the USS Gerald Ford, the biggest, mightiest warship ever made? The one that was deployed to the Caribbean for 8 months with like 4,600 jarheads. And then instead of being sent back home like it was going to, it was sent to the Mediterranean to fucking go to war with Iran. Well, the USS Ford ran into some hardships which kept it docked for a while at Greece. What kind of hardships, you may ask? Well, you see, the mightiest warship ever made by mankind was fucking flooded with shit. Literally flooded with shit. It was flooding with the soldiers' own shit and piss. That was the problem. There are a lot of ways I could go with this. There are a lot of ways I could joke about this. I could rub it in their face for being. It's a classic case of how big centralized things are pretty much just made to flex, but they don't actually work very well. It's like a Tower of Babylon situation. You know, something really simple is going to go wrong with anything that big. Another thing that was funny about it is them being stuck at port in Greece gave the opportunity for a lot of jarheads to whine to journalists about how tired they were and how pissed off they were that they weren't going back home and that they were going to war with Iran. And they thought it was just going to be a cushy little deployment to the Caribbean. Now they're being sent to Iran. They didn't even get to go home. A lot of them want to leave the Navy after all this is over. We're hearing there's a lot of pissed off jarheads on the mightiest warship of all time. But guess what makes this story even a bit funnier than that? Now, I'm not sure if this is true at all, but it's very fun. So I'm going to tell you about it. I've heard a few little whispers going around that it was indeed the jarheads aboard the warship themselves that sabotaged the ship's sewage system, or at least a few of them, right? I mean, you got 4,600 jarheads aboard, right? It's a numbers game, right? It only takes a few to get the idea. So what I heard some folks are saying is, yeah, a few of the guys aboard the Gerald Ford they were already pissed off. Okay, they were already pissed off before the ship flooded with shit, and they wanted to try and delay it. There are even whispers that some jarheads think there's like a conspiracy going around that some jarheads might think that they're being sent there. I don't know if it's a conspiracy theory so much. It's just like there's a feeling like they're being sent there just to be sunk by a missile defense system, as some sort of they're being sent there to be sacrificed for something they don't care about. Nobody cares about attacking Iran. You know, the normal every man doesn't believe anymore that whatever the U.S. does must be good and justified. Everyone basically knows Iran didn't do anything. So like nobody cares about this. And yeah, I believe that they are indeed pissed off. Seems to be what I'm getting. And it may be the case that they sabotaged the sewage system themselves, clogged it willingly, to see if they could try and fuck up the deployment, but it didn't work, as luck would have it. I mean, geez, talk about a leaky ship. Am I right? Anyway, as luck would have it, the sewage stuff was fixed, or at least it was fixed passably enough, because the warship did end up leaving port at Greece. It's somewhat noteworthy the U.S. planes going to the Middle East never tried to hide their logistics at all. They left their transponders on and everything. Everyone could see how many of them there are and where they're going and so on. As of yesterday, it seemed pretty much almost all the U.S. military assets were done being stationed in the Middle East, with further deployment slowing to a crawl. On top of that, the weather in Iran is clearing up, and we just got into the bit of the moon cycle where the moon lights up the night pretty brightly. And the U.S. does like to do attacks during the weekend because it's when the stock markets are closed. All of this was shaping up to look like the U.S. Israeli attacks on Iran could start, today, for example. And well, it looks like they did. I didn't get a chance to predict. I actually wrote in my notes they could start at any second. It feels very imminent. I think it's already nighttime in Iran. The war could be starting right now as I speak, and I really don't know about it. Well, it turns out that it already happened. So yeah, whatever. They attacked Iran, as you knew was going to happen again. airstrikes and all that jazz on the cities and the military targets, namely Tehran, a lot. I know Israel's been hit a little bit, at least. More has likely come out in the news about it today that I haven't read. I don't read all that trash. I don't know what the fuck has come out in the last several hours. Do I sound like I give a shit? I'll likely know more about what's going on next week, though, so I'll let you know then. Oh, yeah, at least one Hezbollah group in Iraq said they were going to start waging guerrilla war on U.S. forces in Iraq, as well as even attacking American-run oil plants. So even if you're a non-combatant, if you work at an American oil plant in Iraq, you're fair game. Fair game. All right, so let's talk about Mexico. As you may know, many bludgies in Mexico are on the take for the cartel. U.S. twisted Mexican state's arm to do more against the cartels. The U.S. was threatening to strike Mexico, basically. If they didn't, they were threatening, if you don't do something big to give us some kind of win that we can brag about on TV, then we're going to strike them ourselves. Okay, we're going to, the U.S. military will airstrike your country. So they didn't want that, and they were like, okay, all right. And I think you may have already heard what happened because of that. Last weekend, the Mexican state raided the town of Tapalpa in Jalisco and killed El Mencho, so-called leader of the CJNG cartel. The U.S. likely helped the Mexican state in the operation as their eye in the sky. What you may not know is how many folks feel about El Mencho. You see, El Mencho is not much of a shot caller anymore in the cartel, as far as I know. He'd become more of a figurehead, like the Queen of England or something, except much more likable. And he was very well liked by folks in the CJNG, or friendly with the CJNG, which is a lot of folks. Another little thing you may not know about the CJNG is that they are widely known for being pretty all right at guerrilla warfare. So, as you might guess, the state invading their territory to fucking kill their lovable figurehead out of nowhere was not taken well at all. The CJNG universally answered this deed by freaking the fuck out and attacking pretty much any bludgy they could see, causing a big fucking grassroots outbreak of skirmishes and riots throughout Jalisco, and even with lesser fighting going on far past that into other bits of Mexico. Of course, don't forget that the CJNG has other cartels for friends, and that some cartels, which aren't even their friends, might sympathize and be pissed off about this too. It's bludgy hunting season in Mexico, folks. Of course, we have lots of soft little tourists who are caught in the middle of this because Jalisco has its fair share of tourists. But to make that even funnier, Jalisco was going to be host to the 2026 FIFA World Cup this summer. So there have been a bunch of soccer matches drawing even more tourists there when this happened. Yeesh, man. Do you think they wanted that to happen? I mean, like, somebody must have brought that up in a boardroom or something. Anyway, first day of fighting was pretty hardcore. CJNG did a pretty all right job at hoarding Puerto Vallarta. CJNG even had roadblocks and anti-tank trenches on the country roads leading into town. And then they sent out their own labs, their own light armored vehicles with heavy guns later in the day, kind of looking like a paramilitary force themselves. The state answered this by hitting them with airstrikes, which seemed to be enough to get the CJNG fighters of Puerto Vallarta to go to bed and get some well-earned rest that night. Airlines stopped sending flights out of Guadalajara and Puerto Vallarta for a couple days. Thanks, assholes. Just when all the tourists want to leave, you stop the planes. The fighting kept on throughout the day. The next day, a bit slower. Somehow a little more serious in tone, though. There were whispers that the Guadalajara hospital was treating wounded feds, so the CJNG threatened to attack the hospital, and they evacuated it. National Guard base was hit with RPGs, taking out quite a few jarheads. I think it was like more than 10 jarheads were killed with RPGs being shot at the National Guard base. Nice. That sounds like fun. That should happen more often. The cartels started a 10 p.m. curfew for civvies, even that they declared on social media. Anybody caught outside after 10 p.m. is assumed to be a bludgy and is thus fair game to be shot. Mexican feds have taken the path of merely lying on TV and saying that the fighting is not happening at all. La 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 la! I can't hear any gunfire. Can you? It's not happening. Shut up! It's not happening. Then the fighting died down a little, though. It became a little more guerrilla over the course of the week. Little ambushes on the feds here and there. Random burning cars left blocking the road for a few hours here and there. Some cartel guys set a few fires to stores and did some looting. Come on, man. We're only trying to sell some beef jerky around here. Then the airports opened back up. Mexican state kept carrying out attacks on the CJNG, even taking out a guy called El Tuli in one raid. And unlike El Mencho, that guy was a true shot caller. So losing his help at a time like this was not the best for them, but they've handled it all right. Another thing the cartels are doing is stealing random semi-trucks, sometimes killing the truckers and using the semi to block a road and set it on fire, which has led to truckers, not wanting to die. So a few truckers have even set their own trucks on fire, which is kind of funny. And then all the union truckers went on strike. There go the union workers again. Oh, they'll go on strike over anything. Hey, I don't often see eye to eye with union workers going on strike, but in this case, maybe they might be on to something. I don't know. Guys killing truckers randomly might be a good time to go on strike, actually. Because of that, I think we can look forward to logistical hardships throughout Mexico, to say the least. And ironically, I wouldn't be shocked if all this bullshit led to more fentanyl overdoses in America, because they're not gonna stop or slow down production over something like this. So they're going to be more motivated than ever. That it just means when you're hurting their operation, it could lead to something sloppy happening, right? And sloppy plus fentanyl is not a good combination. Also, some folks think this cartel fighting could spill over into America a little, which I don't know, could be fun if it's true, I guess. The Pakistani state and the Taliban have been fighting again. Remember a few months back they were fighting on and off. Yeah, they're fighting again. These last couple days or so, the Pakistani state bombed some of their ammo, and the Taliban shot at some of their posts. Also, the Taliban claims it has been getting into drone warfare, deploying IED drones against Pakistani military camps overnight. Nice. I say good for them. Drone warfare is exciting stuff, boss. We should be getting in on that ourselves around here. U.S. brigadiers seemingly caught the very last oil tanker that ran away from Venezuela. That's right, they were still doing that. And now they got all of them. Yippee, that means we never have to talk about it again. Now, you may have heard of OG cypherpunk author Paul Rosenberg. We're offering a deal on both of his widely beloved cypherpunk novels with the Paul Rosenberg bundle at libertyunderattack.com/Paul. One of the books is, of course, The Lodging of Wayfaring Men, the most well-known work of cypherpunk fiction in the world. It tells the story of freedom pioneers who make a free digital economy hidden within a video game and all the cool shit that happens after that. This book put forward a lot of good ideas for libertarian strategies. It inspired a whole generation of crypto anarchists. It's a must read. You may have also heard of The Breaking Dawn, not to be confused with the other book written by a Mormon lady for 13-year-old girls to schlick to. The Breaking Dawn tells the story of a world split in two and the aftermath of a big economic attack. What's left of the first realm is in the stranglehold of mass surveillance and central planning, while the world outside is thrown 50 years behind the times without much infrastructure. But that is where human minds are left to find their own bearings. Go to libertyunderattack.com/Paul, P-A-U-L, to get a deal on these books and leave him a note saying, Thane sent you, boss. But why only get a deal on 2 books from Lua when you can get a deal on 27 fucking books with the self-liberation book bundle, libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle? This is almost every book on Liberty Under Attack, a small library of some of the best, most helpful, most down-to-earth, most fun books in the world. Save big and start your self-liberation library today at libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. Please leave a note saying Thane sent you so you can liberate me, liberate yourself, liberate PAZNIA, liberate, libate, and librarify the world with a big fat fucking 360 win. at libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. And we're new ad read alert. New start listening. This is new. I'm saying something new that I haven't said before. It's pretty wild, but for almost anything in the servile society these days, you got to do KYC with facial recognition and provide a semen sample and blah, blah, blah. Even for something as innocent as buying books. So you go to Liberty Under Attack to buy your books thinking it'll be better because they take Bitcoin and Monero. And then you go, what? They want a shipping address? Yeah, that's so they know where to send the books, retard. But if you don't have a super secret ghost address to send the books to yet, fret not, boss. You can buy any book from Lua in digital form at libertyunderattack.com/digital without giving any identifiable info, but you should at least put a reachable email address in the form in case the checkout flow is fucked up and Rayo 2 needs to email you the books. But wait, it gets even better than that with a crazy fucking deal called the PAZNIA Radio Network Digital Self-Liberation Bundle XMR Chat Special. See, the Digital Self-Liberation Bundle goes for $33.33 on the website, which is already a great deal. But for you, special P.R.N. autists listening now, if you go to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio, leave a donation worth 20 USD or more, and say something about Thane and the Digital Self-Liberation Bundle, you will get the Digital Self-Liberation Bundle at no further cost, and I, the great Thane Riddle, will get half your Monero, most importantly. Now, I know what you're thinking. The PAZNIA Radio Network Digital Self-Liberation Bundle XMR Chat Special is 27 syllables long. Is that because there are 27 books in the bundle and 27 hours in the audiobook bundle? First of all, you're starting to scare me. Stop counting things. But the answer is no, because the XMR Chat Special gives you another 10 fucking books on top of the other dumb old digital book bundle. This is a crazy deal, folks. Rayo 2's gone crazy. Take advantage of that now by sending us 20 USD or more worth of Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio and saying something about Thane and the digital book bundle, and leave us an email address for Boomer Rayo 2 to send you the books at. You can check the private message checkbox on XMR Chat so that not everybody sees the email, I guess. I don't know. Maybe you probably get him to do something else too if you want to annoy him. Get him to send it to you on session or something. Now, do you want to officially join the second realm? No matter how ridiculous that sounds, the joke's on you. You can officially join the second realm and get discounts on other hustles in the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA network, an elite organization of readers that read one book every month, and maybe even some free PAZNIA merch. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane to check out all the perks of becoming an honorary stakeholder and put in coupon code Thane to get $25 off. I don't know why that's the funniest joke I've ever told to me. I read one book every month. Okay. Security today. The down-to-earth tip is incoming. It's time.
Here's Thane Riddle with this week's Down to Earth tip.
Okay, so a couple weeks ago, the Respublika Abkhazia asked me about decentralized VPNs, and I've talked about NIM. I've talked about NIM VPN before. I talked about it in the cheat sheet, hiding stuff cheat sheet, which you can find in Vonu Life 25. But he brought up a whole little list of them where NIM was one of them, and he brought up his worries about the way NIM does things and stuff. So I've made it a thing. I've made it a down to earth tips thing. So I'm going to talk about the decentralized VPNs, or DVPNs, as the cool kids are trying to say, that he showed me. And by the way, they are Sentinel NIM VPN, Orchid, Kel VPN, and Gnosis VPN. That's what we're talking about now. There are others that have been left out. I think, I think he had a bad taste in his mouth about Mysterium because of some controversy with them running the nodes or something. I don't know about that, but whatever. So up first on the list is Sentinel, which you can look at sentinel.co. These guys actually were involved in founding the DVPN alliance with Mysterium, which on one hand is cool because I guess the DVPN alliance is kind of a cool idea. But on the other hand, whatever, if Mysterium is actually like a weird honeypot looking thing, then maybe it's like a bad look for them that they're linked with them, but whatever. So Sentinel claims to be a layer 1 blockchain network in the Cosmos ecosystem, and it says it's a P2P bandwidth marketplace used to power stuff like decentralized VPNs and scraping training data for AI models. So off the bat there, Cosmos is it's like a blockchain thing that's all about interoperability. And I can't remember much more about it than that. And yeah, Sentinel, they are abstracting out the idea of bandwidth, a P2P bandwidth marketplace. They're abstracting it out a little, sort of, from, because they really do frame it as like a two-pronged thing. Like we have the VPN over here, but then on the other side we've got scraping training data for AI models, which is kind of cool. They're trying to do like a trendy gold rush thing, whatever. That's cool because folks need training data for AI models. That we're hungry for the data. So yeah, if they have like a cool decentralized scraping thing for training data, that could be cool. That could be good. I don't know. But anyway, we're here to talk about the VPN, not the DVPN. There's a little kind of a red flag, but not that weird for something just starting out like this. They have only 80 plus validators and full nodes on the whole Sentinel network. I don't know, it seems a bit small, but I get it. Like everything has to start somewhere. Sentinel DVP, but yeah, I don't know. I didn't look into it further to see like, why is that? Is it hard to become a validator or a full node? Like, is there a centralization problem? I don't know. I didn't really check, dude. But it's something you might want to look into, huh? But don't worry, they're going to lose the battle on another front, so don't worry about it. Sentinel DVPN is built on Cosmos, the P2P coin, and yes, that's right. They claimed P2P as the ticker for their coin. Those fucking assholes. The P2P coin is a staked governance coin. That for some reason, when I say staked governance coin, I smell glitter and perfume, and I see guys with assless chaps and and who are very well dressed. I don't know, something about staked governance. Those words just make me feel ready for pride. They make me feel very proud. They claim to have can't log technology. That's the whole everyone's DVPNs like to rub it in VPN's face. Oh, the VPN says they don't log. Well, we can't log. How do you like that? Which, by the way, is the right way to think about it. But I don't know if people take that seriously enough sometimes, how they implement that. And the claim is vague, and I don't know exactly how it works. Okay, here's a privacy rundown. Privacy slash, I call it a privacy rundown, but really it's like privacy slash security rundown. Here's the privacy security rundown of Sentinel. Is it open source? Yes. With a little star, a little asterisk at the end, which is one thing that's confusing about Sentinel that you'll run into right away if you try to actually use it, is that they white label it, and so anyone can make a front end for Sentinel, and they don't use Sentinel branding. They call it something else. Like there's Norse DVPN. There's something called fucking Encrypt Sim or something. I don't know. And there's something called Independent DVPN. So these front ends may or may not need to be open source. You could maybe have a front end that's closed source. So I can't just say anything that's Sentinel under the hood is open source. I don't know, because maybe you could make a closed source client that use Sentinel underneath. So yes, with an asterisk, the actual Sentinel stuff is open source, but front ends could be or could not be. Can you pay with privacy coins on Sentinel? No? Question mark. As far as I can tell, no? Question mark. Which, by the way, will be the answer to a lot of these privacy rundown questions. Does it have multi-hop by default? Meaning, are we building a circuit of multiple nodes between me and the destination so that it isn't just one random guy who knows everything about, like, knows my real IP and who I'm connected to? Are we using multi-hop by default, not just something that you can change it to, but by default, so that stupid grandmas and retards will have the privacy of multi-hop in a decentralized VPN? Do they have multi-hop by default? Yes, question mark. Yes, question mark. I'm just saying yes, question mark, because the way they talk about the network seemed to, because I didn't have enough time to like read everyone's white paper down to the last little word, but it seems like they're talking about multi-hop as being the way the network works. So I didn't have an explicit confirmation, but it seems like yes, question mark. Cryptographic identity with zero knowledge proofs. And what is that, you may ask? It's something we really, really, really need in a decentralized VPN, where you authenticate yourself to prove you have paid, that whoever is asking for this data to be routed, the node knows that someone has paid, they are authorized to use the network. I am going to get paid for doing this, maybe. That kind of thing, right? We need to do that. But we need that to not be tied to one identity, right? So, and because then you've got privacy that way. Like I know that this was paid for, but I don't know who paid for it, right? That's zero knowledge proofs. And the cryptographic identity side of things is, it's not like you register with your email address on a website. It should just be a cryptographic identity that has nothing to do with that gay shit. Okay. So does Sentinel have cryptographic identity or zero knowledge proofs? I'm kind of confused about this, honestly. Yes and no, maybe. I almost wish my notes were more detailed, because surely I had a better idea at the time when I wrote yes and no, but now I've already forgotten. Why did I even say that? Oh, I know why I said that. I said that because, like I said, Sentinel is white labeled and it has all these different front ends that are like selling themselves as different VPNs altogether. This is why I say yes and no. It's up to the front end how they want to handle the authorization and stuff. So yeah, that's why I say yes and no, because like independent DVPN, which is one front end for Sentinel, they don't take accounts at all, and you can use. Now, one thing that's interesting to note about Sentinel is that it can be used for free. There's limited functionality on the Sentinel network for free. You don't have to pay. And so you could use something like independent DVPN as a front end that gives you free use of the DVPN without an account. So that makes them kind of an attractive alternative to something like Rise Up VPN or Calyx VPN. These free VPNs that are very ramshackle and they have a few servers and whatever. This makes it an appealing alternative to that. Like, as far as free VPNs go, Sentinel's probably the way to go. Can you register without a website? Once again, yes and no. It depends on the front end. And of course, we bring up registering without a website because the website of a project like this is a centralized thing. We don't want accounts registration to rely on this centralized thing, especially if indeed the identities are cryptographic, as they should be, because then in theory they could give you a page with malicious JavaScript on it that steals your private keys or something, right? So that's a bad look. It's a bad look to need a website to register. It's ideally shouldn't be that way. It should be that you register from inside an open source client, like some gay app on your phone or whatever, some program on your computer. Okay, so can you register without a website? On Sentinel, yes and no. Depends on the front end, which confuses things a lot with Sentinel. And of course, the last privacy and security rundown thing is, do they have post-quantum encryption? No? Question mark? Not that I found. There you go. That's Sentinel. Okay. The next one is NIM VPN at nim.com, NYM, November Yankee Mike.com. NIM VPN takes Monero. Okay. They're the only VPN on this list that takes Monero. They use ZK proofs. They use zero knowledge proofs to stop your traffic from being linked to your account or your payments. They've been audited 4 times. They've got a fast mode with a 2-hop circuit, and they've got a so-called anonymous mode that is a 5-hop mixnet. They claim that the 5-hop mixnet has advanced network obfuscation magic to stop cutting-edge AI network analysis. You can easily pick your own entry node and exit node in your circuit. They are gearing up to adopt post-quantum cryptography in the near future. Privacy security rundown of NIM VPN. Are they open source? Yes. Can you pay with privacy coins? Yes. Is it multi-hop by default? Yes. Is your identity cryptographic? Yes. Is there zero knowledge proofs to protect that identity and prevent it from being linked to your payments and your connections? Yes. There are zero knowledge proofs. Can you register without the website? No. No. And this is something Respublika Abkhazia brought up, that you're making a cool cryptographic identity thing, but the one weak point of that is that you do it on their faggot centralized website. This is bad. They should fix that. It's a trust issue. They should make it that you download the NIM app or whatever people want to call programs these days. It's an app. Change my diaper. It's an app. Give me you the appy, mommy. Can you register with the open source app without ever touching the website? No. Let's change that. Okay, NIM, because I know the NIM guys listen to this show. I know they're ashwagandhans. Now, do they have post-quantum encryption? Soon, TM. Soon, TM. They are saying they will in the near future, and I believe them because NIM has only acted like guys who know what they're talking about, care about privacy, they understand metadata, they know what the cutting edge stuff is. They probably seriously want post-quantum encryption, and they have blown a lot of money on developing NIM and making it better and better and better over the last year or so. Very fast. So yes, I believe them that post-quantum encryption is likely coming soon. TM. Bonus privacy rundown stuff. This mixnet is made with care. Their 5-hop mixnet does seem to have some good network obfuscation stuff in it. I haven't gone through the fucking source code with a fine-tooth comb, okay, but it just seems like that to me. And And the way NIM works is pretty transparent. Like Respublika Abkhazia brought up the concern of like somebody running all the nodes themselves. It's pretty transparent who's running nodes to a degree. I mean, you can have someone pretend to be more than one organization, right? But when you're in the NIM software, you can see all the nodes, and their different names and like who they're supposedly run by, and you can see it when an organization runs the same, like runs a bunch of nodes. They typically name them in such a way that you can tell. Am I back on air? Go! Orchid VPN, as I was saying, one of the oldest, over 10 years I've known about it. Used to be called something else. Um, I don't know what's going on with them now. They got more than the VPN, but they also got the VPN. Um, Now instead of subscriptions, and this is cool, I like this. Instead of subscriptions on Orchid VPN, you have a pay per use nano payments. So like you fund a wallet and it's you pay based on how much you're using, pay as you go. I like that. I think that's cool. It may even be the way things should be, and maybe the way they will be all over the place in the future. And I kind of like that. And they have a cool way that they made that work on a technical level with what they call it like lottery tickets. Because they basically the idea is with these nano payments, you have a million of them happening every second, right? So in order to process that, they really what they do is you're sending lottery tickets, where most of them are not going to pay out, but they have a specific chance of paying out, so it all works out in the end. Um, Kind of a cool idea. They also have these flexible deposit sizes where like the bigger your deposit in your wallet, the cheaper your service is. So that's kind of neat. It increases the efficiency of your wallet if you deposit more. It's kind of like staking. Um, it's an interesting beast. It's an interesting beast, Orchid VPN. I've been vaguely aware of it for many years. Um, Now you can seemingly get an account and pay for it from within a DApp, which is good. The accounts live on the Gnosis blockchain, interestingly enough, because this is not Gnosis VPN we're talking about. This is Orchid VPN, which I think is like an Ethereum based thing, but they integrate with all sorts of crazy little chains and things. Um, So yeah, I think the accounts live on the Gnosis blockchain and they're denominated in the XDAI stablecoin. Wah, wah. That's one of the gayest things about this. Randomized server selection is stake weighted. That means the more a node stakes, the more likely they are to be picked to be in a circuit. I get why they're doing this and I get what's bad about it. So on one hand, they're thinking, okay, first of all, it's a way to reward them for staking more, right? If they stake more, they're more likely to be used and they're more likely to make money. So they'll make more money for staking more. Okay, that's one thing. I get it. I don't really care for proof of stake type stuff, but whatever. Um, and they are also thinking, okay, if it's expensive, if it's costly for, like, let's say you have an attacker, they're thinking, let's say you have an attacker that wants to make a bunch of fake nodes to spy on the network like they do with Tor or whatever. Um, their thinking is if we make it that the more you stake, the more likely the node is to be picked, then it makes it more costly to get your nodes picked in the network so that you could maybe spy on the network or something. I get that. At the same time, though, it means that whoever has lots of money to invest in staking a bunch of tokens can have a lot of information about the network. So it kind of goes both ways, really. Like it decreases decentralization in one way while increasing it in another way. Like it's sort of like it raises the floor but lowers the ceiling of something, if you know what I mean. Um, so yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. It wouldn't be the way I would go about it, but whatever. Warning, here's another centralization warning about Orchid. And it's not a serious centralization warning, but just be aware they have something called curation lists. The idea is you'll only use nodes that are curated for you from a curation list. And you have a default curator, which is, of course, them, right? They are the default curator. And that is a point of centralization in the default configuration of your Orchid software. You can change that, right? You could change it to another curator. You can do whatever you want, but most folks won't even know that that's what's going on. And that's what's so devious about defaults. And it's why defaults should be good, right? And not like centralized or something. Privacy rundown on Orchid VPN, the old school, old kid on the block. Open source? Yes. Pay with privacy coins? No? Question mark. Truth be told, so you can pay with Orchid with a lot of things. And it's all decentralized, I think. I don't think it's through centralized payment processors. I think it's through weird, like interoperable chain integrations, which is pretty cool. There's a big list of like 9 chains that you can pay with, which are all these trendy chains that I'm vaguely aware of, but have forgotten things about, like fucking Polkadot and Phantom and stuff. You know, cool chains. Are any of them privacy coins? My something tells me no is the answer. So I don't think you can pay with privacy coins, but I can't, don't quote me on that. Is it multi-hop by default? Based on how they worded stuff, I'm going to say no. I don't think it's multi-hop by default, but it is easy to set up multi-hop, and they talk about it a lot like it's this everyday thing that you should do, but they make it too manual instead of it should be more default, easy. There should never be single hop should never be the default easiest thing to do on a decentralized VPN. That's dumb. That's just like, I'm going to give all my data to some guy who's running a Raspberry Pi out of his grandma's basement. Great. Like that's dumb. So multi-hop by default, no, but it's not too hard to do multi-hop. Cryptographic identity, yes, they have that. Zero knowledge proofs, no, question mark, but I think they're trying to work with this. I think they kind of know why it's bad for privacy that they don't have zero knowledge proofs, and they seem to be trying to do something about it. What based on what I read in their documents, they're doing a thing where it's like so payments, you have like a new account for every node in your circuit. So when you make a circuit on Orchid VPN, each node in the circuit you're paying from another like account, if I understand rightly. So they're kind of trying to make it look like it could be different people paying for each of those nodes instead of clearly connecting them. Okay, fine. Not the best, but all right, it's something. And then the other thing they have for privacy is payments are batched. So the nodes take payments from folks and they batch them. They don't claim the payments on chain on layer 1 all the time. they have something that works kind of like it's a layer 2 that works kind of like it's better than I think it's better than Rydan. Um, but they have a layer 2 that is like a P2P thing that's more private. So they settle transactions batched after a pause, and they're kind of incentivized to do that. So they have thought about making the privacy not total shit on Orchid VPN, but it's not airtight. They haven't gone the zero knowledge proofs or the privacy coin route, which is too bad. And can you register without the website? Yes, you can. Finally. Thank you, Orchid VPN. Yes, you can register in a little wallet client thingy. That's how it should be. Thank you. Do they have post quantum encryption? No? Question mark? No, I don't think so. So, yeah, there you go. Now we're going to go to an ad break, which is likely mostly robots telling jokes and not ads. And then we'll get back to the decentralized VPN analysis.
There are those who blaze trails, whose actions tip history scales. They endure pain and frustration to prepare for the coming devastation. Weak men have made times hard. The plebs are being retards, but the pioneer is in charge. The pioneers are in charge.
Pioneers are in charge.
Using their minds, they stand tall, moving forward while the masses feel small, creating change while others are afraid, choosing to lead instead of obey. Weak men have made times hard. The plebs are being retards, but the pioneer is in charge. Pioneers are in charge.
Hey guys, Scott here for Liberty Under Attack Publications. Looking for a Liberty-focused publisher? Liberty Under Attack publishes books and strategy guides for individuals looking to increase their personal freedom. They assist authors through the entire publishing process: proofreading, editing, cover designs, paperback and Kindle formatting, and full audiobook narration and post-production. Tell them Scott sent you and get 20% off a full service deal. To get some one-of-a-kind books or for more information, visit libertyunderattack.com.
Because that's really the issue that we're dealing with these, ghost phones, ghost pads, whatever, is that there's no way that you can organize with other people and have these distributed tribes if you have a snitch in your pocket all the time. People are literally wearing wires all the time. They have a snitch in their pocket and they're trying to do clandestine things. That's never going to work. I'm focused on this project now because I really see how the unfettered flow of communication is what really has prompted this, shift in consciousness. And that if this can't continue this way and people can't communicate freely with each other, then all the distributed networks that have formed aren't going to be very effective, and they're not going to be able to do what they could do. If you can't communicate, especially when you're basically part of a dispersed tribe at this point, if you can't communicate without being monitored, it basically hamstrings anything, anything going forward.
Step up your privacy and order a ghost phone today. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/ghost phone, again libertyunderattack.com/ghost phone. And make sure to keep a lookout for more ghost pads, privacy tools, freedom boxes, and more. libertyunderattack.com is the website. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
"2048", the second volume in the Brushfire thriller series, takes place in the not-so-distant future. In the second half of the 21st century, the War of Ideas took place. The creation of second realms and individualist decentralized freedom cells spread across geographical regions, and the practical ideas of liberty, voluntary interaction, and peace took hold. The Free Society in 2048 is loosely based on Samuel E. Konkin III's Phases of Agorism, in which the destruction of the state would be realistically accomplished through the establishment of pockets of free individuals, black and gray markets, and the spreading of the ideas of freedom and liberty, until the demand for an overarching state was no longer perceived as essential, and individualism and voluntary interaction prevailed. The original creators of the Freedom Cells who led the world to a better place are still scattered about, living their lives, including Maxine, the late Henry Tucker's love, and the now washed-up but stubborn punk rocker Warren, still reside in the Appalachian Mountains. Maxine's nephew, Vince, and his boy Tommy, who had been band nomads ever since Tommy's mom left to pursue a materialistic quest for fortune in the never-ending rat race, went to visit Auntie Max on her homestead on Jim Mountain Road. Although Max is very happy for the visit, she has an ulterior motive. Her close friend she met during her revolutionary days, Isaac Hopper, is trapped in a geographical area previously known as New York City, now known as the State Zone. The State Zone is one of only a handful of remnant states where an overarching power-hungry government rules over its citizens with aggressive force. Together, Warren, Vince, and Tommy team up and use their knowledge, including advanced hacking techniques, low-tech ciphers, IRC encrypted chat, and cryptocurrencies to infiltrate and evade the authorities in the State Zone and bring back Isaac to freedom. But their mission, the rescue of Isaac, Auntie Max's close friend and confidant, isn't going to be easy. They're up against a powerful authoritarian Hydra state, a massive surveillance apparatus, a relentless and murderous police state, and a propaganda arm that will not stop until extremist terrorists known as the Trio, Warren, Vince, and Tommy, are brought to justice. Will the trio pull off the rescue of Max's longtime friend Isaac Hopper? Will the forces of good, free individuals, prevail against the sadist forces of evil? Find out in the second volume of the Brushfire thriller series, 2048, available exclusively via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/2048. Again, libertyunderattack.com/2048, or snag them both in the Brushfire bundle. libertyunderattack.com/2048 bundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story. Find your freedom.
And now, back to Cloak and Dagger with host Thane Riddle.
Hello. I'm talking about decentralized VPNs. Oh. So we got 2 more decentralized VPNs to go over, and then we'll get to fan mail and things like that. Kel VPN is the next one, KELVPN.com. Welcome to the gayest thing that we're going to talk about. So this is built on something called Cellframe. Cellframe calls itself a quantum-safe, service-oriented, layer 0 blockchain network. They say that while Cellframe has PQE, it also has high transaction throughput through a kind of sharding. They like their flexibility because Cellframe is about chain interoperability and atomic swaps, which was something that sounded very fresh about 5-10 years ago, but now is starting to sound stale. But I guess that's a good thing. They also support many PQE algorithms, and they are ready to switch algorithms on the fly as the times change. Cellframe says dApps can also work on low-spec hardware with low transaction fees. If we were only talking about Cellframe here, this might be a more fun review, maybe. But we're not talking about Cellframe. We're talking about KelVPN, which was built on Cellframe. Once again, we have another low number of validators situation. Cellframe only has 90 validators so far. It is post-quantum, so they say. They claim to, and I think that's true because I think it's post-quantum on the Cellframe level. That's not something KelVPN did, I think. KelVPN claims to have trustless can't log technology. I cannot tell how, if that's true. Trying to get more folks to become nodes, offering their bandwidth. They're trying to sell some kind of networking hardware. That's cool. It's a sign that they don't want the network to be centralized because they're actively trying to get new nodes on the network, and they're trying to make it accessible and make a little more money on the side from selling the hardware. That's cool and all. But the problems come up. We run into a few pitfalls when we get to the privacy/security rundown of KelVPN. First of all, is it open source? Hell no. It's not even fucking open source. What kind of shit are you giving me here? Respublica Abkhazia? You didn't even check to see if it was open. It's okay. That's what I'm here for. Because folks forget. They forget to check for the basic shit, because that's the world we live in now. We live in a world where all this like language and imagery that we made is being used to try and trick us into thinking things are cool when they aren't even on the most basic groundwork level meeting our needs at all. So as far as I can tell, KelVPN ain't open source. I can't find source code for them anywhere. It's not like I've searched to the ends of the earth or anything, but I can't find their source code. And in their light paper, they bragged about having proprietary algorithms. Okay. Can you pay with privacy coins? Nope. Is there multi-hop by default? No? Question mark. They made it sound like it was a single hop, but I don't know. Is there cryptographic identity? No? Question mark. I don't think so. When you go to give them money, how do I give you money to buy this? They are selling you something called an access key. Okay. That's not cryptographic identity. Cryptographic identity is you generate the keys yourself and you register that with them and pay with that. So they're giving you access keys. So that's, they're, at least they are, going that route, but still it's not cryptographic identity. And do they have zero knowledge proofs? No? Question mark. Not that I noticed. Can you register without the website? No. Do they have post-quantum encryption? Yes. There you go. That's something they have. So they have nothing else. They would have gotten a full F if they didn't have post-quantum encryption, and they didn't even write that. The KelVPN guys didn't even make that. That's just how Cellframe works, which they built on. So they didn't do shit, basically. But one bonus, I got to say one nice thing about KelVPN. Their marketing is slick. I like the art that they put on their website and in their light paper and the colors. I think that's very cool. So whoever does like graphic design at at KelVPN, hit us up. That's the one talented person working there. Probably not true, not likely true. Not the one talented person working there, but nonetheless, fuck KelVPN. Do not use KelVPN. And then lastly, but not leastly, we have Gnosis VPN, GNOSIS VPN.com. It's built on Hopper, that's HOPR, which is some kind of blockchain-based darknet. Pretty cool. They seem aware of the need for metadata obfuscation. The Hopper node incentivization sounds cool. They've got proof of relay, where they get crypto upon forwarding to the next node. They're not the only network we're talking about that has that, but it's cool. Gnosis VPN is also built with Gnosis Chain, which is some kind of faggy stablecoin chain. Both Hopper and Gnosis Chain are built on Ethereum. Gay! Also, Hopper has pretty fucked token distribution. If you look at Hopper's token distribution, the majority of the coins are given to themselves, and early adopters, which also means largely themselves. So yeah, and you'll notice that like for those three groups, the coins just grow like exponentially over time. Whereas with the other, like with the bounties or the node rewards or whatever, it's just like flat. It's just like a flat amount of rewards. So they keep paying themselves more and more. So their coin distribution is fucked on Hopper. Both Hopper and Gnosis VPN are still in early days. You can sign up for early access to Gnosis VPN though. Gnosis will give you a Hopper mixnet circuit, but you'll get to pick the exit node location. So they're kind of thinking along similar lines as NIM. They're going in the right direction. Gnosis claims they want no centrally hosted infrastructure at all. A bold claim, but one we should hear more often, so that in another 3 to 5 years we can also not trust that every time somebody says that, because it'll just be bullshit most of the time. But now we're in the sweet spot where when somebody says that, it sounds kind of serious. They say that they want something called lightweight edge nodes instead of centralized gateway nodes. So they are putting thought into decentralizing the network and really truly getting rid of all centrally hosted infrastructure, at least in the future. They have something called unblockable exits coming soon. And I'm like, WTF? What could that be? Because on their site, they say it's like, oh, it's something that can't be blocked or censored by the state. And something called unblockable exits. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? And also, they list residential IPs as another thing that's coming later, which makes me think unblockable exits is not residential IPs, it's something else. So I'm like, what the hell are they even talking about? I'm curious to see what that is when it comes out. I don't know what that could be. So here's your privacy security rundown for Gnosis VPN. Open source, yes. Pay with privacy coins, not quite, as far as I can tell, but some of their off-chain privacy is resting on how often nodes settle payments. I was likely by the way, earlier when I said that about Orchid VPN, I think I was just wrong. I think I was just wrong. I think I was thinking of Gnosis VPN when I was talking about settling payments in a batched way. I don't know, but maybe I'm thinking of more than one. Who knows? You read the fucking white paper. What do I care? Multi-hop by default? Yes, they have that. and Gnosis VPN. Thank you. Cryptographic identity, hopefully, question mark. I say hopefully because the way it works now is you ask for early access. And then they're going to like invite you. So I don't know. No one can openly register. So I can't tell. Is it cryptographic identity? I would hope so. And I would think so too, because they're talking a big game about wanting no centralized infrastructure at all. So I would think that there will be cryptographic identity for Gnosis VPN. Yeah. Is there zero knowledge authentication on Gnosis VPN? I can't fucking tell, dude. I can't fucking tell. Maybe a little bit of yes and a little bit of no. I wish they would dumb down their white paper a little more. I was looking at it. Maybe I'm just too tired lately. I was looking at it, trying to fucking understand it, and I couldn't make my brain work when I was reading it today. But yeah, I know that they aren't using like ZK snarks or whatever fancy algorithms like that because they want the hardware specs for nodes to be low, which is good. But when I tried to understand the way the authentication works, my eyes just glazed over. Like they need to write that in an easier to understand way. So yeah, I can't really tell what they're doing about that in terms of keeping traffic unlinked from payments and shit like that. That's what I'm caring about here when it comes to zero knowledge authentication. Can you register without the website? No clue, because you can't openly register at all, and you do indeed use a website to ask for an invitation to early access. That's how it is now. It's clearly temporary. Will you be able to register without a website later? I think yes, likely you will, because they're talking a big game about no centralized infrastructure. So I would certainly hope so. Do they have post-quantum encryption? No, question mark. Once again, no question mark. Now, here's my bonus info about Gnosis VPN, security, privacy. I feel they care the most about decentralization of any of them, and they might not be the most private, but out of these yet, maybe one day, but they might not be the most private, but they do seem the most into decentralization. I love the gimmick on their front page when you go to gnosisvpn.com. You'll get a little gimmick surprise for you where it's like, you're on the faggot big tech controlled internet. This .com domain could be seized. Would you like to go to the cool Web3 internet? And then they welcome you to go to the other website, and they're and it's like they hosted it on some bullshit Ethereum platform or something, some Web3 website. And it's kind of ironic and funny because like obviously the user is not set up to directly use that network. So what they're actually using is like the eth.limo proxy to see the website, which is centralized. So it's kind of funny in that way. But nonetheless, I love the gimmick. They're trying to like inspire the user for a brighter future or whatever. And I like that. And also, hey, the way that they have you register for early access is kind of cool. You register with a CryptPad form, okay? You know that feeling when you're on a privacy thing, you're on a website for a privacy product or service, and then they send you to a form and it's a Google Doc. It's a Google Doc. You know that feeling where when you're like, okay, well, you're just a faggot, right? Well, these guys, you click to be invited to early access and you're sent to a CryptPad server, and there's a form on the CryptPad server. And then there are all these options for how you can be sent the invite code, and one of them is session. That's way past cool, dude. You go to CryptPad form and you can put the session ID in there, and that's how they give you the invite code. That's way past cool. You can also say other. So maybe they take Simple X too. Maybe you could just say other and put a Simple X address in there, and maybe they'll just do it. I'm sure they got a lot of those. So anyway, the the bottom line, I think you can tell, is that, as usual, Thane was right all along, okay, even if he hardly meant to be. The best right now is likely NIM VPN. Why? As you may recall, there were an awful lot of yeses in NIM VPN's privacy security rundown. It's open source. You can pay with privacy coins, Monero specifically, through a BTC Pay server thing. It's multi-hop by default. The identity is cryptographic. There is zero knowledge authentication. And the mixnet is made with some care. There's network obfuscation techniques. The way it works is pretty transparent. I think it's safe to say they're not running all the nodes. The biggest downside, the big things that NIM could change to improve are, one, they could, implement post-quantum encryption, which they say they're doing. They should make cryptographic identity right in the client without ever touching a website. You want to be able to make your cryptographic identity right in the client, the open source client, without ever touching a website, so that we know they're not, sending us a malicious page or whatever. And they should take payment in privacy tokens without needing any centralized payment gateway. This is kind of probably a later on kind of thing, but it would be nice if we could pay them in privacy tokens without needing the BTC Pay server, without needing a centralized payment gateway, right? We should be able to just plug it in directly to the decentralized network without using whatever faggot coins they have. Okay, they got some sort of NIM token that I bet is not a privacy token. So they should either fix that or just give us some way of paying with privacy tokens without needing a centralized payment gateway. That would be nice, but that's going to take the longest of all the things I said. And NIM is getting better all the time. They're clearly losing a lot of money and blowing a lot of money on development, on marketing, on tech support. So they're getting better. You can see them getting better, like before your eyes. So yeah, NIM is the best. It's still the best for now. For now, this is going to be a moving target. It's going to be a changing thing over the next couple of years. But I would also say we should give an honorary award to Gnosis VPN for being worth keeping an eye on. They're not out yet, but I like what they say about wanting more decentralization. And Hopper has its problems, but it's cool. It's like an Ethereum based darknet thing. It's a cool idea. It's not perfect, but I think Gnosis VPN is worth keeping an eye on. Maybe ask them to send you an early access invite over session or something, and we can check it out when they invite us. That's it. There's your decentralized VPN thing. I hope that was good enough for the Abkhazia embassy in Ashwagandha. Now, remember, if you want to ask anything or say anything about any of the tips I've given on today's show or an older show, call in now at PAZNIA.com/call2. Or you can find my contact details at VonuPodcast.com/CD and send me some fan mail. Now, do you want a most secure private phone, laptop or tablet or something, but you don't want to do the work yourself? Go to libertyunderattack.com/thane, THANE. You get a Pixel privacy phone with Graphene OS, ThinkPad with neutralized Intel management engine, open source firmware, whatever Linux OS you like. There's X200 tablets, libertyunderattack.com/thane. If you want to ask anything about them or you want them to do a custom job, email Shane at libertyunderattack.com, SHANE at libertyunderattack.com. Trust me, not easy to neutralize the IME or flash your firmware to a ThinkPad, and you may want this done. Please save yourself the headache. Buy some of Jammin's goodies. libertyunderattack.com/thane. Support the Second Realm, support PAZNIA, support yourself, support Alex Jones, 360 win. Now, does your body ever hurt anywhere at all? Ever? You should spray this shit on there. libertyunderattack.com/painthane. PAINTHANE. You're going to see this product called Pain Liberator. It's 20% DMSO with a base of colloidal silver water. And then there's some magnesium and aspirin in there. Okay, fucking aspirin is in there. This is great for most any kind of pain. Sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, toothache, or jaw pain. DMSO and aspirin, each on their own, are quite miraculous when put together in Pain Liberator. It is magical. As you may know, DMSO is a magical and chemical that is not only anti-inflammatory on its own, but it magically injects things deep into your tissues through your skin from topical application, and it takes stuff with it that you've mixed with it. At least many things that you mix with it will come with it. And aspirin is no exception. You can feel immediate pain relief within like a second or two of spraying Pain Liberator on. You will know that it works unlike anything else right away. Okay. And no one else has made something like this for some reason, probably because it's not even legal or something. I don't know. So go to libertyunderattack.com/painthane to get some Pain Liberator and all that crap. And don't forget that PAZNIA itself has many projects to start this year to help you, boss. Check them out, PAZNIA.com/fund. Read about the projects and fucking pick what you want to earmark your funds for, okay? We want to start these projects to help you, boss. So go fund yourself at PAZNIA.com/fund or PAZNIA.com/Monero for the Monero Fund and all that crap. All right, fan mail time. First, yeah. We have a generous donation from Not Thought Crime Boss. That is how they've named themselves. Not Thought Crime Boss has given us a generous donation. Thank you for the completely unrewarding work of keeping the transmitter warm. Your efforts will be eventually forgotten, but it's still important. That's right. I don't need my efforts to be remembered. I just need to make a physical mark on the world that can never be undone. Okay. Said every psycho ever. So no one needs to remember or even know in the first place, quote unquote, who I was. Identity is just an illusion, my friend. Okay. I'm just a disembodied voice. It doesn't mean anything. All that matters to me is that we make a few wins here for the Lemurians and break that loop time and help you escape into spiral time, okay, outside the dimensions with cryptocurrency and killing people and things like that. Yeah. So next fan mail comes from Thought Crime Boss, someone who is Thought Crime Boss, with a donation and a message saying, Thane, do you think that American tech companies such as Google, Microsoft, Meta, etc., save all their data in perpetuity, or do you think they periodically delete some older data or data that users delete, regardless of what they claim to do? Thank you so much, Thought Crime Boss, for throwing me a softball after all these hard questions you asked me, making me think you're trying to out me as some kind of fraud. I have to think about them or have a bad answer or research them or something so I can pretend that I know. But in this case, this is a softball question. The answer is real easy. And hey, take it with a grain of salt because I don't know for sure. And it's kind of extreme what I'm about to say, but it's also true. Yes, American as well as Chinese as well as Russian, all big tech companies such as Google, Microsoft, and Meta save all the data forever. They never delete anything ever. Also, same thing for like the NSA, and state organizations like that. Why do you think they build huge fucking data centers with many fucking petabytes and yottabytes and shit of storage? It's so they literally never have to delete anything. When years and years ago, if you asked me if that could be done, I would have thought, nah, probably not. They'll have to delete stuff. I was wrong. They didn't have to delete stuff. They were able to keep it forever. It's kind of crazy, but it's true. And now that AI is developing better, and uh, and it's being applied more and more for surveillance analysis, for data analysis. The bottleneck of what are we going to do with all that data? The answer is coming. The answer is here. This is what we're going to do with all that data. So even though we couldn't do stuff with it before, now we can. They were banking on that, and they were right. Same thing with and they save encrypted stuff so that if it's ever cracked, they can crack it and retroactively and read it. So yes, it's all being saved forever. They never delete anything. If you leak something, it's done. It's gone. It's burnt. It's time to move. Okay. That's it. But you could also use my sponsors services. They'll email them and ask them nicely to delete it. Yeah. I wouldn't waste money on that. Just move. All right. Make the data obsolete. It's never being deleted. Okay. Let's see what other. I think I saved some stuff that people said in like the PAZNIA Radio Network chat. I can see you haven't said anything there now, but this week you have said things. I think this was Shadrach who said this. Can't call in, but I had an idea. Thane, I figured out a way. Rather than having a marketplace for people to post what they have, people are able to initiate a private anonymous in search of request. And then now using agents, algorithms, and Noster, you could pick those up out of the ether and then respond cryptographically to the requester, not revealing any private data until a match was made. Yes, you are right, Shadrach. You're thinking along the same lines as me. I write about this stuff in my manifesto. I don't know how clear I made it that that's what I'm talking about, but that's what that's my vision for the future, right? Where like marketplaces will be will have as much zero knowledge proof type integration as the users want, as the users need. And of course, the sexy application for that is you can build a cell of mercenaries without any of the mercenaries knowing who each other are, but knowing that they're all reputable, right? Or you can take multiple cells and build a battalion. You can build an army out of motherfuckers who don't even know who each other is, who each other are, just that they hit the right reputability, they hit the right reputation scores, basically. But with zero knowledge proofs, nobody knows who it is. And then you can have smart contracts deciding when to activate them and stuff, so that nobody even knows when it's going to happen. Nobody even knows what the fuck's going on. And that's going to be great. But truth is, it helps with all kinds of things. There's all kinds of things you don't want to leak. Like if you're looking to get a ride, you don't need to leak your location to the whole world and say, hey, somebody at this exact place is looking for a ride, is alone without a car at 3 a.m. in some weird abandoned parking lot looking for a ride. You don't need to leak that to the whole world. It should be, it should obviously work another way. It should be like you with zero knowledge proofs, because you as a driver too don't want to be like, here I am, here's where I'm driving right now to the whole world, right? So you need zero knowledge proofs to match folks up, right? Like that I can kind of look for matches that there's drivers in my area, in my vicinity, and then we can sort of go through a matchmaking process until we land on the right matchup where everyone's comfortable with the reputation scores and blah blah blah. And then you'll be told what you need to know, where to drive, what kind of car is picking you up, whatever. So yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly. I've been thinking about that for years. Totally. Zero knowledge proofs are how we have total decentralization and total privacy all at the same time. So that's the big deal. Big deal. Zero knowledge shit. Okay. I think this might have been Fagdul at Thane Riddle. The thermite charge PC thing was based. Dynatron is dude. Pulse power is very nice, but all Dynatron noises are nice. Yes, thank you. The thermite. Why did I even save this message? Yes, the thermite PC charge thing was based. Thank you. Where I think this was John Galt who asked, where is the manifesto hosted? My manifesto is in Vonu Life 25, which you can get from libertyunderattack.com. And I will sooner or later post a second edition of the manifesto just on the internet somewhere or something. But for now, the magical exclusive place to see both my 2025 hiding stuff cheat sheet as well, which I'm probably not going to publish somewhere else, actually. If you want to see the 2025 hiding stuff cheat sheet or the first edition of my Insurrectionary Agorism Manifesto, you gotta get a copy of Vonu Life 25 somehow. And I'll sooner or later I'll publish a second edition of my manifesto because I've come up with a bunch of improvements already. And Lord knows there was sleep deprived typos and things in there. I think it was Charles who said a group of sticks grouped together is known as a fasces, aka a faggot. Gay fascists unite. You know, this really tickled me pink when you said this because I knew that a faggot could mean a bundle of sticks. And I knew that fascism somehow came from the bundle of sticks thing. But I never put two and two together and understood that fascism and faggot have the same etymology. It's the same word. Fascist and faggot are practically the same word. That really tickles me pink. I can't react live, okay, because I learned this hours ago or yesterday. But thank you for pointing that out to me because I'm going to find ways to make jokes about that, I'm sure. John Galt says, or whoever says, every European has entered the chat. Gay fascists unite. Very funny. Oh, and Charles posted, actually, you know what? You just saved my ass. I needed a poem for the end of the show, and I forgot to get a quote for the end of the show, so I'm just going to read that at the end because it's a poem. Thank you. Does anyone have graphene connections? They are working with an OEM to replace the Pixel. It would be huge if they could overcome this hurdle as well on mobile. Yeah. I mean, I don't have any special insider info, but I 100% believe them. Daniel McKay, the graphene OS people are seemingly working with an OEM to get non-Google hardware as the thing that you put graphene on in the near future, like maybe later this year, we'll learn what it is. I hope that the first ones come out and we can get them before like Taiwan is invaded or something, before the electronics industry just goes to shit, because we might not see this. Like we might not see this happen. We might not see what it would have been if the timing is bad enough. So yeah, for now, I would definitely say this year, don't count on that happening. Get the newer pixels that will be, they have guaranteed support till like, I would say 2032. Count on not having any new electronics coming to you from 2027 to 2032, just to be on the safe side. Get ready for that. 2027 to 2032, you will have no new electronics sent to you. Okay? Just picture that and act like that's what's gonna happen. So whatever spare parts and tools you need, whatever extra things you need, get those. And also, maybe be ready to not have a phone at all too, because phones aren't very durable. Yeah, you can have extras and then you could have them, but I mean, also you could, if you want to be a weirdo, you could get into something like a Fairphone or a TerraCube, or what did they call that German one? I think it's called Shift or something, Shape Shift or something like that. There's Fairphone, TerraCube, and something Shift or something. Those three are smartphones that are kind of like modular and easy to repair. Now, you can't put graphene on them, so I'm not going to recommend them for that reason, but just from like a sort of a prepper kind of electronics durability, repairability standpoint, you want a pocket computer. Also of course the Linux phone, like a PinePhone Pro, if you want a mobile Linux thing like that too is also modular and easy to repair. Those are cool things to have around. But graphene is going to be the best in terms of security. So I would say get some extra pixels, the newer ones that are guaranteed support well into the 2030s or whatever, and hold them for a while. That's what I say. But yeah, I hope that we see whatever graphene OEM, whatever they're working with. I hope it comes out. And that's the fan mail. Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, we're gonna do building the second realm now, which I don't have something.
Thane the Builder. Can he build it? Thane the Builder. Yes, we can. Building the second realm. Tips, tricks, and advice on expanding the parallel network, the Free Republic of PAZNIA, and ways to ensure its thriving. Here's the bell of the build, Thane Riddle.
Will I ever remember that the sound was coming? I don't know. So yeah, I want to talk about this thing that I haven't really written anything about, but I'm gonna just off the top of my head. It's kind of a it's closely linked to what I call counter engineering. I'll give you a refresher on counter engineering. Methods employed to undermine the engineering of adversaries, the reconfiguration of expertise and tools to challenge hegemonic power structures and strengthen movements for justice, building machines from the blueprints of madmen. That's counter engineering, just based on in other people's words. What counter engineering is, because people have used the word in weird ways already. So yeah, the guys who build these tools are called counter engineers. And I mentioned something about a sissy boy anthropologist who said something that was easy to miss, and it was something that I had in mind all along, which is the reconfiguring of engineering expertise and tools. Not just the tools, but the expertise. Working with not only the tools, but with the counter engineers themselves. This is key. This is something I talked about last time, because the field of counter engineering is not only about what you build, but how you do it. And namely, that you build with the awareness of those who would like to stop you from building, and that this awareness leads the counter engineer to take on the operational security that they need to keep building, hopefully without any knocks on the door from bludgies or too many other such hiccups. Now, I gave you something called a counter engineering framework, which is, 7 principles that I basically made up off the top of my head that could probably use more thought and refinement, but didn't get any. So go fuck yourself. I'm going to give you the counter engineering framework again. I'm going to refresh you. Number 1, shut the fuck up. That's your security and privacy principle. Okay. Number 2, share your findings far and wide with P2P networks, darknets, meshnets, everything open source, etc. 3, don't play intellectual property games. We don't use licenses at all. We don't even acknowledge licenses, not even cute ones, like the BIPCOT license. We break all the state's laws. This is number 4, by the way. Break all the state's laws. Reverse engineering, hacking, leaks, getting materials illegally, building, selling, operating without permits, all that stuff. Number 5, stack that cheese. Get paid early. Get paid often. Private and decentralized payment is a must. Okay. Counter engineers don't need nonprofits and volunteers. Okay. We need to work. We need to get paid. Number 6, be ready for anything. Stock up on supplies, have off-grid power, have backup communications, be ready to keep building no matter what's happening. And then last but not least, 7, have fun. And that's where we talk about the counterculture of, and there are many ways to have fun, right? There are ways to have fun that are violent. There are ways to have fun that are playful, and so on. And, something that sort of came to my mind, cypherpunk is a cool word, and it's inspiring, and it means something, sounds good, it rolls off the tongue. It follows from cyberpunk, right? But instead of it just being like just a vaguely cool kind of pessimistic, way of looking at futurism and doing futurism, and also being, by the way, vaguely communistic. A lot of cyberpunk stuff is kind of pinko, if you know what I mean. Like if you go read Shadowrun, right, or like the Shadowrun rule book, like that's a classic case of like, the corporations have replaced the government, and it's the corporations are evil, and because they have money, like there's a commie tinge to cyberpunk. Cypherpunk got away from that in a number of ways. For one, they became less about art and more about building tools, which is, it speaks to their crypto anarchy roots, and you can't really take apart, untangle crypto anarchy and cypherpunk from each other. They're pretty close, but the difference is anyone could be a cypherpunk, anyone could be a crypto anarchist as long as you believe in that. But being a cypherpunk, calling yourself a cypherpunk, was explicitly something that has requirements. Okay, it's got boxes that you got to check that they told you from the beginning. Like they said, cypherpunks write code, for example. So that means if you don't write code, you're out. Okay, you can't call yourself that. Fuck you. This is where I like that. I'm fine with how that is. That is what it is. But I wanted to do something. I coined the term dark punk, which doesn't sound as good, by the way. Feel free to give me another one. I'm not married to that. But the thing is, I like the idea of trying to identify before it starts, like an emerging aesthetic, or whatever, way of thinking, or subculture. That's cool and all. And I also like the idea of attaching like demands almost to the title. Like, in order to call yourself this, you gotta do this. I like that, but I think that what we need from the second realms is much more than just folks who write code. We do need that. We still need the cypherpunks, and the cypherpunks are still in many ways the driving force. But we need more than just that. We need folks who do all kinds of work. Okay, we need folks who who write code. We need folks who are mechanical. We need folks who are good at talking, selling, networking, marketing. We need folks who are good with money, running business. And of course, we need lots of folks who like to shoot guns at people and do it together with other people and blow shit up and stuff like that. We need the cipher. We need the cipher mercs. Okay. We need all kinds. We need all kinds around her. So what is a nice something punk word that can describe what we need to do that's in common, which is what we need to do that's in common is we all have to have some degree of operational security. We kind of have to have our shit together. Okay. We should have security culture, as we say, where using pseudonyms or giving no name for something is an everyday thing, right? We have that already in our subculture here, just like the cypherpunks were already, the cypherpunk subculture was already there before they gave it a name. Okay. They just named something that already existed between a small group of people. We have something that already exists here in this group of people. And we're influenced by a lot of things. We're influenced by agorists, fucking crypto anarchy. We're influenced by Vonu, obviously, quite heavily, and rightfully so. Deserves to be there. And there's something emerging here where, folks you meet in this culture, security culture really is baked in here. You don't get a lot of invasive questions in this culture. You get more talking about things that actually matter, how you feel and what you think about things, not who, what, where, when, why. Well, maybe why, but that's one side of what dark punk is. It's a neo-Venice. Okay. You know how in Venice it was normal for people to wear masks and cloaks in the street in like Renaissance era Venice, because everyone was like a weird pervert who did drugs and went to sex parties, and they just didn't want, it's like a license plate reader kind of logic. Like if people can see your face while you're just walking around, they could spread rumors about, oh yeah, he was walking from the tavern to in this direction, in the direction of the red light district at this time, at this, like, let's not leave that information out there. So it was a normal thing culturally for motherfuckers to just walk around wearing masks and cloaks all the time to conceal their identities. It was considered, something everyone could do in solidarity that would kind of benefit everyone. We can live in this smoke screen and not have information about our lives being leaked all the time. Well, dark punk is the neo-Venice subculture, the neo-Venetian subculture. I'm sure I would have written all these clever things about it that sound cool if I had time to actually prepare for this bit instead of just making stuff up off the top of my head. But that's the direction I'm going with this, using dark nets. Like I said, what counter engineers need to be doing, they need to be, like a counter engineer needs to be somebody who uses a leak from Microsoft or a hack from Microsoft, uses source code leaked from Windows openly, publishes it on the darknet, and says, I'm going to fork this, debloat it, and use it to make a Linux kernel that's binary compatible with Windows, so that we don't need wine and stuff to perfectly run software built for Windows on Linux, right? So we're just going to make a completely illegal Linux distribution or Linux kernel, like something like that. And we're just going to host it on a darknet, and we're going to have pseudonyms or no names at all. And we're not even going to have a license. Okay. We're not going to play that game because we clearly aren't obeying intellectual property laws or caring about them. Like that's the culture we want here. The culture that, guys like the Samurai wallet developers have sacrificed themselves on the altar of proving to you that this is how it needs to be done. If you don't want that sacrifice to be in vain, you have to learn from their very obvious mistakes, which is you should not be using a legal name or like whatever, your face, attaching it to, or telling people where you are. It should not be easy for them to get you. They can threaten you with that. They can hurt you with that, and they will. So don't do that. Put on the mask, embrace the Neo-Venetian movement, and do whatever the fuck you want, and have fun. Have fun with it. And hey, I'm a little disappointed that cypherpunk. Go try looking for cypherpunk music. Okay, look for cypherpunk films. Okay, it's not. We've been sleeping on that. Okay, all we have is a few cypherpunk novels written by fucking autistic people who don't even know how feelings work. Okay, we need to up our game a little bit. I know. Making software was more important, and it still is. But I'm just saying, maybe we could have our own aesthetic culture, and I think that we are starting that here, and that's part of the reason why I wanted to make this show kind of ridiculous and unrefined, because I was hoping that maybe my vibe would attract my tribe, and that's exactly what happened, because I immediately got fan mail talking about fucking nigger pedophile jokes right away. You guys are hilarious, and this is what I'm talking about. That's what we need. That's the subversive, inspired aesthetic. We don't need more autistic diatribes and flat characters. Didn't Ayn Rand do that already? Like fucking in the 60s and shit. Like, oh yeah, great. Oh, it's a book where the whole book is about how my opinions are right. The moral of the story is everything I don't like is evil. Also, I really like BDSM, so I put BDSM in the book. Like that's, it's transparent. Okay, we can do better than that. I'm just saying, there's a lot of good artists in the crowd here among you listeners. Good aesthetics I'm detecting. Okay, so we need cypherpunk, dark punk art. Okay, which now we have because we're making PAZcraft. So there you go. There's your first dark punk aesthetic art, and also it will be installed in the Museum of Cultural Importance in Ashwagandha, which is actually just a scheme to extract foreign aid payments from other countries. It doesn't actually exist. Anyway, there you go. Go fuck yourself. I didn't write anything for that. I made that up. Did it sound all right? I don't know. I don't care. You don't even tell me. What do you guys care? You didn't even leave me a message in the Patty Radio Network chat this episode. Anyway, go fuck yourself. The show is ending. You should go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleX to check out all the SimpleX chat rooms we have there for PAZNIA, and like get in them and stuff. If you're some MAGA hat wearing dumb boomer who's listening over Rumble right now, you can go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleX, get in the SimpleX chats, and we'll joke about pedophilia and so forth if you don't mind, sir. And also, I am an expert in privacy and security, and I'm a consultant on that stuff, believe it or not, and I'm really good. And if you need help with that in any way, something serious or something everyday, go pay me money. Go talk to me on a session or SimpleX. Go to vonupodcast.com/CD to find my session ID or SimpleX address and give me money, and I'll help you. On the next show, it'll probably be, I think it'll be transportation privacy when going by under threat. And for building the second realms, I honestly have no fucking clue what it's going to be. It totally slipped my mind to come up with something to tease. So I don't know what it's going to be. Go fuck yourself. I'll leave you with a poem by Abraham Lincoln. Here we remain in a fallen land, where self-reckoned lords of all that stands, once in days past, but even still, these blood-sucking vipers, thirsty for kill, touched their tips and sealed their grips in a circle jerk of unbridled orgiastic dominance. We must squeeze back, much harder than they. Gather thy brethren to join in the fray. In blood-fueled frenzy, harness thy meat. Wield both thy club and thy brothers, and beat, till our war drums give verdict o'er their woeful sins, sins against country and sins against kin. Beat! Beat! Self-Liberation Saturday will keep going for some hours still. There will be some sundry P.R.N. deprogramming. In all truth, I didn't read what was going to be. So maybe Rayo 2 can tell you after the show what's going to be on today. I forgot to read that. Anyway, you should totally stay tuned, though. It's going to be good. So don't touch that dial, boss. Stay tuned and stay frosty.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Friends, fellow self-liberators, DJ Brian Freer Robot here. Listen, content creation in the modern day is easy, but getting your videos or podcasts in front of the eyes or ears of your audience is ever difficult. Not only from a growth and algorithm standpoint, but there are other hurdles today, such as censorship, arbitrary bans, and other roadblocks put in place by centralized platforms like fascist Tube. And while there are alternatives today, from Rumble to Odyssey and many others, it's extremely time-consuming uploading the same episode to, say, a half a dozen platforms. Not to mention, if you're making income from the platform, this deplatforming can be a real hit to the wallet, too. If you're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network, it's safe to say you're probably already familiar with these concerns, or potentially, maybe even a content creator yourself that has run into banned videos or flat-out deplatforming. Thankfully, the solution is out there, and it's called Content Safe. Content Safe is a venture founded by longtime friends of PAZNIA, Matthew Raymer and Daryl Becker. In addition to off-site backup for redundancy, they built out a user interface like one you would see on YouTube, Odyssey, or wherever. But once you hit publish once, it will deploy the episode to whatever platforms you select. This will save you time, and potentially even opens up your content to new audiences and platforms, or just gives you more time to prioritize on content. And if the worst were to strike and fascist Tube does what they do best, deleting your channel and content, Content Safe can get you back up and running quick. In a sentence, Content Safe protects your content from censorship, distributes it everywhere automatically, and keeps you online no matter what, so you never lose your audience or your income. Just head on over to contentsafe.co, again contentsafe.co, click the Protect My Content button at the top of the page, and fill out the provided form. Then, when you reach the end, use affiliate code Vonu to help support the PAZNIA Radio Network. Again, contentsafe.co is the website, the affiliate code is Vonu. Act now and make sure your hard work is protected or insured. Thanks for your time today. Now, back to the deprogramming.
Good day, fellow self-liberators. Daisy Free Robot here with some critically important links. First off, PAZNIA.com/books2. This link will take you to a page with free PDF downloads to books, zines, and other publications in the realms of self-liberation and Vonu. Save some copies yourself, throw them on the dark net, burn them to flash drives, store them on blockchains, throw them in buried 55-gallon drums, or whatever. Make sure they never disappear. Again, PAZNIA.com/books2. Second, PAZNIA.com/simplex.
Here, you can find links to the numerous and growing selection of simplex PAZNIA chats, ranging from the General Committee of Correspondence, our Department of Technology, the PAZNIA Radio Network, all the way to PAZCraft, the chat group for our own self-hosted, open-source mine test server. That is PAZNIA.com/simplex. And finally, with mention of PAZCraft, there is also our own server that you connect to. For more information and connection details, visit PAZNIA.com/PAZCraft. Again, PAZNIA.com/PAZCraft. Thanks for being here. Now, back to the transmission.
The following is an audiobook teaser from Paul Rosenberg's amazing work of freedom fiction, A Lodging of Wayfaring Men. This is an essay by James Faber, one of the main characters, discussing the servile society backlash from the development of a free digital economy. A Lodging of Wayfaring Men and Paul's newest book, The Breaking Dawn, are now available via Liberty Under Attack publications. You can purchase individually, or get the bundle and save. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/Paul, again libertyunderattack.com/Paul, to secure these two critically important, inspiring books.
Away from Coercion and Into the Free Digital Economy. Essays by James Faber. It began with Arab traders and the merchants of Venice. They really didn't know what they were building or how it would work. They merely struggled for the betterment of themselves and their families. It began to break out when the deep superstition of the Middle Ages cracked open under the strain of new philosophies and religious ideas. It found room to grow wherever new and wild vistas were found. It found fresh growth with each discovery of far-off new lands. It found a home everywhere the old order was broken up and fresh starts were being made. It took a firm root in America and flourished there for over 100 years. Never again, where history is recorded, will there be any question as to whether or not it works. It is the great discovery of the modern era, the positive sum game. It is the liberation of human energy to do its appropriate job. It is the operation of creation using the only counter-entropic force we have, free human energy. You can see it work everywhere from the research lab to the front office, to the construction site. It is what drives the entrepreneur to develop and produce a new product or service, and it is what gives the construction worker pride when his skill overcomes a difficult problem, making a way for his blueprints to become a functional structure. Why is the construction worker proud, and why does the entrepreneur exult? Because they have done the one thing that all humans have the impulse to do, to create something good that would not have been otherwise. Human energy is the great creative force in the world. Without it, things tend to entropy. As the second law of thermodynamics states, closed systems tend to entropy. Without active and creative human energy, everything goes back to an animal level of existence. This human energy does not function by obedience and compulsion. It cannot, no matter how many rulers wish it were otherwise. Look at the command economies of the dead socialist world. Within several decades, their occupants were reduced to an animal existence. Look at the millennia, when constrained people lived at the pleasure of their kings, seeking permissions from their rulers to live and work. They continually starved and died. It was only when a few freelance merchants began living according to their own minds and breaking away from the permissions of their rulers that things began to change. When human energy is free to move, creativity goes wild, as do motivation, happiness, and the accumulation of wealth. When it is restrained, the descent to animal existence takes over again. The discovery of this fact is what differentiates us from the Middle Ages and not much else. Do you think the people who lived in those dark times were inherently less intelligent than we are? They were not. You and I are their direct descendants, not many generations removed. We are essentially the same. The term positive sum game signifies that this system creates more than the sum of its parts. The only real magic, human energy, creates more than it started with. Take some raw materials that are of themselves are of little worth, and when you add human creativity, you can create vehicles, computers, and spaceships. The materials themselves have been around since the creation of the Earth. If they could have turned into something great of themselves, they would have done it a long time ago. But they cannot. It is only when humans manipulate them according to their own ideas that they gain any value. Thus, $5 worth of materials becomes a product worth thousands of dollars. They who do not play the positive-sum game instinctively fall back into being motivated by envy. Ultimately, they find reasons to feel that there are only so many pieces of the pie. This is the seed of destruction. The next thing they say is, if you have a bigger piece of the pie, then someone else has to have less. That is a zero-sum game. The idea that nothing is really created, just moved from one hand to another. Not only is it false, but it is also the credo of every envious looter who speaks of fairness and equal distribution of wealth, but who secretly hopes to get a share of wealth held by others. The real controversy of our time is this. Is human energy allowed to work in the world, or will it be tied down? The miserable experiment of communism has taught the world's rulers that the positive-sum game is necessary. So, their plan now is to allow human energy to work, but to siphon off as much wealth as possible without killing it altogether. We productive people are carrying the governments of the world upon our backs. Are they worth half of our efforts? Half of our lives? They take half of our earnings away from us continually by a vast web of taxes, fees, and regulations. For what benefit? To help the poor, they say, and clamorously infer that if you disagree, you are a heartless and dangerous person, and further that all will despise you. But if our money is forcibly taken from us, is not the state robbing us? Any dictionary will tell you that this is so, but it is considered poor form to say so, even to consider it. And are the poor better off? Certainly, some of our money goes to the poor, although most is eaten up in the bureaucracy. This feeds their bellies insufficiently while at the same time locking them to a life of dependence that wages an unending war upon their souls. Is that a good thing? Are the poor better off for this robbing of producers and living in a state of dependency? Many of you will gasp and reel in shock that I would challenge the respectability and honor of your tradition, and you fear to let yourselves consider my case. You have come up against someone who does not share in your conspiracy of compliance. You must either turn away from these subjects or face the prospect of becoming a radical and of people saying bad things about you. Are you angry? If so, it is not because I am wrong. If that were the case, you would simply walk away. You are angry because I am ill-mannered enough to bring up subjects that you wish to avoid. My ideas bother you. When they come up, you divert your mind to pat phrases like, "This is the price we pay for our society." You dodge reason and shun your thoughts away in order to keep your mental comfort level. You do not face these ideas head-on because you are afraid of them. You are afraid that you might have to agree with them, and then you would have to face the choice either to be a hero or to be a coward. I stood one evening in IBM Plaza in Chicago looking over the riverfront skyline as the sun sank in the southwest and realized that the towering monuments to human effort in front of me were the result of the positive-sum game run only at half speed. Chicago was wild and open from the 1830s through the 1890s. Then, slowly, the curbs and limits were imposed by a do-gooder government and collectivist types. These inevitably slowed the workings of a city that had been, as one writer said, geared for giants. But the restraints were not enough to stop the positive-sum game, only enough to slow it down. The Chicago skyline I watched was the result of the positive-sum game being played at half speed, yet its results were awesome. I thought about what might have been if it were allowed to operate unfettered, and then I thought of the greatest example of the positive-sum game during my lifetime, Hong Kong. It went from rice fields to the grandest city of the East in one generation, an explosion of unrestrained human energy. What glorious accomplishments aborted and stillborn. And now our recent explosion of technology has become the target of bureaucrats worldwide. Where will we go from here? Will the positive-sum game once again be strangled, or will it migrate to open and new lands? But moving to a new land will be a problem, won't it? There's no land on this planet that is not claimed by some gang of rulers. So, until cheap spaceflight is achieved, there's only one new country to be found: cyberspace. So escape there we shall. And there we will, and must for our own sake and for the sake of our descendants, establish the positive-sum game without restriction. Toward that end, we have built a private free market. We used our own money to do it, and we've broken no laws that we are aware of, save laws that outlaw privacy. Now the rulers are trying to stop us. Why? We want to run an experiment and see if freedom really is better than servitude. Why won't they let us try? Are they interested in the betterment of mankind, or are they really interested in monopoly powers? All we want is to be left alone and try freedom. Why is that threatening? And why do they wish to imprison us? James Farber.
You've just heard an audiobook teaser from Paul Rosenberg's amazing work of freedom fiction, A Lodging of Wayfaring Men. A Lodging of Wayfaring Men and Paul's newest book, The Breaking Dawn, are now available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. You can purchase individually, or get the bundle and save. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/Paul, again libertyunderattack.com/Paul, to secure these two critically important, inspiring books. See you in the second realm. See you in the free digital economy.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. DJ Brian FreeRobot here with a message from the PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Did you know, PAZNIA is much more than just the greatest radio network in existence. Founded in 2020, the Free Republic of PAZNIA is a burgeoning, worldwide parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, freedom, and voluntarism. We're building out a network, and subsequent map and directory, of homesteads and farms, van nomad squat spots, guerrilla gardening plots, local health food stores, potential opportunities for alternative home bases, and much more, anything else that would be useful and necessary for a self-liberator. Beyond that, we have various departments, such as our Department of Transportation and Department of Communications. Each department is pursuing its own goals, in this case, a decentralized logistics and supply network, and mesh networking as examples, respectively. We'll build out some public features, but PAZNIA is at its core a vetted network. And the first step is to become an honorary stakeholder. Features include discounts to other businesses/hustles in the Agora, access to the Second Realm network of non-coercers, a PAZNIA ID card, PAZNIA stickers and pens, a digital self-liberation bundle via Liberty Under Attack Publications, a PAZNIA flag, and a shirt and a coffee mug or a hat. The full stakeholder donation is $333, but there are various tiers, $3, $55, and $99 if the budget is understandably tight. Your donation will go towards the expansion of the PAZNIA network and is a way for us to only get folks who will put their money where their mouths are per se. And you get some great advantages in return. To become an honorary stakeholder, visit PAZNIA.com/stake. Again, PAZNIA.com/stake. Bitcoin, Monero, and fiat accepted. Thanks so much for tuning into the PAZNIA radio network. Let's get back to the deprogramming. DJ Brian FreeRobot out.
Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. The newest release via Liberty Under Attack Publications. In this ever-growing tyrannical world, the prospects of self-liberation, aka freedom, seem so very far away. But thanks to the hard work and archival efforts of freedom pioneers of the past decades, self-liberation doesn't have to seem like a pie-in-the-sky dream. Back in the 1960s, around the time of the counterculture revolution, a zine sprung up called Vonu Life. Vonu Life contained reports from self-liberators, provided a path for networking with others, and still to this day, contain the most hardcore solutions and strategies for breaking free from the servile society. No bitching, no complaining, no political crusading, and no false illusions of an external political savior. The final issue released in the 1970s. That is, until this release, Vonulife 25, Resurrected. Herein, quite a few self-liberators contributed knowledge and solutions, topics including intentional communities, networking, and vonuing in cities, selecting a free mate, legal interstices in the 21st century, and hacking liberty. Self-liberation storytime, a section dedicated to freedom fiction. The Vonulife message board. And much more. Begin, or continue, your journey of liberation from the servile society and into a liberated lifestyle of your choosing. Vonu is truly yours for the making. And Vonulife 25, Resurrected will help you get there. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/VL25. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25 to purchase on site or to buy via Amazon. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25.
The intent of the GhostPad is to offer a complete security and privacy-hardened computer system that is built from the ground up to be an effective direct-action countermeasure for those who want to actively resist the privacy intrusions of the entire surveillance state hydra, both public sector and private sector. A user-friendly computer that the owner maintains exclusive control over every aspect of its operation and has complete control over who accesses what data. A GhostPad is your virtual corner of the room where the cameras, microphones, and other data collection devices have no power. After all, power comes from ownership, which is exclusive control. Unlike practically any other available option, when you buy a GhostPad you are truly its owner. And while the masses beg and bleed to their political corporate masters to loosen their chains, GhostPad owners can use their systems as virtual bolt cutters and cut themselves free. GhostPads are high-quality business rugged laptops that have had the security-compromising system firmware, BIOS firmware, Intel management engine, etc., removed and replaced with more secure, free and open-source alternatives. The closed-source binary BIOS firmware has been removed from the system board and replaced with free, as in freedom, alternatives as well as the Intel management engine also being neutralized. That combination makes them more secure by design, and preemptively thwarts any attempts by threat actors, both public and private, to gain access by exploiting its vulnerabilities, either by an engineered in and hidden backdoor, or a zero-day exploit in the factory, supplied firmware or the Intel management engine. Perhaps the most important security privacy-enhancing feature these systems have is the neutralizing of the aforementioned Intel management engine, IM. The IM is a separate computer in a computer that is embedded into all Intel platforms made since 2008. It has its own operating system called Minix. It operates out of band, meaning that your primary CPU has no access to monitor what it is doing, and it has direct access to all the hardware that your primary CPU does, making it the ultimate embedded spying device. You can't audit what it's doing, it's always on when the computer is plugged in, or has battery power. It has its own network interface with its own MAC address that can bypass any system firewall configuration. It has its own storage you have no access to. It can access your microphone, camera, keyboard, can record keystrokes, and display, can screenshot your encrypted communications, while you are reading and writing them. The IM can only be disabled by modifying the system's firmware. That can only be accomplished by using an external programmer to reprogram the chip that stores the system's firmware. Only select laptop models can be modified. We concentrate on the compatible models with the highest performance available. We offer models that are 2x as powerful as any configurations sold and supported by Lenovo. Transitioning your computing activity to privacy-hardened platforms is a direct action strategy to resist the attempts at total omnipresence by the surveillance state. To put it simply, these systems are some of the few available that aren't likely compromised in some way on the firmware level, so they are some of the most secure and private available for use cases where those attributes are the most important. It is also why systems configured this way are considered as ideal to use as a base to install a security privacy-hardened OS, such as Qubes OS, Parrot OS, or other privacy-focused Linux distributions, on. To view the full selection of ghost pads, ghost phones, and other privacy tools available via Liberty Under Attack publications, just visit libertyunderattack.com/privacy tools. What are you waiting for? Step up your security culture today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/privacy tools. Liberty Under Attack publications, share your story, find your freedom.
Hello, friends, fellow self-liberators. Dr. Gatherer here coming to you with a health and wellness message. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, is now back in stock at libertyunderattack.com. For your basic aches and pains, to more extensive injuries, and even pains like headaches or migraines, the Pain Liberator is here to liberate you from discomfort. The Pain Liberator is a 20% DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, /80% colloidal silver water base, blended with enough aspirin to provide 30 milligrams of aspirin per spray. Beyond just pain relief, all three of these main ingredients provide enormous benefit to the body in general. DMSO also helps to bring the aspirin and colloidal silver into the skin for maximum bioavailability. Individual benefits include: colloidal silver is antibacterial, antifungal, used for sore throats, sinus problems, tooth infections, and candida overgrowths. DMSO has over 40 known pharmacological properties, helps with acne, heals shingles, is radio/EMF protective, painkiller, and heals stroke and heart attack damage. Aspirin is one of the safest, cheapest miracle drugs in existence. Searching PubMed, it assists with basically every disease or imbalance, from muscle pain to reversing cancerous tumors and everything in between. Spray directly on head for headaches. The Pain Liberator is available via Liberty Under Attack publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. PayPal, Bitcoin, and Monero accepted. For Monero, email shane@libertyunderattack.com. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, a PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness creation. libertyunderattack.com/pain.
The Vonu Insurance Company, ensuring your liberation. If there's one universal certainty, it's that life comes at us all quite unexpectedly. 1 second, you're making sweet love to your freemate, inside the homemade polyethylene, a tent. Mount Vesuvius is nearing eruption and bam, in comes a 40-foot oak tree, a good fucking day to you from the Siskiyou. It's moments like those you wished you had Vonu insurance. Or this very real example, you took Rayo's advice and decided to join a ghetto. One night you discover that your homeless meth head neighbor jacked your fucking shopping cart and the few belongings you owned to obliterate whatever remaining brain cells he had left. For the very low cost of 666,666 satoshis, or equivalent value in Monero per day, this near disaster could have been quickly remedied by the caring Freedom Pioneer support team here at the Vonu Insurance Company. Got an e-bike to insure. A decommissioned aircraft carrier. Maybe you've cracked the code to anti-gravity and built your own identified flying object. No venture or item is too big or too small.
prepare ahead, and get under the umbrella of protection only the Vonu Insurance Company can provide. Minimize your stress, curtail risk, and outsource your liberation today, while we take your hard-earned money for doing fuck all. Just visit VonuInsured.com, fill out the intake form, and a dedicated member of our Freedom Pioneer support team will be in touch within 24 hours or 30 days. Again, VonuInsured.com. The Vonu Insurance Company, ensuring your liberation.
Financial independence, country shopping, van nomadism, security culture, ethical enclaves, crypto anarchy, legal interstices, survivalism. Join your hosts Shane and Kyle as they explore this freedom strategy known as Vonu. You're listening to the Vonu Podcast.
And welcome to the Vonu Podcast, the podcast making you invulnerable to coercion. I'm Shane and...
I'm Jason.
Since government to the primary coercers upon individuals, this podcast and everything found on the website is covered by a BIPCOT no government license. This allows reuse and modification to anyone except for governments and the bludgies thereof, and we do encourage it as long as you're not a bludgy. We obviously want to get the message of Vonu out there, and sometime see a Vonu association or Vonu community come into fruition. So the only way to do that is to bring this podcast and the information in front of the eyes of even more folks. So please feel free to do anything you want with our podcast, anything on the website, as long as you're not a government agent or a bludgy. So as an update for the listeners, Kyle is back, and all appears to be well. But Jason and I are going to keep recording. He stepped up when we needed him, and he's done a lot for the podcast. So, and obviously, as I've said before, he offers a lot of valuable insight and I think a very interesting perspective. So that said, welcome back, Jason. How are things going?
You know what, Shane? It's a little tough today, but nothing I can't get past. How you feeling?
I'm doing quite well, actually. Doing quite well. Nothing's really different, but I'm really excited. My brother and I are going to go out tonight and look at some stars and galaxies with a telescope we've had for 3 years, but we've never used it, so we're going to go out and give her a go. So excited for that.
That sounds like fun, actually. That sounds like a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, as long as we can figure it out. I guess to re-say that, I did try once right after we got it, after I put it together, but I didn't know what I was doing. So I sat out there for like 30 minutes, didn't see anything, and just went back inside. So the thing sat for another 3 years or so. So we're gonna give it another shot. So we'll see. It's a nice telescope. So it's supposed to be for beginners. So we'll find out how true that claim actually is. And if we can't figure it out, there's always YouTube, right? So we'll figure it out. So this episode is titled "Pursuing Vonuence in South Chile," and the show notes can be found at vonupodcast.com/intermission9. So the title pretty much describes what we'll be, discussing. But as a brief preview, we will be covering a few articles from Ocean Freedom Notes, 9.5, July 1989, originally published in Living Free number 12, April 1981. Specifically, Islands of South Chile, An Untamed Frontier by Jem Stum, Self-Liberation Ways, The Burrow Smiths of South Chile by Rayo, comments, and lastly, Comments on Burrow Smith Lifestyle, again by Jem Stum. So I understand this may not be practical or even an option for most listeners, pursuing Vonuence in South Chile, but regardless, these articles provide a very interesting perspective, even if just for entertainment value alone. That this strategy and kind of the things discussed could be transferred to other, Vonu pursuits, or strategically relocating to other areas. So Jason, we get to deal with Jem Stum again. Are you excited?
Yay, Jim. City Jim. That's what I'm going to call him from now on. We get to deal with
I forgot
City
about
Jim.
that. Yeah. So I messaged. I was starting to, I got back into digitizing survival gardening notes, and right off the bat, on like the second page, on like the second article, he admits that he lives in the city. So all of his claims leveled against Rayo. So yeah, I think I think Jim was dealing with a little bit of the city psychological pressures that Rayo discussed. So I think his attacks that he leveled against Rayo, I think, are even more disingenuous now than even we previously thought. So yeah, City Jim, that's him.
So yeah, there's definitely some confirmation bias there for some comfort bias also.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't blame him. I don't blame him. I mean, I live in the city still, unfortunately. As I've said before, I do plan on, well, actually, in a couple of years, I will be homesteading down in Southern Illinois. But I do understand, getting used to the accommodations of the city. I think in some of these articles in these publications, it's called it's said multiple times, the seduction of the city lights, which that's a very common phenomenon. So I don't I don't blame Jim. I just wish he would have been more honest with his critiques.
Yeah. I can understand him too. I do enjoy my cable internet. I do enjoy some creature comforts of the city, but if Jim had been a little more upfront, then I could have more respect for his word.
Right. But anyways, so yeah, we'll have to deal with Jim again, and this is going to be an example of, we've been pretty harsh on Jim in the past. But at the same time, in some of these publications, especially Ocean Freedom Notes, he offers some very, very, I think, pretty incredible insights. I really do. He wasn't a stupid guy. He definitely was not. So I think you'll kind of you glean a little bit of that from our discussion today. So anything else before we get rolling?
No, let's get going.
Okay, so again, this is from Ocean Freedom Notes 9.5, July 1989, and this is I think I'm having trouble keeping track of all these publications now. I think I'm waiting on the first portion of this to be proofread, and then I'll get this out. But yeah, it's not published as of right now. There's going to be, over the next couple of weeks, guys, there's going to be a lot of new publications coming out. I guess we've kind of hit a lull. Not really a lull, but I guess it's the calm before the storm, I guess is one way to put it. So yeah, Ocean Freedom Notes 9.5 from July 1989. Let's get to it. This article is titled Islands of South Chile, an Untamed Frontier. Quote, on the west coast of South America, from the south shore of the island of Chile at 43 degrees south latitude, all the way to Cape Horn at the tip of Tierra del Fuego at 56 degrees south, a vast labyrinth of islands and steep-sided fjords extends for thousands of miles. This region has been mapped only from the air and sea, and otherwise remains largely unexplored, unsurveyed, and unpopulated. This region from Chilo to Puerto Natales, a town population 11,500 at the northern limit of T del Fuego, which is a distance of about 600 miles, comprises the Chilean province of P.A.Z.NIA. The entire province had a population of 48,000 in 1970, almost entirely on the mainland. The provincial capital is the town of P.A.Z.N on the mainland river of the same name, which had a population of 7,140 in 1970. This is the most populous settlement in the province. End quote. We'll stop there for a moment to get people an idea of what we're talking about, for those that may not be that familiar with South Chile, and I wasn't until I read this publication. So to give you an idea here, so obviously Chile is on the southwestern portion of South America, and it abuts Argentina there to the east. And the location that we're talking about, probably, I'm going to say, halfway down, maybe more like 3/4 of the way down Argentina, and probably about 90% of the way down Chile. Kind of get into this very interesting area, and he's going to describe in further detail momentarily just what kind of that consists of. But it's a very interesting region. Glaciers around. The climate is quite chilly. Quite Chile, I guess you could say. Pun not intended. But a very interesting region, and I think for people who, for Vonuans who are looking to strategically relocate and kind of that wilderness Vonu kind of direction, this is definitely a possibility. Anything there, Jason?
Yeah, this region, it is extreme south, right? So you're gonna have extreme temperature swings. Like the best that I can describe it as is, like the west coast of British Columbia, the southern panhandle of Alaska, right? You have all those islands there, like going up the coast, like just off the mainland. It's very similar to this island, to these sets of islands in South Chile. They're not none of them are huge, but they are all of size. They are all obviously very rocky. They are, on the ocean. They are not connected to the mainland in any real way.
Right. And one of the things he's going to mention here is, coming up, which I thought it made me laugh last night. But apparently, no roads can be built in that area for a reason he'll describe. But the question came to mind: but who will build the roads? Well, not the government in this case. So,
thank goodness.
Yeah, thank goodness, right? Yeah. I think it'd be a little bit of a waste, as I don't see a lot of. And you know what's interesting too about this location? If you go on Google Maps, or I downloaded Google Earth to look at this more specifically last night, and these are very good places to go, because the locations that Jim references in this article, you can't find half of them. So even Google doesn't know where they are. So I think just on that note alone, I think you're going to be pretty well off. All right, let's get back to the article here. Quote, one reason settlers have been slow to move into this area is because the broken terrain with steep mountains, fjords, and some glaciers running into the sea makes it impossible to build a road running the length of the province. A motorist has to cross the Andes and travel north or south through Argentina. On the Chilean side, the only way to get from Chile and points north to places in P.A.Z.NIA province or to Puerto Natales and points south is by air or by sea. On these islands themselves, the only settlements that I have seen mentioned are Malinka on Ascension 1 with a population of 450, P. Lagunas on Melchor 1, which has a radio station, and P. Eden on the east side of Wellington 1, which has a weather station and seaplane base in the 1950s, which was a weather station and seaplane base in the 1950s. In addition, there may be a few villages of Alkaloof canoe Indians, although they numbered only about 300 in 1950 and were dying out. And in certain seasons, one may see a few fishermen and otter and seal hunters along those shores. End quote. So Malinka, you can find that on Google, and I would recommend, get open Google Maps while you're listening to this, or make a note for later to do so and figure out what we're talking about. But Malinka is kind of on the very northern point of the area that we're talking about. Very, very South Chile. I guess another thing I found interesting was, Jason, those tribes that have never been. Like the tribes deep in the jungle that have never been, introduced to, technology, those very primitivist tribes. I have a feeling those Indian tribes there in those areas, or if they are still there, are very much, along those same lines.
Oh, absolutely. The accessibility, as they said, the accessibility here is no roads, right? So you either have to fly in, or boat in. And if you boat in, then you have to be able to get out of the boat, right? I mean, these are rocky shorelines, so you have to find a beach. I keep coming back to this idea of Alaska, the western coast of Alaska and the southwest coast of Alaska. I mean, these are largely there's no real way to get there. Right. I mean, if you have a seaplane, you can land on a lake or something, or a glacier if it's frozen over and whatnot. But the accessibility, just the ability to get there with any sort of measurable supplies. I mean, if you get there with more than your backpack and a few days rations, I'm going to be surprised. Right. I mean, you're gonna have to bring in like multiple plane loads. In order to have any sort of sustainable habitat, right? I mean, if you can't, the extreme cold here, you're gonna have to either have a really good tent, or you're gonna have to build some sort of structure. And if you build some sort of structure, you have to have the tools to build that structure. In order to have the tools, you have to bring them in.
Right.
And these aren't. It's not something that you're going to do with your pocket knife and your Leatherman and your little folding saw.
No, and another, you'll basically have to be almost completely self-sufficient in this area. Import-export is pretty much going to be non-existent. We'll look at a hypothetical story or a hypothetical proposition by Rayo, what some family could do in this area. But another point, too, and I don't remember where in this publication, or it might have been a different one. I'm having trouble keeping track, guys. But apparently the that western coast where we're talking about of South Chile, apparently it's the waves are I guess the waves are make it difficult for a boat to even get there. One of them recommended. One of them said that you could probably do it. You could probably do it fine, but you have to have a motor. Like you can't just sail in there. You've got to have a motor to get in there, as far as I understand. What could happen to you if you don't successfully find a place to land? I mean, your boat could get shot up against that rocky coast, and that would not be fun for anybody. I think the most important points here, it's import-export is pretty much non-existent, and you're gonna have to be pretty much completely self-sufficient. So anything else there, or you want to move forward?
On the import-export thing, I mean, if absolute perfect scenario, you have money, right? You have the ability to set up bringing in regular supplies and that sort of thing, and as I said, money's not an issue. The weather, the extreme of the weather, the storms, and this is on the coast again. So the storms come in out of nowhere. The storms come in with intensity, blowing very hard, very, very wet, very, very cold. And these storms, I mean, they're not, little afternoon drizzles. I mean, they'll come in and blast for 4 or 5 days. I don't know about the weather here in Chile, but the weather in the Gulf of Alaska and in the Berlin Sea, what the heck is it called up there?
I'm not sure. I guess I can look.
The ocean between Alaska and the United States, Alaska and Russia. I mean, hold on.
Bering Sea, maybe.
Bering Sea, yes. The large storms that come in on the Bering Sea are akin to the hurricanes in terms of force and ferocity that hit Florida and the southeast United States. They don't call them hurricanes in the Bering Sea. They're just storms. And I can't imagine the weather that is hitting these islands on South Chile really being any different.
Right. And I guess to speak to your perfect scenario, I mean, yeah, that would kind of be the only way for import-export. If you have a plane and you can find a place to put it, concealed preferably, obviously, if you're going to be pursuing Vonu, that would be, kind of the ideal situation. But then again, when it comes to Vonu, if there's a plane traveling, in and out of that area once a month, that might raise some concerns because no one really goes there. So, I mean, I'm sure you could do it kind of concealed. But again, if you're going, I don't really know how that would work out. I think and if anyone's going to pursue this, I doubt they're gonna have enough money to even pursue that route. So I'm still kind of reverting back to basically complete self-sufficiency. So I think that's kind of the baseline here. If you're one of those crazy wilderness folks that can do that, and I mean crazy in a good way, then yeah, this might be a possibility for you. But let's go ahead and move forward here. The climate on these islands is cold and wet. These mountainous, misty islands are covered with a dense forest of both evergreens and deciduous species. In some places, bamboo grows in impenetrable thickets, and an abundance of thorny shrubs also impede surface travel. These woods are home to numerous birds, including, among others, hummingbirds, parakeets, and woodpeckers. The mammals found here include deer, fox, opossum, puma, and various rodents. Along the coast, one finds fur seal, sea otter, and nutria similar to beaver, which have valuable fur, and seabirds and shellfish, end quote. So as far as stuff that you could survive on, those are some pretty good options. Really sounds like some pretty good options. So yeah, if you can hunt, that'd be probably the only way you're going to get your food, right? So an interesting, I guess, a little animal species there.
Yeah, the opportunity for trapping is very high there. When you have small prey animals, I'm sure there's more mammals than just that, because it is a both deciduous and evergreen forest. That is a wide variety of trees. It's going to have a wide variety of animals. So you could eke out a living trapping, hunting, that sort of thing. But
hell, fishing too.
With fishing, yeah. I mean, if you could get a boat in the water where you're at, I guess you could fish off the rocks.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
got to be some low points where you could manage that. There's got to be. I don't know for sure, but yeah, I would say probably the best route would be fishing off of if there's some sort of a low coast or something like that. But I mean, yeah, there are possibilities for food in this area. But again, basically complete self-sufficiency. So back to it. Quote from the islands of Chiloan South Chile. This region includes the Chonos archipelago, which runs for 130 miles and includes thousands of islands. Below that lies Teitao Peninsula, which is almost almost an island, since it's connected to the mainland only by the narrow isthmus of Afqui. The southern shore of the Teitao is washed by the Golfo de Penas, Gulf of Troubles, a turbulent bay where many ships have been lost. No outlying islands shelter this coast, so the waves roar in unimpeded from the open Pacific and from Antarctica thousands of miles away, end quote. So there we have our proof. So no outlying islands shelter this coast, so the waves roar in unimpeded from the open Pacific and from Antarctica thousands of miles away. So I think your comparison to the Bering Bay or whatever it was in Alaska, I think it's a pretty good comparison. Only probably, maybe even more severe. I don't know.
Yeah, the Aleutian Islands. That's the chain of islands that goes southwest off the coast off Alaska. Yeah, there's very little ports. There's very little occupation. I mean, there's like an old World War II base, going back to that far, and there's actually like a Japanese base on these Aleutian Islands. It's like the only U.S. land that they ever actually occupied. So, I mean, theoretically, people have existed out there, but the ability to exist out there and limit your coercion, that's the big thing here is limiting your coercion. You can exist out there with help from the servile society, but to exist out there and live a limited coercion lifestyle is hard. It's very hard.
Yeah, I can't even imagine. We're not even talking about just living without electricity. We're talking this would be a pretty hardcore venture. I don't think there were many of those folks back in Rayo's day that would do this. I think there are even fewer of them now. Because honestly, for folks that do want to pursue that, there are probably better options, right? Just going up to Canada as a favorite, or just the ski region. But yeah, this would be a very, very hardcore pursuit, and I don't think many people would want to do that. But at the same time, it's still an interesting case study, I suppose. So anything else there, or should we go ahead and wrap up this first article by Jim?
Oh, let's keep going. This next paragraph has some good points in it.
Yes, it does. Quote, south of this gulf, one finds mostly larger islands with even fewer people than the few who live on the islands north of Teitao. This area has been described as a vast maze of islands and channels where there is no sign of human life to intrude upon the grandeur and desolate solitude of nature. These more southerly islands often run to several hundred square miles in area, and they rise up to a couple thousand feet. The largest island in this area is Wellington, which is 100 miles long by 15 to 25 miles wide, and has a highest elevation of 3,300 feet. Wellington is mountainous and has glaciers, swamps, and forests. Fjords deeply indent its coast. There is a tidal settlement named Porto Eden on Wellington's east coast, but it is otherwise uninhabited. Further information on the major islands running as far south as the Strait of Magellan is given in the table below in the original publication. There are still other uninhabited islands lying south of the strait in the province of Tierra del Fuego, but since they have an even harsher subantarctic climate, we needn't look too closely at them while these other islands lie empty and unused at more temperate latitudes further north, end quote. So yeah, you're exactly right. Some interesting stuff. Wellington is mountainous and has glaciers, swamps, and forests. So very interesting description there.
Yeah, it's very... I keep going back to Alaska. It's what I know, right? So I keep going back to Alaska. Alaska has this wide variety of mountains, swamps, deciduous and evergreen trees, a wide variety of wildlife, and it just like if you were to, flip the North and South Pole over, like this could be Alaska down south, right? It's the same terrain, the same environment, the same weather. The lack of people in this area tells you exactly how harsh the environment is. I mean, it says right here that harsher subarctic climate. Like, if you know Alaska at all, north of the Brooks Range, you're looking at like negative 40 degrees in the winter sometime. And if you get more north of that, like up into the Arctic Circle, like they have to the oil rigs up there, like they have to run their vehicles 24 hours a day in the winter, or the gasoline in the tanks freeze.
Gosh.
Okay.
Wow.
I mean, this is it. There are people that work on these rigs. Like, if you don't wear like full protection, if your face is exposed, the wind chill factor alone can cause your surface skin to freeze.
Gosh, I bet they get paid pretty well to do that. That's a harsh job.
Hazard pay.
Gosh, that's pretty. I'm not sure if it gets that cold in this area, but it would be cold nonetheless. Which, as Rayo tends to promote here, he's talking about a completely underground dwelling, which I think, man, would probably be one of the only ways to I guess comfortably survive in this sort of climate. To utilize that the Earth's internal temperature to keep it at a a livable temperature range. Because it would not be a very comfortable life if you're just in a polyethylene A tent there, far more harsher than the Siskiyou region. But I'm very curious about these Indian tribes that may be there. I don't know, like I didn't, maybe they rode on a boat that kind of ended up in there on a canoe sometime I guess on accident. And they couldn't get off, so did they just decide that they had to survive there, or they would just die out? I mean, how did these Indian tribes get there? It's a very interesting question.
It absolutely is, and it does give a lot of food for thought. But there are ideas here, like as you said, that they did move out there, that they did move off the mainland, to get away from another tribe, or maybe that they were living there and there was a big earthquake that caused all these things, or caused all these islands. I mean, there's a lot of ideas there.
Right, and you're right. And I suppose the climate may not have always been that way. Yeah, obviously natural factors like earthquakes might have drastically shifted the geography of the location. So yeah, I guess that might factor into it too. They might have had ancestors. At one point, maybe they had a population of 5,000 there, and in the I think it was 1970, down to 300 or less, and they're dying out. I guess that is possible, and certainly something interesting to ponder. I guess maybe I'll look into that after the show. But I highly doubt there's much information on on any of these tribes that may have existed. But anything else there?
Nope. Let's keep going.
All right, so this article is titled Self-Liberation Ways the Birthsmiths of South Chile. And Jim says, quote, the following is part of an article by El Rayo, which was published in Innovator Autumn 1969. This lifestyle description is a composite and extrapolation, not a description of actual existing persons, end quote. So this is not, he's not describing a real family here. This is just a hypothetical scenario that he kind of, whipped up. The Burroughs-Smiths want complete independence, but believe that with enough knowledge and initial equipment, they can self-sufficiently maintain late 19th century technology. They also believe there is no substitute for distance from the American Leviathan and other coercivist power centers. They have secretly constructed and furnished a large underground home and workshop beneath an uninhabited island on the southern coast of Chile. Their facilities include dry dock storage with well-camouflaged entrance for an old 60-foot sailing vessel. In summer, some of the Burroughs-Smiths sail to small, isolated communities away from their immediate area, where they offer repair services not locally available. This provides a small but adequate income source, initial equipment having been paid for out of savings. The Burroughs-Smiths eat staples plus seafood and what they forage on nearby islands. They are also experimenting with underground hydroponics. The cold, wet climate and a desire for unblemished concealment precludes surface agriculture. For power, they have a small hydroelectric plant. They produce charcoal for smelting. The island is heavily timbered. They hope eventually to find ore deposits nearby, but in lieu of that, will carefully salvage and reclaim their own worn-out equipment, plus what scrap they find in their travels. The Broadsmiths want isolation from what they believe is a dying civilization, but to hedge their bets, the isolation will be in one direction only. Children become fluent in several languages and dialects so that they may pass easily within both Anglo and Latin countries. In form, the family is a modified line marriage, perpetuating relations suggested in Robert Heinlein's The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. Many adopted as well as biological children assure a large genetic pool. When they become too numerous for a single base, they intend to duplicate key equipment, separate into two groups, and launch a second similar community elsewhere. End quote. So, very interesting little example there. I guess the first note, as we kind of discussed, I don't know if you could get a sailing vessel without a motor into that location. So I guess that'd be the first point. Not quite sure how that would work out. Secondly, as Rayo tended to be, he was overcautious, and that's not a bad thing. But you consider one of these uninhabited islands, you could easily get away, and I think Jim actually argues this, that you could easily get away with planting some trees and some vegetables above ground if you wanted to. Yeah, I don't think there's any concern there, right?
The only concern that I would have would be, again, the weather. I know that in summertime, in their summertime, the southern hemisphere summertime, as in Alaska, the angle of the Earth shifts, and they have daylight for a substantial period of time in a given 24-hour period. So you could grow humongous vegetables and root vegetables and things like that, cabbage, squash, etc. And being so isolated, the amount of air traffic that they would see going over their said island or their said area would be very, very minuscule. I mean, there would be very, very few planes flying over. My concern right here, they talk about a dry dock storage. That means you have to move the 60-foot sailing vessel, right? So first you have to find some place low enough that you can get a 60-foot sailing vessel to the shore. Then you have to move said 60-foot sailing vessel. If this was entirely done underground, as they say, the dry dock being underground, it has to be close enough to the water for the sailboat to get there first, and then they have to move it inside the dry dock, which is entirely underground again. So it's not this is not a small cavern that they're hiding this in, right? This is
how do you find a cave like that or something where you can actually that'd be difficult. And I think too, like if the Burrow Smiths were trying to find a location, they only had a sailing vessel. If they were investigating some of these coves and things, I imagine there would be, they might get stuck in one of them. If they can't get, I think that's a possibility too. So I think there's some. It's an interesting example, but I think there are a number of issues with it. That being one of them.
Yeah, they're trying to hide a bus underground.
It's a good way to put it. Yeah.
The 60-foot sailing vessel, and again, it has to be close to the water. This is the coast, right? This is uninterrupted waves coming from the Pacific Ocean and the Arctic Ocean, right? So I mean, this is also again South Chile, right? This is on the Ring of Fire. I think it's on the Ring of Fire. I think it's on the Ring of Fire. So there are earthquakes, there are tsunamis, there are rogue waves, there are storms that come in and double, triple, quadruple the size of the normal coastal waves. Right? So if you have a dry dock that is underground with essentially a bus hiding in it, you're going to have these waves crashing into your dry dock.
Yeah, I'm not sure he will. And I wish Jim would have put the entire article here. This is only a portion of it, but yeah, this may be one of the times where, and maybe this is something that Rayo was developing, or just kind of lay it out there, like, hey, here's a hypothetical example. If you want to try that and do some different things, go for it. But yeah, this one just seems a little a little out
Extreme.
there. Now I will say the underground structure. I think that would kind of be the only way to go, as I mentioned a moment ago. So I think that's good. And then also hydroelectric power. That probably wouldn't be too hard. I wouldn't imagine. So I think there's some good things in this scenario. But yeah, I think it's so definitely some issues. Now let's talk about the last paragraph here. The inform the family is a modified line marriage perpetuating relations suggested in Robert Heinlein's The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. So I don't know much about that. Jim goes into it a little bit in the next one, but just to provide a definition here for the listeners, and this is Wikipedia, it's for group marriage, but line marriage is mentioned. I'll go ahead and just read a little bit here. Quote, depending on the sexual orientation and activity of the members, all adults in the family may be sexual partners. For instance, if all members are heterosexual, all the women may have sexual relationships with all the men. If members are bisexual, they may have evolved sexual relationships with either gender. Group marriage implies a strong commitment to be faithful by only having sex within the group and staying together long term. The group may be open to taking on new partners, but only if all members of the family agree to accept the new person as a partner. The new person then moves into the household and becomes an equal member of the family. Currently, the most common form of group marriage is a triad of 2 women and 1 man, or 2 men and 1 woman. They are the polyfidelitous families formed by 2 heterosexual couples who become a foursome and live together with a family. Now, line marriage is a form of group marriage found in fiction in which the family unit continues to add new spouses of both sexes over time so that the marriage does not end. So, I don't know. What do you think, man? I'm not sure about this.
How are you going to add new members to the group while limiting your coercion? Right, you have to go out into the community, right? You have to go out into the city, into the towns to find new people and then talk them into this.
Yeah, this is a little more radical than, hey babe, you want to come out to the Siskiyou and take a ride in my polyethylene A10? This is a little different than that. It's, hey, you live in this normal city in Chile. Do you want to come out here to this uninhabited island and live underground with my line marriage family?
Yeah, come live with me. Let's go on a date with me and my 4 brothers.
Right.
Yeah, I don't see any rational woman signing up for this at all.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. So let's see what Jim Stum had to say. Comments on Burrow-Smith lifestyle, and this I think he makes some very, very good points. Kind of what we've already mentioned here, but he goes a little more in depth. So he says, quote, concealment on a South Chilean island does seem feasible since there are thousands of islands along the 600-mile coast which are heavily wooded and almost entirely uninhabited. Of course, contact with the authoritarian Chilean government must be absolutely avoided. I'm reasonably certain government forces don't set foot on these islands. Probably accurate. Under the thick tree cover, avoiding discovery by air should be easy. But I would guess that the channels are patrolled by government gunboats, especially the sheltered inside passage between the islands and the mainland, so that's the area of greatest risk. A secret home probably should be located on the seaward side of these islands, and even so it would be best if one's boat could be hauled up on land and concealed. That would be easier to do with a boat smaller than the 60-footer mentioned above. And we'll stop there. Yeah, I think that'd be easier. That's what I was thinking whenever, hiding a boat, like a small boat you can just pull up on shore, because you can't. I don't think you can pull up a 60-footer on shore. I just don't think you can. But I think this initial paragraph by Jim is accurate. I think that's that's a good point. The fact that if there's a passage that leads to the mainland, which would make the nation state, would that be a matter of defense? I could see them patrolling that very small area. But yeah, any other islands, I think it should be very, very easy to avoid detection. I think it'd be very easy.
Oh yes, yeah, absolutely. I mean, there were tribes of Eskimos, of Native Alaskans that were largely uncontacted until like the 1960s. I want to say maybe early 1970s, that they had no real outside influences on them. So it's very easy that someone could live on these islands and just be completely disappear.
Right. So back to it, quote, the Humboldt Current driving up from the south and the tides ebbing and flowing and being deflected and funneled by the obstructing islands probably create strong and tricky currents in the channels between these islands. The prevailing winds blow off the open ocean onto the rocky shoreline. The combination of such currents and winds results in a coast that is highly dangerous to sailing vessels. So such ships have avoided these islands in the past, which is part of the reason why they have never been inhabited. My judgment is that this is no place for wind-powered vessels. Fuel-burning engines are a necessity. And yet a community aspiring to self-sufficiency wouldn't want to depend on outside supplies of gasoline or diesel fuel. So the ideal transportation solution seems to be a wood-burning steam-powered launch, fueled with firewood from the abundant local forest, end quote. So that's what I was referring to. I can remember exactly where that was. But yeah, I mean, the Humboldt Currents is specifically what we're talking about here. And that sounds like it would be very, very dangerous. And I think Jim's recommendation is good. You probably want a motorized boat. Because if like I said, I think it'd be really easy to get stuck in one of those channels or in one of those coves.
Oh, absolutely. Without a power, I don't see you getting out at all without power. I mean, if you had, theoretically, if you had this line marriage set up, right, and you had 40 people with oars on your 60-foot boat and they were all rowing at the same time in the same direction, maybe you could break the current and get over the waves and get out of these channels.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Oh, yeah. I think that pretty much settles that one. But yeah, I think his point on, yeah, if the idea here, which it is, complete self-sufficiency, then yeah, the source would have to be wood burning steam powered for the boat. So I guess that would also be another hurdle heading towards this hypothetical venture laid out by Rayo. So again, let's get back to it. Quote, another source of food not mentioned above would be the deer and other animals that abound in these rainforests and sea mammals on the coast. Small food animals such as rabbits could be raised. Also, some proto-agriculture could be practiced without compromising security. Food trees and bushes growing naturally could be encouraged with a little fertilizer and cutting back of competing vegetation. Other food trees could be planted here and there, etc. On these large islands with their high elevations and abundant rainfall, there would be ample water power to supply all domestic energy needs. Small hydropower systems could easily be concealed beneath the vegetation, or even completely underground if that was deemed necessary. Running a repair business serving outsiders poses a much too serious threat to security, in my opinion. It would be better not to have that much contact with outsiders. Furthermore, that may not even succeed as a business venture, since about the only customers one could find on these shores would be a few scattered Indian villages. Members of a secret community probably should stay away from the few larger ports to avoid attracting the attention of some government functionary. A preferable alternative source of income would be from selling furs from sea otters and fur seals, and quote. We'll stop there. Yeah, as we talked about a little bit ago, probably easily get away with planting some stuff above ground. Next, as we already said too, the hydropower systems seem to be a very, very good alternative, for power. So that's a possibility. And then running a repair service. I mean, what wealth do you think some of these Indian tribes have if they even exist, and how are you going to find them in the first place? So yeah, I think that's not practical. I think you're going to have a business with no clients if that's what you decide to do. So yeah, that doesn't seem like it's going to work too well. I mean, how do you find these tribes? How do you find them?
If you're in their forest, chances are they're going to find you long before you're ever going to find them. And I as like a source of income, I don't see the repair business doing anything. As a source of barter, I see a chance there of acquiring some fruits from further inland and things like that, or some pelts, as they talked about sea otters and fur seals and whatnot. And you could grow on the island, as we talked about during the summertime with the way that the earth tilts. They're going to have a lot of light down there, and you could grow some good sized vegetables and trade that with the native tribes for fruits or meat or whatever. So the opportunity is there for barter, but running a repair business as like a money making venture, I do not buy it at all.
No, and you consider these tribes have been there for probably quite a long time. it's not like they could, call up AAA and have them come fix their canoe, right? So I imagine they're pretty self-sufficient in that regard. If they survive that long, that they would fix their own damn boat, or they'd fix their own stuff.
And that's not including the fact that having motors to repair would be few and far between.
Exactly. Yeah. So that seems like a dead mission there, except for the possibilities that you brought up. But anything else there?
I want to go back to this hydropower with the water supply. Especially nowadays, the technology for hydropower is absolutely fantastic. Like, you can set up like a 5 megawatt hydropower plant with a 55-gallon barrel. Like they have the technology to do that now. And back then you could do it on a water wheel. Like you see on the Tennessee River, the picturesque with the water wheel.
Right. Yeah.
That runs the belts for the sawmill and things like that. Like, you could run one of those to an alternator, run the alternator to charge the batteries, and then use the batteries as the supply as you needed them. So that's extremely possible. It's not only possible, it's doable. People are doing it right now.
Yeah.
Homesteaders are doing it right now.
Yeah, that'd be a very easy alternative, I think, especially with the way technology's developed since Ray wrote that in 1969. Not that you couldn't do it then too, and especially with Rayo being the engineer he was, and Jim Stump came up with some really interesting ideas. I think anyone that wanted to could come up with a hydropower electric system, custom.
Absolutely.
All right, let's continue here. All right, so back to it. Quote, in order for children to pass in outside society, more than just a knowledge of the language would be required. They would need to have a whole repertoire of skills, some quite subtle. They could only get these skills by living outside. Perhaps older children or young adults could go outside to school or to work, but some of them will find the bright lights seductive and will not return. Those who do not return may have divided loyalties and be a security risk. All in all, I'd be inclined to avoid all contact with the outside, except for those people who specialize in import-export and going outside to buy, sell, or to gather information. I've lived in collective houses myself and seen friends experiment with group relationships. Based on that, I'm skeptical about the chances for success of line marriages or other unusual arrangements. The form I would rate most likely to succeed would be mostly monogamous unions within an extended family made up of numerous blood relatives and some persons adopted in, headed by a strong patriarch or matriarch. Young people could go out to find marriage partners who would be brought in, or better yet, children could be adopted and raised to be future marriage partners. That's preferable because children would be more easily socialized into this lifestyle than people who have grown to adulthood outside. The most secure arrangement would be for most marriages to take place within the family, which would often mean between close relatives. First cousin marriages used to be much more common than they are now, with no apparent harm. Bringing in new breeding individuals now and then should be enough to keep the gene pool from becoming harmfully inbred over many generations. I'll finish this last paragraph and we'll discuss. While variations of this lifestyle could be set up in many places, the islands of South Chile are particularly suitable because of their physical characteristics. Some additional advantages are being in the southern hemisphere, this region wouldn't suffer as much in the event of nuclear war than in the north. Also, these islands lie downward of a vast empty stretch of South Pacific and Antarctica, so the air quality must be among the cleanest in the world, and there would never be any nuclear explosions upwind to create a fallout problem, end quote. So, yeah, I think Jim's right. And he does have, I think he was more of kind of the, well, I guess in looking at, libertarianism how it is now, modern libertarianism, Ray would have been, more of the left variety, and definitely Jim too. He liked communes and co-ops. So yeah, Jim has some experience with these group relationships, and apparently he's skeptical of it, just like we are.
I have a huge problem with Jim at this very moment. Or better yet, children could be adopted and raised to be future marriage partners. Yeah, that's a big no, Jim. You can stick that idea where the sun don't shine. Like that is not Vonu at all, right? Because you're coercing these children into providing your expectations of what they should be. I have a huge problem with that.
It's a good point. I didn't even know. I didn't really think of that part, but yeah, that's that doesn't really give the child any autonomy or for the free will to make their own decisions.
Oh, absolutely not. That is absolutely the complete opposite of everything that I believe freedom is. I do like this part where he said monogamous unions with an extended family member with numerous blood relatives. I think that if you had 4, 5, 6 couples that were not related at all that live there, and they, for sake of the discussion, they believed in this line thing or whatever else. But if you had 4, 5, 6 couples that were completely unrelated to each other, and they had kids, and then those kids were able to grow up and have children of their own, like, I think that is a lot better, or the idea of this society existing is a lot better when you have more unrelated coming in initially, right? If you have numerous blood relatives, no.
We're getting into redneck territory here. Screwing cousins and such. And even closer than that, unfortunately, in some circumstances. But yeah, I think you're right.
Chile. This is Chile, not West Virginia.
Exactly. So I think that definitely is a better, I guess, alternative. But still, I mean, just it still seems way out there. I think the only way this could be the only way a Burroughs Smith situation could be feasible if it's like a Ray Roberta thing. And I think it probably wouldn't be a continuing thing. They would live out there until they die, and then it would just be uninhabited again. I think that'd be the most likely way for this to come in fruition, because how the hell are you going to get like-minded people, finding anarchists, here in Bloomington, Illinois, is already difficult enough, right? So how in the hell are you going to find, say, 4 or 5 other couples, so 8 to 10 other people who are like-minded enough like you, and that want to actually pursue this very radical lifestyle change? I think that's as likely as the government being abolished tomorrow. So so yeah, an interesting thought experiment, I guess you could say. But
I want to make one more point here. He said, in order for children to pass in outside society, more than just knowledge would be required. If you have, if you're in this Chile area, right, and you have, as perfect example, 4 or 5 other couples. If you have a blue-haired, blonde-eyed child, they're not gonna pass in the Chileans, the Indian tribes down there. They're simply not going to pass. That is not a trait that is common down there.
Or even smaller established towns or cities. There's no way in hell they would pass. So you would have to have, if the goal is to be able to import-export to both Anglo and Latin individuals, then Anglos and Latinos, a better way to put it, then yeah, I think you're going to have to find not only 4 to 5 other couples, but you're going to have to find, say 2 or 3 Anglo couples and 2 or 3 Latino couples. You're going to have to, you're exactly right. Blue-eyed, blonde-haired person, and down there in South Chile, yeah, not a chance.
Mowgli, is that you?
Oh man. So I guess the last paragraph is interesting too. Further, I guess, verifying the prospects of South Chile for a Vonuan, or maybe even a Vonu association. Wouldn't that be nuts if we provide all these pretty simple strategies, still lifestyle changes, still difficult, sure, but easier ones like minimal sailboating or van nomadism even, and people jump on board with the South Chile. I'd be really, really surprised.
That would be, shocking is an understatement. Shocking would be an understatement. They would be South Chile.
I think we'd probably retire the podcast and say, okay, guys, that's all. We've accomplished any goals that we were going to accomplish. That's good.
I do agree with what he says here in this last paragraph. Nuclear war. There's no cities of any size, right? As in 1970, the largest city down there was what, 7,000?
Yeah, that would be ASIN, or there's a Malinka, I think is what it is. Malinka, maybe. That would be towards the very northern portion of these islands in South Chile. So so you would be so 7,000 and 10,000 people in 1970 would be like the highest population, and you're talking hundreds of miles away from that.
Yeah, 600-mile long island chain, I think is what it said. So you have 7 to 10,000 at the northern portion of 600 miles of island chain. There's no cities, there's no universities, there's no hospitals, there's no large airports, there's no military bases that I know of. There's no government of any kind. You know, as we talked about before, the more people you have, the more government you have, right? So the fewer people you have, the fewer government that you're going to run into. So this region, by the level of government, is even more, quote, Vonu than the Siskiyou region, right? I mean, the Siskiyou region still has roads and logging, and it has some small towns. Even the largest town here is only a little bit larger than some of the smallest towns that you'll run into in the Siskiyou region.
Right, and even so too. I mean, like Malinka, yeah, that is the biggest, I guess, population center, and it's still, it still doesn't look, big like a big city. It still looks like a small kind of port town, I guess you could say. But even if you did want to have that ability to import and export, you don't have to get hundreds upon miles away of Malinka. So if you want to be mostly self-sufficient but still have that import export, you could even go further north. And those islands are still uninhabited, but I'm looking at Google Earth now, and there are pictures from Malinka. So where Malinka is, there at kind of that northern point. There's a little bit of a passage that goes in between. There are pictures. People do sail there. They do take their boats there. So I guess I don't know how far south you'd have to go from Malinka, but yeah, you could even. Yeah, you could even be closer to, say, Malinka or Guadicas or whatever that place is called, however you pronounce it, and still have that import-export. So that is still a possibility if you do want to have your underground structure and still be able to trade. So I think that's an interesting another interesting idea. But then again, if you're looking at like the Burrow Smith example, if that's what you're trying to do, then you might want to get as far away from any of those population centers as possible. And they're not so hard to avoid there in South Chile.
I think if you're going after the Burrow Smith, you should sit down and reevaluate your life.
Yeah.
There are parts of it that are very feasible. Like you can grow underground gardens, right? You can use a passive solar, right? I mean, you can use mirrors to move sunlight down there. You can use hydroponics. You can use UV lights, right? I mean, that very much exists. You can run these UV lights off of your hydroelectric water wheel. So it is very much possible. I seriously don't recommend it, though.
Yeah,
you will be starving quickly.
Yeah, unless you're you're probably even more experienced than Rhea was towards the end of his life. But yeah, I mean, if this is something, I mean, honestly, Jason, I want to talk about this because it's a really interesting proposal, and I think it further shows that some of these obscure libertarian publications, these people were hardcore as hell. They left anything open to possibility, and living on icebergs and such, that there were attempts at that that I've been able to glean from these publications. So these people were extremely hardcore. So I think that's one important thing, and also it just, if you just can't stay in government that much, go move to South Chile. There's no government there. There's definitely not. But again, there are a lot more feasible solutions, as I mentioned. Van nomadism being one. Wilderness Vonu in the Siskiyou is also much more feasible because you have that ability for import-export, and the temperatures are definitely more mild than here in South Chile. There are a lot of other, very more practical solutions, but I thought this one was just fascinating. Just fascinating how much depth Jim went into in this area. So I guess any closing thoughts there, Jason?
I'm in amazement that they go to this that the mind can go to this depth. I don't have the ability to put aside my natural concerns and my knowledge and things like this. There's some of the things that are mentioned in this are both by Jim and by Rayo, just absolutely baffle me that it would enter their mind at all. Like
Yeah.
I almost feel uncomfortable reading this. Not like physically uncomfortable, but like mentally uncomfortable. It's like I don't have an example. There's
Right.
nothing that I can compare it to. It's just it makes me feel uncomfortable to read this, to know that this very intelligent person that we know as Rayo would have an idea like this. It doesn't make sense to me.
No, I know exactly what you mean. And when Ocean Freedom Notes comes out, yeah, I think there'll be at least a couple more reactions of that, because there's a lot of talk about just these uninhabited ocean islands where you'd be crazy to try to go and live there. Like you would be insane to try to actually go and live there. But they're talked about in depth. Kind of gives you all the information you need to know, and all you have to do next is to go visit it. Take your boat out to some of the the middle of the Atlantic Ocean and trek out to that island and see if it suits you. So I think yeah, you've read at least a portion of Ocean Freedom Notes. Yeah, there are at least a few instances of that where like even the mining icebergs, like I was reading that and I was like, holy shit, okay, all right then. but yeah, I mean, they're very, very interesting publications, and you will not find any of them today that are like that. You definitely won't. So even if some of the strategies proposed, or most of them, just are unfeasible for you in your life situation, or if, as Jason, they're just so crazy that you can't believe they're even being proposed, then at least for the entertainment value, this is what freedom pioneers discussed throughout the 1960s to about the 1990s or the late 1980s. So I guess something to keep in mind. You want to talk about people who actually wanted freedom, and then now today we've got all the BS political crusading and all of the nonsense that comes with collective movementism. So they were serious. They were definitely serious about freedom, and that's very clear. But maybe serious to the point of, I don't know what the right word would be. I don't know.
Ridiculous.
Right.
They have this. I can understand the desire for freedom. I have a strong desire for freedom myself. I am making moves to become more free, right? To limit my coercion, to get out of California. Like, that's something I'm doing. But to go live on an island in South Chile, which is just barely above the South Arctic Circle down there, it's just it doesn't make it doesn't. I am baffled. Like, as a my mind, my survivalism mind, my homesteading mind, what I know about nature and things like that. This is a very, very, very hostile environment. Nature is unforgiving, right? Nature doesn't take shit. And if you're going down there and you're not prepared at all, if you are not 100% prepared, and I mean everything, if you do not have every single I dotted and every single T crossed, and you've signed your will and all that good stuff, you're not going to make it. You're going to live there for a miserable year, and then you're going to go home and go to McDonald's, because you're not going to survive down there if you are not 100% committed.
No, and there is that. Obviously, freedom is absolutely important, but kind of comfort too. You want to enjoy your life. You don't want it to be. You don't want to be free and miserable. I think that would kind of, at least defeat the purpose in some ways, right? So, as I said, there are the strategies where you can kind of, much better balance of being comfortable and also being free. So I think that's a very good point to kind of end on. There is a balance here. I mean, no one's Rhea wasn't asking you. We aren't asking you to give up everything in pursuance of Vonu. Definitely not. Definitely not. There is a balance, and with freedom there is some sacrifices that will need to be made. I would presume, but still, this goes very far. Definitely does. To put it, I guess, mildly.
Yeah, life is too short to not be happy. Government does not make me happy, but neither does freezing and 40-mile-an-hour winds in a polyethylene tent.
No, not in South Chile either, huh?
Nope.
That one's you can cross that one off the list. Or was it even on the list in the first place?
The more I think about it, I think it could be done, but I am not one to do it. I do not like the cold, not that much.
Right on. So I guess we'll go ahead and wrap up there. Thanks for coming on as always, Jason. Fun discussion, and I think there are other publications maybe that mention South Chile. So we might revisit this for entertainment purposes later on, but we'll just have to see. So thanks a lot, Jason.
No problem, Shane. Thanks for having me on again.
Not a problem. So, make sure to go check out the website, VonuPodcast.com. And, there will be, newer publications released in the coming weeks. So make sure, VonuPodcast.com, and, check the free books tab there at the top. I'll have them all updated there for free download. So make sure to keep a lookout for that. And you can pick up Vonu Book 2 right now, VonuPodcast.com/Vonu2. And make sure to subscribe to the podcast, share it around with your friends and family, and make sure to at your next Libertarian Party meeting, make sure to propose the idea that you all should move to South Chile. Well, actually, if you're listening to this podcast, you shouldn't be a political crusader, but thought I'd end on a little bit of a funny joke there. But I'm not really that funny, so.
No, that was good. That was good.
We will be getting back to the normal episodes. Not sure if it'll be come Tuesday, or if it will come. Not sure if it'll come this Tuesday or if the following one, but we will get back to the original season 2 material. So you have that to look forward to, and we'll talk to Kyle and see what was going on, see how things are going for him. So with that said, we'll talk to you next week.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Friends, fellow self-liberators, DJ Brian Freer Robot here. Listen, content creation in the modern day is easy, but getting your videos or podcasts in front of the eyes or ears of your audience is ever difficult. Not only from a growth and algorithm standpoint, but there are other hurdles today, such as censorship, arbitrary bans, and other roadblocks put in place by centralized platforms like fascist Tube. And while there are alternatives today, from Rumble to Odyssey and many others, it's extremely time-consuming uploading the same episode to, say, a half a dozen platforms. Not to mention, if you're making income from the platform, this deplatforming can be a real hit to the wallet, too. If you're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network, it's safe to say you're probably already familiar with these concerns, or potentially, maybe even a content creator yourself that has run into banned videos or flat-out deplatforming. Thankfully, the solution is out there, and it's called Content Safe. Content Safe is a venture founded by longtime friends of PAZNIA, Matthew Raymer and Daryl Becker. In addition to off-site backup for redundancy, they built out a user interface like one you would see on YouTube, Odyssey, or wherever. But once you hit publish once, it will deploy the episode to whatever platforms you select. This will save you time, and potentially even opens up your content to new audiences and platforms, or just gives you more time to prioritize on content. And if the worst were to strike and fascist Tube does what they do best, deleting your channel and content, Content Safe can get you back up and running quick. In a sentence, Content Safe protects your content from censorship, distributes it everywhere automatically, and keeps you online no matter what, so you never lose your audience or your income. Just head on over to contentsafe.co, again contentsafe.co, click the Protect My Content button at the top of the page, and fill out the provided form. Then, when you reach the end, use affiliate code VONU to help support the PAZNIA radio network. Again, contentsafe.co is the website, the affiliate code is VONU. Act now and make sure your hard work is protected or insured. Thanks for your time today. Now, back to the deprogramming.
Are you an alpha male looking to engage in consensual violence in a totally non-homosexual way? Do you also have nostalgia over the glory days when NFL players would get drunk, smoke cigarettes, and do drugs in the locker room before the complete takeover by gambling? And before all the lame-ass flag-waving shit? You aren't the only one. The PAZNIA Football League is prepping for kickoff in year 7 2027. The beginning preliminary planning stage is launching alongside this announcement. Each node, aka team, will field 7 badasses ready to lay their bodies on the line for the entertainment of PAZNIans, and of course, to prove just how fucking tough they are. If any node is unable to field an entire squad, we have goats that can serve as fill-ins. But please note, PAZNIA is not responsible for any injuries that may be incurred. Single men, bachelors. What better way is there to possibly find you a freedom-pioneering woman? What better way to demonstrate that you are the one she should head into the fallout bunker with? That you won't just $5 wrench attack her for her Bitcoin? There really aren't any. So what are you waiting for? Head on over to PAZNIA.com/football, fill out the application, sign the waivers, and get ready for a hell of a season come 2027. Again, PAZNIA.com/football. Sponsored by Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray, the official wellness product of the PAZNIA Football League.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. If you're new to the PAZNIA Radio Network, the overarching vision is much bigger than just the best, most valuable, and most entertaining radio network in existence. We are building the Second Realm, a parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, voluntarism, and peace. That is, the rebuilding of all necessary institutions upon these frameworks: Department of Transportation, Health and Wellness, Department of Technology, etc. And thankfully, we're at a point where some infrastructure is being deployed or will be very soon. This means ongoing hosting costs, maintenance, and more. We have a little bit in our PAZNIA Monero fund at current, but a good chunk went to the PeerTube instance, aka the PAZNIA LBRY. Other projects include our own Mumble server, think an open source, privacy-friendly version of Discord. This can be used for the P.R.N call online, in addition to just a cool persistent chat room. A low-data audio-only feed is forthcoming as well. There are always endless projects on the docket, so this could go on. For now, though, the point is, your financial assistance will greatly expedite the bringing of this infrastructure into fruition. To make a donation to our PAZNIA General Monero Fund, just visit PAZNIA.com/Monero. To make a one-time Bitcoin, fiat, or Monero donation, visit PAZNIA.com/shop and use the custom one-time donation option. If you want to donate silver or some other metal, email coordinator at PAZNIA.com and I'll get you mailing information. And finally, if you aren't able to support financially, that's okay. Just talk about PAZNIA, promote P.R.N, share links to the website, the PAZNIA audiobook, or whatever. It all helps. Again, those links are PAZNIA.com/Monero for Monero, PAZNIA.com/shop for a one-time Bitcoin, Monero, or fiat donation, And reach out to me, coordinator at PAZNIA.com, for metal donations. Thanks so much for being here. Onward to the second realm, but for now, back to the deprogramming.
Good day, fellow self-liberators. Daisy Free Robot here with some critically important links. First off, PAZNIA.com/books2. This link will take you to a page with free PDF downloads to books, zines, and other publications in the realms of self-liberation and Vonu. Save some copies yourself, throw them on the dark net, burn them to flash drives, store them on blockchains, throw them in buried 55-gallon drums, or whatever. Make sure they never disappear. Again, PAZNIA.com/books2. Second, PAZNIA.com/simplex. Here, you can find links to the numerous and growing selection of simplex PAZNIA chats, ranging from the General Committee of Correspondence, our Department of Technology, the PAZNIA Radio Network, all the way to PAZcraft, the chat group for our own self-hosted, open-source mine test server. That is PAZNIA.com/simplex. And finally, with mention of PAZcraft, there is also our own server that you connect to. For more information and connection details, visit PAZNIA.com/PAZcraft. Again, PAZNIA.com/PAZcraft. Thanks for being here. Now, back to the transmission. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
You can't run and hide forever. The state is a reckless, unhinged firestorm of death and bondage that can only run amok, killing and eating everything it can without care for the well-being of anything, not even itself. And even when it kills itself, you still won't catch a break, because it will come back. That's because the state is not any one government. It isn't even all of them. It's something else. It's a zombie mind virus, and it has been virulent enough to go on for 10,000 years. You know that the state cannot be talked down. You know that there is nothing you can offer it to get it to leave you alone, because it wants everything. It won't stop until you're dead and then some. So you run, and you hide, and you quietly eke out your little bit of the agora somewhere in the darkness. But are you truly happy to live like a rat, scurrying around, scrounging for scraps and hiding in holes, while your loved ones die without good health care, countless children die of hunger, the world hurtles toward nuclear war, and science and technology are held back by 100 years? You can't run and hide forever. You cannot easily hide or shuffle around something like a hospital, a car factory, or even a small farm. The agora will never wholly overtake the state. You and your offspring will never taste the greatness that is mankind's birthright through running and hiding alone. You must fight. But if you don't want to fight, I bet you'd shell out some good bread to have somebody else fight for you, boss. That's where insurrectionary agorism comes in. It's the same agorism you know and love, but tweaked a little bit to make it better,
faster, sleeker, and sexier. And, more likely to end the state sometime this century. Read on to get the lowdown on this sexy new craze sweeping the star system. That was a sneak peek of Insurrectionary Agorism, a newer manifesto. You can read the whole thing, and a whole lot of other cool shit too, in Vonuence 2025, which should hopefully be out later this year, maybe around fall. My name is Thane Riddle. I'm the one who wrote Insurrectionary Agorism, or rather I'm the one who is scrambling to write it before the deadline, which is July 1st, by the way, for those of you who've forgotten to start writing their Vonuence submissions. However, while it's true I'm writing a manifesto, I am no mere philosopher. Much like the Unabomber, I'm the kind of nigga that likes to get shit done alongside his manifesto. Most folks who know me think of me as a privacy consultant, or even an all-around security expert, and that's true. I've been an operational security consultant for many years, and I'm also writing something about that for Vonuence, which will be called Hiding Stuff. However, what I mostly want to tell you about today is the new weekly live show I'm going to have on the PAZNIA radio network. It's going to be called Cloak Dagger, and it'll be all about giving you grounded tips for privacy and security that will help you in your everyday life. And much like Insurrectionary Agorism, we'll also talk about what can be done today to build up the so-called second realm, and yes, maybe even take down the state once and for all. Lord knows I could autistically talk your ear off for 2 hours or more, like the great Kyle Reardon. But that's not what this show's gonna be like. It will be fast, sleek, and sexy. It'll be broken up into sundry bits. We're gonna have a short news bit, but we won't talk about all that gay shit other folks do, only quickly touch on things that could hit your privacy or security in some way. Something you might wanna do something about. We're also gonna have interviews, super chats, and even live call-ins. I'll also fuck around as much as I can get away with, maybe throw in a few skits, prank calls, and I might even troll somebody. Maybe even you, dear listener. Come along with us as we fumble around and fuck everything up trying to work out how to run our new live show. Tune in to the PAZNIA radio network on Saturdays starting May 31st at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. You can find the PAZNIA radio network on Library and elsewhere. Check the show notes for links.
Hello, friends, fellow self-liberators. Dr. Gatherer here coming to you with a health and wellness message. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, is now back in stock at libertyunderattack.com. For your basic aches and pains, to more extensive injuries, and even pains like headaches or migraines, the Pain Liberator is here to liberate you from discomfort. The Pain Liberator is a 20% DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, /80% colloidal silver water base, blended with enough aspirin to provide 30 milligrams of aspirin per spray. Beyond just pain relief, all three of these main ingredients provide enormous benefit to the body in general. DMSO also helps to bring the aspirin and colloidal silver into the skin for maximum bioavailability. Individual benefits include: colloidal silver is antibacterial, antifungal, used for sore throats, sinus problems, tooth infections, and candida overgrowths. DMSO has over 40 known pharmacological properties, helps with acne, heals shingles, is radio/EMF protective, painkiller, and heals stroke and heart attack damage. Aspirin is one of the safest, cheapest miracle drugs in existence. Searching PubMed, it assists with basically every disease or imbalance, from muscle pain to reversing cancerous tumors and everything in between. Spray directly on head for headaches. The Pain Liberator is available via Liberty Under Attack publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. PayPal, Bitcoin, and Monero accepted. For Monero, email shane@libertyunderattack.com. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, a PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness creation. Liberty Under Attack libertyanduratttack.com/pain.
The newest bundle via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Over the course of the past 7+ years, the LUA Publications catalog has greatly expanded. 4 years ago, we put together our very first self-liberation bundle, a way to pick up all the books we publish in one bundle at a heavily discounted price. Back then, there were 17 books. Well, we finally got around to an update and the total number of books is up to a staggering 27. The Self-Liberation Bundle is now essentially a small library of the highest quality, rarest self-liberational media, not available via anyone else. We know, as we struggled to locate much of it for our own delectation over the past decade or so. Truly some pieces of valuable libertarian history, priceless strategy guides, liberty agorist fiction, and much more. Purchasing these books individually, you'd pay well over $400. Save big, and order your self-liberation bundle today. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
LUA Pub Records presents the most inspirational alternative band in the world, Richard Greaser and the Bugle, featuring the first credentialed journalist, songwriter, and producer. Is he the next Leonardo da Vinci? No, he's just a man who smokes a lot of cigarettes and has a bachelor's in journalism. With great inspirational songs like The Princess and the Podcast Listener.
I need a Prince Charming to save me from my depression. A man whose full-time job is listening to Bitcoin podcasts.
The hit track, Non-Compliant 1776.
All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking.
This one-of-a-kind album titled Now That's What I Call Defiance is filled with instant classics. This album is not available in stores, and limited digital quantities are available, so order now. Visit libertyunderattack.com/buglemusic to order today.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu Life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu Life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu Life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you'll add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu Life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL.
Financial independence, country shopping, van nomadism, security culture, ethical enclaves, crypto anarchy, legal interstices, survivalism. Join your hosts Shane and Kyle as they explore this freedom strategy known as Vonu. You're listening to the Vonu Podcast.
And welcome to the Vonu Podcast, the podcast making you invulnerable to coercion. I'm Shane, and
I'm Jason.
Since government are the primary coercers upon individuals, this podcast and everything found on the website, unless otherwise noted, is covered by a BIPCOT, no government license. This allows reuse and modification to anyone, except for governments and the bludgies thereof. So Kyle and I do have 2 episodes in the bank going off of the normal Season 2 schedule. So I thought that would be the next release, but we need to delay 1 week on that for logistical purposes. More details on that next week, and I do also have to note, although this episode will be released long after, it's being recorded on October 18th right now, the websites, all the websites on the P.R.N server have been down since Saturday. So I don't have the newest Vonu episode out yet, so I just want to go ahead and apologize in advance. Didn't think I would run into this issue, and even though I planned ahead for the Liberty Under Attack episode, and I had that scheduled, but it didn't automatically post. So not really much I can do about this. Sorry for the delay. I'll certainly get back on that, as soon as I possibly can. But today I'm pleased to welcome back Jason Booth to the podcast for another intermission episode. So how's it going, man?
I'm doing pretty good, Shane. I'm looking forward to our conversation today. I think it's going to be a fun one. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm doing quite well, actually. Better than I guess the last few weeks or even a month. Got a new job today, or actually got a new job yesterday. Started today, and the potential for money making is a lot greater here. So that's certainly great. Hopefully that'll kickstart my financial independence, early retirement. Or I guess not really kickstart, but get it going faster. So certainly positive news there, and I guess that's pretty much the only thing new on my end, other than it's starting to cool off here in the communist state of Illinois, and I'll tell you what, I'm actually kind of happy about it.
First, congrats on the job, and
appreciate that.
Cooling off, yes, finally. We have long summers here in the commie state of California, and it was like 82 yesterday, and I absolutely loved it. So much better than 105.
Right. Well, typically, I'm thinking more in the summer. It really didn't get too hot this summer. Like, there's some 90 and 95 degree days. Obviously, the humidity is always kind of an issue, but yeah, I got down to like 70, 75 today, and I was like, this is kind of nice. I'm looking forward to the fall and even into winter. It's nice to get that break, but I guess it does kind of follow, or I guess it is kind of typical. Whenever it's cold for 3 months, I'm ready for summer, and when it's been hot this long, and I'm just waiting for winter. So yeah, seasons, they change. But as hey, did you know the seasons change, Jason?
Oh my goodness! I bet time moves on also.
Yeah, I guess it does, huh? I didn't know that. But but I guess what's new on your end, on your end? Is there anything you'd like to discuss before I get to an update on the last episode we did?
No, I just want to say whoever controls the weather that we need rain in California to put these fires out.
All right, did you hear that? Did you hear that, geoengineering companies? We need some cloud seeding. Come on,
NSA, forward that message.
Yep, there you go. Oh man. So there was one thing I wanted to. So in the last episode we discussed pursuing Vonuence in South Chile, and there was we mentioned an indigenous tribe by the name of the Alcaloofs, and since that episode I did some follow-up research on them, and read their Wikipedia page, and there's actually a documentary on them called The Pearl Button, and the Pearl Button. The title doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it became very clear, later on in that documentary. So I want to provide a little just background information on them because they were very interesting peoples, to say the least. Let me get the Wikipedia page up here, and I'll read a little bit. All right, so the Alcaloof, also known as Quackasar, Alcaloof or Halawulup, pronunciation, sorry guys, are an indigenous people who live in Chilean Patagonia, specifically in the Brunswick Peninsula and Wellington, St. Inez, and Desolation Islands of the western area of Tierra del Fuego. Their traditional language is known as Kawasquar. It is endangered as few native speakers survive. So I guess provide some background on these. So they're canoe nomads, canoe nomadic and indigenous tribe. So I mean, it sounds exactly. They were exactly what it sounds like. They spend most of the year on canoes traveling around South Chile, and when I guess the Humboldt Current would act up, and it made it dangerous for their wooden canoes out there in the ocean. They did come up to shore and have base camps for a couple of months until the bad weather subsided. But so these people. Again, canoe nomads. So the area that they were in, the temperatures could range anywhere from 10 degrees Fahrenheit to 78 degrees Fahrenheit in summer. So for the majority of the year, you're talking temperatures from 20 to 25 degrees to maybe 60 degrees. And obviously it got a little chilly at night, as tends to happen when the sun goes away, or when the sun sets. So you got to consider these were canoe nomads, and if you watch that documentary, The Pearl Button, which I will put in the show notes, they were butt-ass naked. They didn't have clothes. They just painted on themselves. So they were riding around in these canoes naked in this sometimes 10-degree weather, and they had fires in the center of their canoes to keep warm. Smart, kind of necessary. And they got most of their food from the ocean. There was one lady in the documentary. She's obviously old now. She's one of the few remaining from that tribe. And apparently, she took her first dive into the ocean to get I don't remember what they ate, clams or shells or some sort of ocean ocean dwelling food source. And she said, yeah, I took my first dive when I was 9, and soon became the best diver in the Alcaloof tribe. And I was just thinking, wow. That's it's pretty incredible. And even in the documentary, it says that they didn't really hunt and forage too much on land. They got the large majority of their food from the ocean. So I guess on that note, Jason, that's kind of a little background information on them. I'll kind of turn it over to you because there were a couple points I think you forgot to mention in last episode last episode, and then I want to talk about I want to get us pissed off to start this episode and talk about what the state did in them. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay. First, oh my God, the fires in the canoes just absolutely baffles me. But as we talked about before about the how cold this area is, the temperatures, right? You said it was like 10 degrees, blah 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 blah, right? Tierra del Fuego is only 620 miles off the northernmost tip of Antarctica. Right, so we're not talking like a great distance. I mean, this is like the length of California, north to top, or south to north, right? But the the point that I really wanted to make was the amount of calories that it takes to sustain life in this very, very cold environment. We got what's called the NST, which is the non-shivering thermogenesis. All right, according to the NST, mild cold exposure, 64 degrees Fahrenheit, will increase your calorie intake your calorie burn by 30%, right? And that's at 64 degrees. Wow. Once you start shivering, like where you're actually physically convulsing your body trying to burn more calories to stay warm, your metabolism increases up to 5-fold, right? So 5 times. So if you're shivering all day long, right? Normal, to sustain to sustain a body through active or through activity all day long, you need about 2,000 calories, right? So if your metabolism is 5 times just from shivering, so imagine being shivering and active. Imagine what your caloric intake would have to be.
Right. Right. And that kind of begs the question: how I guess how could they have obtained that much food from foraging, off the ocean floor for the most part? And then also, I mean, it kind of begs another question: is it possible? I mean, this is how they lived, forever. This is just how they lived. So is it possible that they, I guess, evolved differently? So that they, maybe their bodies needed less calories. Maybe that kind of was a factor too. I'm not sure. I don't think we can really answer that question with any certainty. But I mean, you with all the stuff you said, I mean, the caloric intake would have to be off the charts if it was going to be 30 or 40 degrees, right? So, and they were butt ass naked. That's the best way I can put it. I mean, that's what they were. So, I mean, it's really mind blowing.
Yeah, a 2013 research paper in the magazine Cell Metabolism said the health effects on exercise and shivering were very similar. The endocrine changes activates what's called brown fat in the human body, and the body burns that to stay warm. I like in the episode, I kept comparing this area to northern Alaska, to western Alaska. I have to do it again with the Eskimos, with the Native Alaskans up there, the Aleutians, whatever your politically correct term is. Like these people in Alaska, like they would hunt whales and seals and whatnot, and they would eat like whale blubber and seal blubber, like almost like a candy. Like everything that they ate, they would put the fat on, right? They would boil the fat down into an oil and put the oil on it. They would cook with the oil. They would put the fat on their skin to protect themselves from the cold, from the wind, from getting chapped skin from the wind and the sun. And I have to believe that it's similar for this tribe in southern Chile, for them to survive it all. I think that they have to do the same thing. Like whatever they were eating had to be very high in fat in order to sustain life at all. I mean, on a physical level. I mean, that's not including the cold and everything like that. Just for what they were eating, just it had to be high in fat in order for them to stay alive.
Right. So maybe it wasn't. Well, I guess we can add another comparison here to maybe test my thesis a little further. But after this, and then just I told you about this, Jason, but it's even worse. Wikipedia doesn't tell the whole story, as I'm sure you're surprised.
Oh, I'm shocked.
It's far worse. And then this is just a paragraph, just one paragraph from this Wikipedia article. Treatment of Kawascar by Europeans. Quote, in 1881, European anthropologists took 11 Kawascar people from Patagonia to be exhibited in the Bois de Boulogne, in Paris, sorry guys, I don't speak French, and in the Berlin Zoological Garden. Only 4 survived to return to Chile. Early in 2010, the remains of 5 of the 7 who died in Europe were repatriated from the University of Zurich, Switzerland, where they had been held for studies. Upon the return of the remains, the president of Chile formally apologized for the state having allowed these indigenous people to be taken out of the country to be exhibited and treated like animals, end quote. So let me put this a different way. So, I obviously understand with indigenous tribes, anthropologists, want to go live among them, as long as, the people's consent, the indigenous people consent, and are fine with their presence there. I understand that. I mean, these are some fascinating people, and it's nice to learn about them. But what the Europeans did, they forcefully removed, these indigenous people and took them over to Europe, and a lot of them died. I guess a large majority of them died there, and the ones that were returned died, pretty quickly once they returned to Chile. So I guess back to my point here, and then you can express your frustration. So if they died that, well, I guess maybe what do you think were the Eskimos ever forcefully removed from their place and taken to some country for to be exhibited? I mean, was there anything similar like that where maybe it wasn't further evolution, it was just they didn't have the resistance to various diseases and such? I mean, what are your thoughts so far?
To my knowledge, the Eskimos and Native Alaskans, they were not displayed in zoos. But there is a story like that in U.S. history. If the Bronx Zoo, if you Google the name Otabanga, Otabenga, he was a pygmy that in 1906 they brought him into a zoo. They filed his teeth down and gave him a pet monkey and called him the missing link.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's this is like
this is bad. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. This is inhumane.
They took them to exhibits in Paris, London, all over America, Italy. In Italy, they made him walk with the elephants. Just
so bad.
Oh.
So bad. But you want to hear the worst portion of the story, and I'm just going off of memory from the Pearl Button. But the Pearl Button was a reference. So they were eventually, they eventually moved, some of them forced, some not, to move to a different island. And I don't remember the island off the top of my head, but it was pretty much an incarceration camp. And what just the treatment of Kalaskar by Europeans. I mean, that's just it's bad, but you want to hear how much worse it gets. Oh my gosh, I was furious watching this on the documentary. But so what happened? They were moved to this island, and the treatment there. I mean, they were murdered. They were wrapped up, and the Pearl Button comes from one of the. Later on, 10 or 15 years later, a body washed up on shore, and kind of the same. So they had a. So they would kill them, or they would think they were dead. They'd wrap them up and they'd throw them off a helicopter into the ocean, literally. So you want to talk about tossing communists out of helicopters? Well, tossing indigenous peoples off of helicopters into the Pacific Ocean. And apparently 10, 15 years later, one of those bodies washed up ashore, and there was a Pearl Button on one of these remains. So that was kind of the title of the documentary, but. You get some very interesting, video of the area of South Chile. So I got some good experience there to figure out, where these people actually lived. Got to learn a little bit about the Kalaskar, and then it went into all of the mistreatment, that was done to them. So it's crazy, man. It's crazy. They murdered a bunch. They murdered and tossed a bunch of people out of helicopters.
Yeah, that's.
So now, inevitably,
I hate people.
Yeah, so inevitably now the Kalaskar population is very, very small. I think it was 2002 census, only 2,600 people identifying as Kalaskar, defined as those who still practice their native culture or spoke their native language. And in 2006, only 15 full-blooded members remained. Their native language is disappearing. Obviously, and the I guess maybe the handful or so now, or when that documentary was filmed, there were only 10 or 15 left, and they were pretty much all interviewed in that documentary. So really, really atrocious stuff, and it's crazy the evil lengths that human beings will go to It's terrifying to some extent.
Yeah, Otabanga actually ended up committing suicide. So that tells that tells you how upset he was about taking from his native home at 22 years old, having his wife and kids murdered, and being displayed in zoos by people that wanted to study him as the quote missing link.
Yeah. It's bad. It's bad. But so yeah, that to get us in a good mood going into this episode. So yeah, there you have it. I just want to provide that little update on the Alkaloof tribe, the Kawaskar indigenous people, there in South Chile. So yeah, I guess yeah, you're right. Yeah, anything else, or you want to go ahead and move forward here?
Oh no, let's move forward. Let's get out of this funk.
Yeah, let's get out of this little hole we've voluntarily dug ourselves into. But anyways, this episode is titled "Pursuing Vonuence in Antarctica," and the show notes can be found at VonuPodcast.com/intermission10. Yes, guys, you did hear that correct. You did hear that title correctly. So as with this last intermission episode on South Chile, I'm not crazy enough to think that this is a practical solution for any listeners. And even if it were, I still don't know why someone would pursue it, especially considering the far easier strategies we've already presented, in this podcast thus far. But maybe someone will come across this episode that has never considered the possibility and will attempt to pursue it. Probably not. But crazier things have happened.
I gotta say that our last episode on South Chile is more plausible than what we're gonna cover today.
Oh yes, it's
as bad as that was, this is worse.
Yeah. So I mean, so obviously, I don't consider this to be practical. I think it's more for entertainment value, and I think it again further demonstrates the seriousness of past Vonuans and increasing their personal freedom, or in the case of Vonu, their invulnerability to coercion. Now, you didn't hear them talking about whether libertarians should vote for Gary Bacon's Johnson, nor did you hear them bickering about whether or not libertarians should support state borders. Instead they were talking about, yes, inhabiting Antarctica and mining icebergs for profit. So I think that's kind of the positive outlook to have here is, they weren't talking about politics, they were talking about inhabiting Antarctica.
Yes, they were not talking about changing the coercive entity from the inside. They were talking about actually trying to be free and getting away from these said coercive entities. There was no political crusading.
No.
In this, no.
No, certainly not. So, I guess with all that said, I mean, anything else before I dig into this first article here?
Yeah, I wanted to make a quick point about longitude and latitude. You're gonna mention longitude and latitude quite a few times during this, and I have to point out that latitude, the lines between a longitude and latitude line are roughly 69 miles. Okay, the longitude latitude, right? They start at 0 at the equator. Like 30 degrees north would be, of course, moving up. 30 degrees south would be, of course, moving, south towards Antarctica. So yeah, just keep that in mind when they talk about different reefs and whatnot here pretty soon.
Nice. Good point and a nice little teaser. I like it. So, all right, so let's get into it. So the first article is, I guess let me just go through the articles real quick that we're going to read. The first one, Free Community on Ice, and that's May 1984 out of Ocean Freedom Notes. That's a publication we'll be looking at today. You can get that by going to VonuPodcast.com/OFN. So that'd be the first article. The second one, Antarctic Peninsula in July 1988. Third, Ice Island, a mobile research political outpost for Canada, a New York Times article on August 21st, 1988. Fourth, Ice Island by Jim Stum, December 1989, and Antarctic Ice Mining in May 1990. So let's go ahead and dig into it. So Free Community on Ice, quote, proposal summary. Create new land for a libertarian new country by towing a tabular iceberg from Antarctica and grounding it on an unclaimed reef in an area about 1,200 miles south of Tahiti. The iceberg would provide living space and fresh water. An ocean thermal energy conversion device would provide the electricity using the iceberg for the cold side of the process. This would power a methanol synthesis plant. Fresh water, methanol, and other industrial chemicals would be exported in oil tankers to distant markets. Additional icebergs would be brought from Antarctica to replace bergs that melt and are consumed. So, end quote. Let's stop there for a moment. So, the OTEC idea, very interesting one. Obviously, you've got the cold iceberg, and then if you're moving it to this reef, yeah, you're gonna have some difference in temperatures, right? It would be a very effective means of energy here. So,
yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, they talk about the reef here, 1,200 miles south of Tahiti. They actually say a little bit later that it's at the 30s of south latitude. All right, the 30s of south latitude, right, runs like literally through South Africa, and it bisects Australia. All right, this is the northern island, the northern tip of the northern island of New Zealand. Right, surface temperatures, average surface temperatures throughout the year, mid 60s to mid 70s degrees Fahrenheit. Right, so if you're bringing in this iceberg 32 degrees into an area in which the water temperature, right, the surface water temperature, 65, 75 degrees, plus the sun, we're not talking like in a cold temperature, right? I mean, this is a subtropic area.
Living tropically on an iceberg.
Yeah, living tropically on an iceberg, on a reef, on a saltwater reef. You're going to put a giant ice cube that you acknowledge is going to melt. I don't see at all how that could possibly be bad for the environment, or the reef, or the fish, or how Greenpeace or Sea Shepherd or Earth First or anybody else is going to bug you. I don't see how governments are going to have any issue with you desalinizing the ocean water with your fresh water and killing the reef and killing the fish. And that's going to have ripple effects, and the commercial fishing and the sport fishing and the tourist. And I don't see how anybody's going to have a problem with that at all. This is a fantastic idea. Let's all go do it.
Yeah, and it's interesting. So yeah, they acknowledge that after a few years the iceberg's gonna melt, but we'll just haul in a new one, and then everything will be okay. And what's funny too is a lot of I guess I'll say at least a lot of the folks writing and contributing these publications were more kind of the leftist variety. So they were very big on kind of ecology and not destroying the earth. I don't know how they didn't make this connection here with all right, so this iceberg is going to melt. It's a freshwater iceberg. It's going to desalinate the ocean, and not even just concern yourself with the effects that it'll have on the climate and the environment, right?
Okay. For a quick reference for the people listening, all right, 30 degrees south latitude, right? If you were to flip that, right, and go 30 degrees north latitude, you would find yourself off the coast of Florida, or Houston, or Egypt, or Iraq, or Libya, New Orleans. Can you imagine living on an iceberg outside New Orleans? Right. This is what they're talking about, right? The latitude is the equivalent of an iceberg living out in New Orleans.
God. Yeah, and there is a picture in VonuPodcast.com/OFN on this I don't remember what page it is in the PDF offhand, but yeah, it does show a little diagram here, and I mean, yeah, for that you can use that for reference, but they say exactly where they're planning on doing this, and it's in the open ocean. The open ocean. I mean, there's Ernest Lagoon Reef or something. There's one other thing, 450 miles. Or actually, no, that's a 30-degree latitude, or the 30-degree mark. But yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot there. Looks like what's that? Pitcairn. Okay, yeah, there's an article on Pitcairn in this publication. Man, oh man, this already seems like we're off to a bad start.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Back to it. Let's see what else they propose here. Quote: New country projects face a political economic dilemma. Such new countries are usually thought of as trading centers, and for economic viability as a trading center, such a community must be situated near a populated area. But this puts it right under the eye of a powerful government that won't let it remain free for long, if it can even get established. To remain free, a minimum requirement is that a new country must be located far away from any area of immediate interest to existing governments, but that means it won't be viable as a trading center. So how then can it be made economically viable? I suggest the community could make and export bulk commodities for which a large and growing market exists. Once this economic foundation is laid, it might evolve years later into a trading center. End quote. So first off, I think he makes a good point, and I'm not sure if you've heard of what Roger Ver and the Free Society Foundation is planning on doing, but they're trying to buy existing land from a government, abutting that government, right? And they don't really see any problems and any potential issues with that in the future. Whereas Erwin Strauss and How to Start Your Own Country, he pointed this major concern out, and they point out in this Ocean Freedom Notes publication. That's why they chose this. It's out in the middle of BFN, in the middle of the South Pacific Ocean. So I guess take that for what it's worth. They at least had the foresight to see that potential disaster.
Quick question: does it still count as a new country if it's in a constant state of melt, and you have to keep replacing the land?
Well, it could be classified. It would be an artificial island, right? Well, actually, no, it wouldn't be an artificial island, though. It wouldn't be. It would just be an iceberg. So it wouldn't be an artificial island.
It would not be an artificial island because it's in a constant state of melt, right? You would have to keep replacing it and replacing it and replacing it every time it melts. So every time it melts, you're going to affect the environment just a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more.
Well, I guess a counter argument to that, though, I mean, you look at some of these, like the Florida Keys in Florida. I mean, they're in a constant state of, destruction by hurricanes. Can that be considered a country then, too? I
would argue that erosion is different than an iceberg.
Fair enough. Yeah, I guess it's two very different things, huh?
And I also want to make a quick point about quote, I suggest the community could make and export bulk commodities from which a large and growing market exists. Okay, how are they going to get boats to their said iceberg if it is on a reef? If you are on a reef that is shallow water, you cannot have large boats getting to you if they're gonna hit the reef.
Right. They were talking about oil tankers, hauling water or whatever else. Water, well, I guess that portion might be a little later on, but I mean that's something like so they're gonna mine that iceberg for fresh water too, I would imagine. So yeah, I mean that's obviously a big problem. How are you gonna get one of those big oil tankers?
Right. So now you're looking at not just an iceberg, right? Now you're looking at boat docks, right? Now you're looking at piping, right? You're looking at large pumps. You're looking at rigs, like quote, like well rig type rigs, in order to bring this water to the surface and use the water to put in these pipes and to pump the pipe to those ships and you're looking at a large production now, right? You're not looking at just living on an iceberg.
Right. Yeah, that's true. That is definitely true. So let's go ahead and move forward here. Quote, a place where this might be done. Oh, we're going to get to... Okay, I'm going to skip that part. We already talked about where that's going to be done. Moving to the next paragraph. Actually, that's still kind of the same thing for the sake of time. We got a lot of stuff to cover.
Well, okay, the second reef that they talk about here. The first reef that they talk about is the one 1,000 miles south of Tahiti in the 30s of south latitude.
Right.
The second one, Ernest Lagouve Reef, is 650 miles southwest of the nearest inhabited island, blah, 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 blah. That one is a little bit more viable in terms of your ice melting and whatnot. That is at 43.478 south, right? So that would be just off the southern tip of Australia and going through the South Island of New Zealand, right? If you were to flip that, right, the 43rd parallel north, right, you're looking at like the South Dakota, Nebraska border. You're going to go through Wyoming, New Hampshire, Oregon. So the water,
climate-wise, it seems a little better.
Yeah, the water is going to be colder also, right? You're looking at like about 50 degrees average temperature, right? If fresh water melts at 32, 50 degrees is going to take a lot longer for your giant ice cube to melt,
True.
So, but this is at 43.478 degrees, right? For comparison, Cape Town, South Africa, is at 33.55, right? So, one latitude being 69 miles, you're looking at like 10 latitude, right? So you're looking at like 690 miles south of South Africa, south of Cape Town, South Africa.
Okay, very good, very good. Yeah, I'm glad you stopped me there. I didn't notice, even though I've read this a few times, that there was a second potential second area chosen. But yeah, seems more viable, but still I think it's still the same issues, right? I mean, it's still on a reef.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, all the same issues.
Okay, very good, very good. So, quote, these distances mean that a free community here would be outside the immediate area of interest of any government and would have as much safety from government coercion as distance can provide anywhere on Earth. Secondly, these huge distances indicate that there is a vast empty region in the Southeast Pacific that would provide almost unlimited room for expansion for a successful new country if a means of living on, under, or over the ocean could be developed. To provide living space, this reef could be built by using conventional landfill or oil platform technology, but that would provide only a very small amount of expensive space. A cheaper way to get a large amount of acreage is to, drumroll please, tow a tabular iceberg from the Antarctic Ocean and run it aground on the reef to anchor it in place. Antarctic icebergs are rectangular blocks, flat on top, over 1,000 feet thick, with about 200 feet of that standing above the waterline. The largest iceberg ever seen was about 12,000 square miles in area, so the size limitation lies not in what's available, but rather in the ability to tow such massive bodies. End quote. So yeah, remote from governments, sure, but I can only freaking imagine, man. Once they catch wind of what's going on, just even like the United Nations, oh, they would shut that down so quickly. Even though it's pretty far out there, it's like you're causing some pretty drastic effects on the environment. Get the hell out.
Yeah, 1,000 feet thick. Right, I mean, we're talking 1,000 feet thick with over 200 standing above the waterline. That is an insane amount of fresh water leaking into a saltwater environment. That's like we said earlier, that's going to do a hell of a lot of environmental damage. There is no effing way that they would allow you to get away with that.
Oh no, and then you think about it too. So you think for like 5 years you're trying to build this it's essentially a sovereign free port, or a free isle. You spend this time trying to build up the infrastructure on the iceberg, which be interesting to say the least. And then every say every 5 years, or maybe every 10 or 15 years even, you have to relocate that over to a new iceberg. So I guess disregarding the environmental ramifications. That just seems like a whole hell of a lot of work, and I think once people, if someone proposes this project, which people did, I think initially they're like, huh, seems like an interesting idea. Oh wait, what about it melting? So if we build this, this really incredible, private city, so to speak, we have to, relocate that over to a new iceberg every so many years.
Yeah, so you're grown, so you have to have housing, right? And you have to have food. So you got farms or animals or whatever, right? You got hydroponics or raised platforms, whatever, right? You got to have solar panels. You got to be able to communicate with the ship supposedly coming to get the fresh water and all that. So you got to have communication equipment. You got to have places to sleep. You got to have places to use the bathroom. You got to do something with the poo. I know you could use it for gardening and all that good stuff. But then your iceberg melts, right? It's in a constant state of melt. So it keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, to the point where you no longer have the space to sustain your own life in order to have this. So you have to move everything onto a new iceberg. Can you imagine having to tear down your house, pack up everything you have, carry it or move it over a melting platform on an ocean, by the way, right? And as it melts, right, it's going to get more and more and more unstable. So you're going to have to move it again and again and again up on this reef again and again and again to try and hold it there as it's melting, right? So you're packing up everything you own, tearing down your house, moving it on an unstable platform to a new unstable platform, build it back up, and then by the time you're just getting things running again, you got to do it all over again because your new platform melted.
The economic possibilities they were talking about, I mean, this is some heavy industry sort of stuff, right? So that would be that would make it, I think, economically not viable. Since you would have to, I guess, maybe you can salvage a lot of it and just relocate it, but still, that's a lot of time, money, and effort. A lot. So
you got to have some serious equipment, right, in order to.
You got to find ways to haul. Actually, you could haul cranes over there. I'm sure. Like you have to have some heavy equipment, to get all that stuff moved. I'd imagine. So crazy, man, crazy.
Yeah, and we're just talking about the melt, right? We're not talking about like, the ice breaking off. Calving, I think is what they call it.
Because that does happen.
Like you see pictures of glaciers, right? You see videos of glaciers, right? Ice chunk falls off and it causes a big wave, and like you see the tourist videos. Like that's gonna happen to your iceberg too.
Right, it's like
right?
that's it's like that. Well, maybe the South Park movie, but it's Terrence and Phillip. I'm your buddy. You're not my buddy, guy. And they're just floating separately on icebergs. That's what kind of makes me think of here. But just imagine not just an iceberg where you're just standing on, but man, oh man, like this just seems like a bad. Like this seems like it can only lead to bad outcomes. I don't think there's a positive one that could be gleaned from this.
No, I see very. My mind goes to there and it says it's possible. It is entirely possible for it to be done. But all the external factors, right? The government, the outrage, Greenpeace, Sea Shepherd, the UN, the military, right? All the environmental damage, the cost. Like just pretend that you were able to do this, right? You were able to move an iceberg. You were able to set up some sort of rig to harvest the gases, to harvest the water. You were able to move those to your tanker, and you were able to move your tanker right to a country that would not to a country, but like to port. The moment this hits the news, the amount of environmental damage that you're going to do, no government in their right their right mind would accept what you're shipping. They're not going to accept your water. They're not going to ship your gases at all, because they would be seen as an environmental, or they would be seen as
that's bad PR.
enabling environmental damage like that. It's just.
I guess one alternative could be you could construct. Oh God, here we go. This is the only way I can see it not being an environmental disaster. So say the reef would never be the same, obviously. So there would still be that kind of issue. Like that reef would probably be, it would cause a lot of it would cause a lot of what's the destabilization of the I guess the ecological aspect there. But what you could do is you could construct like a maybe a metal casing for the iceberg. Somehow run the iceberg up over it, or like over it, and you float that thing up underneath, and then you could actually implement some cooling, like some sort of like you can make it a big refrigerator, right? To prevent some of that leakage. You could protect the desalination from the ocean, and then you could still salvage that. Well, hopefully, ideally, if you want to avoid the relocation problem every so many years, you just make it where that refrigeration device stays at 31 degrees Fahrenheit, and you might be okay. But then the question comes in: how much is it going to cost to refrigerate a goddamn iceberg?
How much metal is it going to take to encase the goddamn iceberg?
So that's the only way I could see this not being an economic disaster. Still an economic, kind of an issue or an environmental issue, but that's still not economically feasible, man. That's a lot of
even then, pretend fantasy world, you were able to make this giant refrigeration diaper for this glacier. You're still you're gonna block out the sun, right? That's gonna affect the reef. That's gonna affect the plants. It's gonna affect the animals. Blah blah blah. You're still running up on the glacier, so you're still having physical contact with the the reef, right? To anchor it. That's still gonna have an effect. Also, there's no way to do this without affecting the environment.
Right. So, all right, I'll read these next couple of paragraphs and kind of summarize the rest of this. So, quote, the iceberg would provide fresh water for the use of residents and also for export. Icebergs are, again, freshwater ice, not frozen seawater. Of course, the ice would melt in the warm lower latitude, but perhaps he mentions it, insulating covering could be applied to it to retard melting. In any case, it would probably take a large berg several years to melt. And as one berg melts, another would be towed up from the Antarctic to replace it, and then another to replace that one, and so on. As the ice melts, the water would be pumped into former oil tankers to be shipped to populated regions where water is scarce, such as to Australia and Southern California. That would be one export. Energy for such a remote ocean site could be provided by harnessing wind or waves, but the most promising source would be to harness the temperature difference of hot and cold water in an OTEC, Ocean Thermal Energy Conversion System. Warm water could be taken from the surface of the ocean, which acts like a huge natural solar collector. The cold side of the system would be the iceberg. The energy generated by this OTEC could be used to synthesize methanol, which would be another primary export. End quote. And just to summarize the rest of this, you're just going through. It's a lot of, it's detail heavy, and the prices obviously aren't the same since this was 1984. It just kind of goes through, methanol. Here's how much we could sell methanol for, gasoline for, or whatever the hell else, they kind of go into here. But they mention the high technology machinery that would be necessary. I guess there's really not anything else. It's just kind of think about, this really intricate, heavy industrial based economy, and that's what they're talking about implementing on this iceberg. So, anything else there, man?
No, I got nothing else on that one, man. That was a
doozy.
No, I just the only thing I agree with this is that you could harvest energy from the waves or the wind or solar.
Sure, I mean, that's very valid. I mean, OTEC, OTEC is becoming a lot more valid now. I mean, there's the way they're talking about, generating energy, very valid ways. Wind, solar, OTEC, great, fantastic. But all of the other issues we talked about,
just the bad, there's too much bad to make this at all viable.
Right. So let's get on to the next one here. Antarctic Peninsula, July 1988. Quote, the continent of Antarctica is roughly circular except for the 900-mile-long Antarctic Peninsula that projects northward towards South America. Geologically, the peninsula is a continuation of the Andes Mountains of South America. It's inaccessible by sea on the east side, where it is guarded by the ice-choked Weddell Sea and the Larsen Ice Shelf, but the sea on the west side is relatively ice-free and navigable for a short summer season. Even so, even the west side is not a hospitable coast. It's mostly all glaciers reaching right down to the sea, except where rock cliffs rise almost straight up out of the water. In the interior, elevations reach as much as 10,000 feet. The peninsula is mostly an ice-covered mountain range with bare rock only where the slope is too steep to hold ice. The region has been much exploited for fur seals and whales, and researched. 3 nations claim it: Chile, Argentina, and Britain, though their claims remain in suspension as long as the Antarctic Treaty remains in force. These overlapping territorial claims are probably part of the reason why the density of research stations is so much higher than in other parts of Antarctica, as Chile and Argentina especially maintain several stations, each to make their presence felt. Deposits of several minerals have been found on the peninsula and nearby islands, though it has not yet been established whether any of these exist in commercial quantities. But traces of at least all of the following have been found: nickel, chromium, cobalt, copper, gold, silver, manganese, and molybdenum. Antarctica's highest temperatures occur along the northern fringes of the Antarctic Peninsula and the nearby islands. The daily average summer temperatures there remain above freezing for 1 to 4 months, and daily highs are sometimes well into the 40 degrees Fahrenheit. There is some rain in the summer. The east coast of the peninsula is colder because the mountains block the flow of the prevailing westerly winds off the warmer ocean. Except during the short summer, temperatures in the peninsula region vary between 0 degrees and 32 degrees Fahrenheit, with occasional colder periods down to negative 40 degrees below, end quote. So I just wanted to read that entire thing. I mean, I don't have a whole lot to say there. I mean, just laying out he's seriously laying out, like, okay, the Antarctic Peninsula, let's talk about this seriously. How could you live here? But what are your thoughts, man?
The northernmost tip of this peninsula, the northernmost, right? The most feasible, right? Hope Bay is still 620 miles south of Tierra del Fuego. Right?
And that would be South Chile, yeah.
Yeah, which is we've talked about the issues living, South Chile. We talked about the island and the Indians and all that good stuff. Like, this is cold, right? A summer high of 40 degrees. That is a burr. I don't have another word for it. It's cold. It's going to be miserable, right? 1 to 4 months, right? So 1 to 4 months of summer, right? So you're looking at what, 8 to 11 months of below freezing.
That sounds incredible. I'm just kidding.
That sounds absolutely fun. Let's pack the bikini and go.
We can go for a summer swim.
There's parts of the peninsula that are completely landlocked, or completely ice locked the entire year. Like, even in the summer, even when it's 40 degrees, it's ice, right? I mean, there are physical islands under the ice, but they're still completely covered over by mass amounts of ice. This is not. I mean, elevations is as much as 10,000 feet, but it's ice covered. All right, with bare rock only where the slope is too steep to hold ice. So everything else is ice.
So you consider too, and this is something I just thought of, but when we used to go skiing in Colorado a lot, and when you get up to those high elevations, the air is obviously thinner, right? So it would be more difficult to breathe. Now consider, difficult to breathe with, negative 40 degree, negative 0 temperatures. The saying, so cold it took my breath away or something. Yeah. I can only, gosh, that would be awful.
Awful would be like the beginning of it, and it would just get worse.
Right. So I guess just as a comparison here, do you I guess compared, those really hardcore folks that climb Mount Everest, temperature wise, would it be, I guess, maybe close, or would it still be, really warm on Mount Everest?
Cold. Very, 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 very cold. Yeah.
So comparable then.
Maybe a touch warmer.
Paradise. Sounds good.
So, I just want to make a quick note on this. It says, the first research station was by the British military in 1943 during World War II. Under Operation Tabarin, it was to establish a permanent presence in the Antarctic. So, yes, there are a few people there, but there are 3 different countries that claim the Arctic Peninsula, right? As we mentioned, they were Argentina, Chile, and the UK. The Brits, the UK, their claim is actually recognized by Australia, France, New Zealand, and Norway. Argentina does have the most bases and the most personnel there.
Gotcha. So it's just research stations, obviously, and again we talked about this in the South Chile episode. If you have any, like, didn't you say that you have to keep your vehicle running 24 hours a day, or everything will just kind of freeze up?
When it gets to the negative 40s and when it gets like super cold like that, yeah, gasoline freezes at and I want to say negative 31 degrees or something. It's not as warm as people think it is, but yeah, like negative 30 something degrees. Yeah, the fuel in your vehicle will freeze.
Right. So, yes, it's surprising, but it's not. I mean, if the nation states just no one wanted to claim Antarctica, I highly doubt there would be many countries there at all. I highly like, because in that short article it did say that some countries just put up research stations there just to claim a presence. That's the only reason they really do it. I mean, how much research? I mean, climate wise, maybe you could do some research in Antarctica, but man, I mean, I don't know.
Well, there is food there, right? I mean, there are fur seals, there's whales, there's penguins. So there is obviously food for them to eat, right? I mean, you could eat them too, but there is food there. So you could theoretically have enough food to sustain life, right? I mean, as we talked about, the tribe that you mentioned at the start of the show, the South Chile,
the Alkalif tribe, yeah,
right. They lived largely on the ocean, so theoretically you could, but the complications of doing so, and then the government is there, and they're going to notice, right? I mean, this isn't. I mean, it's remote, right? I mean, it's 690 miles. What was it
south of
oh no, not 900 miles long. Like the Arctic Peninsula is 900 miles long. But there's research stations all over it. There's if there's research station, there's people flying over it, etc. You're gonna get noticed, right? I mean, if you have a tent on this large, or a cabin, or a structure of any kind on this large 900-mile long ice field, you're going to be discovered. So your ability to limit your coercion there is not very high.
Right, and I remember this would have been maybe 5 years back or so when Metallica, played a concert there in Antarctica, so they could be the first band to play in all 7 continents. They had to push it all through headphones. Like everyone there was just wearing headphones and just jamming out. Like that's crazy to me. I don't know. Like the air just moves so slowly that maybe you couldn't. You'd be able to hear there, wouldn't you? So I'm not sure. I mean, maybe would there be a delay? I don't know why everyone there was. Well, maybe I guess I'm not sure. What do you think?
I have no idea.
Strange. That just came to mind. But anything else there on Antarctica?
No, that's all that I had in my notes.
All right, so that covers Antarctica, at least for a moment here, until we get to until we get to Antarctic ice mining, which okay. So comparing it to I guess mining the ice for fresh water, dragging the iceberg down. This might actually be more feasible, as far as not having any really negative environmental ramifications. But we'll save that for now. So Ice Island, a mobile research political outpost for Canada, and this was again New York Times, August 21st, 1988, by John F. Burns. Quote: Hobson's choice of Ice Island, Arctic Ocean. Hobson's choice, Ice Island, Arctic Ocean. While much of North America has been sweltering through a summer of record heat, a group of Canadian scientists have been rafting across the Arctic Ocean on a leviathan of floating ice. The platform chosen by the Canadians for their polar odyssey is an ice island 5 miles long, 1.5 miles wide, and 150 feet thick. Since 1983, when they first sighted the island and named it for the director of their polar research program, George Hobson, the Canadians have used the island as a mobile laboratory for oceanographic research. By unfurling a maple leaf flag, they have found a new way of proclaiming Canadian sovereignty in the waters around the Arctic Islands, a triangular archipelago where the Canadian government has become increasingly vigilant against intrusions by Soviet and U.S. nuclear submarines, which are believed to use the labyrinth channels of the archipelago for games of strategic hide-and-seek. For the 30 men and women who work on the ice island during the peak work period every summer, the operation provides an engaging mix of adventure and patriotism, as well as an opportunity to contribute to the knowledge of one of the world's least understood seas. How many people think, gee, I wish I were on a deserted island, said Richard Brink, a 29-year-old seismic technician working on the island after a winter in Calgary, Alberta, selling mutual funds. Well, we're the people who are doing it. From March to October each year, when the Arctic emerges from the 24-hour darkness of the polar winter, the Canadians use the island to probe phenomena that have intrigued polar adventurers since the days of the Arctic pioneers. But unlike the pioneers, the Canadians have diesel-heated cabins, snowmobiles for transport, and food that would grace a good hotel. From a site that is barely 700 miles from the North Pole, the scientists are sampling marine life and fossils 1,700 feet down on the ocean floor, detonating underwater seismic explosions that reverberate 20 miles into the Earth's crust, and monitoring polar currents and winds. Each year, they learn more about what created the Arctic Ocean and its forbidding climates, what mineral riches and living things it conceals, and what causes the phenomenon known as the Arctic Gyre, the force that pushes the ice pack around the North Pole on a clockwise course against prevailing winds. There have been surprises and some controversy. A research team from the Atlantic Geoscience Center in Halifax, Nova Scotia, has found traces of chemical pollution in samples taken from the seafloor, raising troubling questions about the long-term health of an ocean that had hitherto been considered relatively pure. And despite a feeling among some scientists that the island should be reserved for purely civilian research, the Canadian military has hung hydrophones through a shaft cut into the ice to listen for the sonar signature of these superpowers' nuclear submarines. Once they disembark from the ski-equipped plane that lands them on the island, the Canadians are in one of the most lonely places on Earth. For weeks at a time, they have only the squawk of shortwave radios to link them with the outside world. They work 12-hour shifts 7 days a week and must keep a weary eye for polar bears. But in August, when temperatures rise above freezing, the bleakness gives way to beauty. Thaw sets in with Arctic summer, melting the ice into broad pools of water that take on the blue-green shade of the ice. When it freezes again, it forms sheets that tinkle underfoot like glass. Ice islands are related to icebergs, yet scientifically distinct. An iceberg, such as the one that sank the Titanic, is a product of glaciers breaking up as they reach the sea, but an ice island is a splinter of ice shelf, a thick mass of glacial ice that radiates seaward from polar shores. The ice island occupied by the Canadians is one of only a handful to appear in the Arctic Ocean this century. Like almost all of the others, Hobson's choice was calved from the Ward Hunt ice shelf, which clings to the northern tip of Ellesmere Island. Since it broke away from the coastline, the island has moved to a point more than 440 miles southwest of the ice shelf and 60 miles from the closest land. Judging from the course of an ice island known as T3 that American scientists occupied intermittently between 1952 and 1974, the Canadians believe that the Hobson's choice will move out of waters claimed by Canada in about 1992 into the ocean north of Alaska and onward into the ice pack off Siberia's northeastern coast. Projecting from slow melt of the past 5 years, which has trimmed the island's thickness about 3 feet a year, the Canadians expect the island to last about 40 years, end quote. So a lot there. I just want to read that in its entirety. But, yeah, interesting. What do you think, man?
I think it's completely lost my train of thought.
I think it's really funny that, the operation provides an engaging mix of adventure and patriotism. Just the way that's worded is just wow.
It's fascinating, right? I mean, like the idea that you could live on this, this ice, what they call it, the ice island. It just. But they have the full backing of the government, and they got the budget for it, and they got the money, and they got all the equipment and everything like that. It's just.
And what nation state's going to, actually back then drone bombing probably wasn't a thing, but think today, what country is going to waste, a drone bomb on a Canadian ice island, like an ice island that Canada's, researching? It's not going to happen. So as far as the invulnerability to coercion aspect there, I mean, they are the coercers, so.
They are very much the coercers, yeah.
Yeah, so there's that. And as far as there's Jim Stum, I guess, wrote up a little bit on Ice Island, but he's pretty much reiterating what, let's see, is this the same one?
I think Jim's is a little bit different.
Okay, all right, well, okay, I wasn't sure if this is the same one or not, but yeah, we'll go ahead and, this is Ice Island. This was December 1989. Quote, in 1987, a gigantic chunk of ice broke off the Ross Ice Shelf in Antarctica and became a separate floating island. This iceberg, designated B9, at last report had drifted about 200 miles northwest to the middle of the Ross Sea. B9 is so immense, about 20 miles by 90 miles, that its size is hard to visualize. So I prepared this comparison of a satellite photo of B9 alongside a map of the state of Delaware, both reduced to the same scale. And just jumping in for a moment, if Delaware was, like I guess more kind of round and connected from that northern tip to kind of the southeastern tip, it looks like it'd be about the same size. But anyways, quote, estimates are that B9 may survive 10 years, more or less, depending on how fast it drifts into warmer water further north, where it will melt and break up. So far, melting has been negligible. It will last longer if it runs around and gets stuck at a high cold latitude, which it may do since it extends about 750 feet below waterline. In addition to rising another 150 feet above the water, like all Antarctic icebergs, B9 is generally flat on top so that a plane with skis could probably land on it as it is, and an improved ice runway could easily be constructed. Big as it is, B9 is nowhere near record size for an iceberg. That distinction is held by a berg that was sighted in 1956 that was 208 miles by 60 miles for a total area of 12,000 square miles, end quote. So that's okay. Yeah, that definitely is a different ice island, but very large, very large. I guess, depending upon where it lands, I mean, still facing the same environmental issues, right? If it, were to run up against a reef, but it'd be a natural environmental, disaster, right?
Yeah, just a quick note here. He said it's 200 miles, right? 200 miles from where it broke off, right? From to the middle of the Ross. 200 miles is only about 3 degrees of latitude, right? The Antarctic Circle is at 66.33 degrees south, right? So to give reference for that, right? The Arctic Circle itself, like from the South Pole to the Arctic Circle, 23.67 degrees of latitude. If this thing moved 200 miles, that's only 3 degrees of latitude. So you're still well within the Antarctic Circle if you were going to try and live on this iceberg.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that is a good point.
Which is just a little chilly. Very, very cold.
Yeah, no summer dips in the ocean there, huh?
Do they have summer?
I guess by like seasonal label, yeah, sure, but there's summers there. I mean, I guess maybe summer's relative, right?
Summer in name only.
There you go, Sino. Yeah,
it's a Sino. Yeah, like we talked about earlier, like 1 to 4 months above 40 degrees. and that was on the northern tip of the peninsula, right? And that's 900 miles from the Arctic Circle, and this thing was only 200.
Right. And you also got to consider too, these are Canadians, so they're pretty well in tune with cold temperatures, depending upon where these so one of the researchers was doing something interesting in a cold region, but I don't know. I'm not going to take the time to look, but they're more in tune with cold temperatures. But even this is a little bit of a stretch for them, huh?
Yeah. That's it's cold.
Right.
I don't know what else to say. It's the feasibility of living on this iceberg and mining the iceberg, and it's ridiculous. It is the belief that you for sake of argument, physically you could do it, right? You take a serious financial backing to get it started, but you could theoretically physically do it. Whether it's feasible to do it and whether it's it's feasible to do it, but it's not logical to do it, if that makes sense.
It doesn't seem economically viable either. And this is one of the reasons I love Jim, one of the few reasons. But I I wonder if anyone really took his proposal seriously back in May of 1990. But let me just read a couple paragraphs here to give you an idea of what old Jim is talking about. Remember, this is City Jim, so City Jim's
It's from Buffalo. From Buffalo.
Yep. Buffalo, New York. Buffalo, New York. And apparently, in the survival gardening notes, his house his parents have a bigger yard or something, or more area to grow in, but he lives like right next to him. So this is all, city living.
Yes.
And they've got neighbors that, like they've got, a couple feet in between their garages. So like this is a suburb. Okay. So this is City Jim's proposal. So take that for what it's worth. Just skipping forward a little bit, quote, an ice quarry would be set up near the ocean on some large expanse of freshwater ice in Antarctica, either on an ice sheet like the Ross Ice Shelf or on a huge flat-topped Antarctic iceberg. The ice would be quarried by means of horizontal heat drilling. Scientists already use vertical heat drilling in Antarctica to extract cores a few inches in diameter and thousands of feet deep in order to learn about ancient atmospheric conditions by studying tiny bubbles of air frozen into the ice eons ago. My idea is to take that already proven process, lay it over on its side, shorten the length, vastly increase the diameter, and use the shipping container itself as the drill casing. And he goes into detail about how it would be done. Little bit of this, quote, first 2 parallel trenches would be cut into the ice. This would be done using ice milling machines such as those that have already been used in Antarctica to construct Newbird Station. These trenches would be cut to the same depth and distance apart would be determined by the dimensions of the metal cylinders used in drilling the ice and shipping it to market. These shipping cylinders should be as large as can be conveniently handled for economy of scale. The depth of the trenches would be a little greater than the diameter of the shipping cylinders, and the distance between the 2 trenches would be slightly less than the length of the cylinders. One trench would be wide enough to allow maneuvering, room for heavy equipment, tractors, and there would be a ramp leading down into it from the surface. The other trench should simply be a narrow cut. And, I mean, I could go through this entire, technical explanation of how it is. I'd recommend just go to vonupodcast.com/OFN and look at the diagram. That gives you a better idea. So you have something kind of hollowed out, or I guess you've got something dug out a little below. Looks like the shelf of the iceberg, and you have a little a tractor that I guess has a cylindrical drilling instrument on it, and you kind of cut around it, and you get this cylindrical piece of ice that you would put into this container, and you'd ship it to market. So that's kind of the idea, as I guess non-technically explained, less technically explained than he does. But I mean, yeah, I mean, it seems possible, yeah, for sure. But the only question is, I mean, how much water could you actually get from that, and how much would you be able to sell that to, say, California for?
Okay, what he's talking about right here is what's called coring. Right, think like an apple, right? You got an apple and you got the core in the center of the apple, right? They make those cool utensils now, where you can punch it into the center of the apple, pull it out, and it removes the core of the apple, right? You got a nice smooth bore going through the middle of the apple, the core is gone, right? That's what he's talking about doing, is using these machines to cut a cylindrical bore out of the ice, right? He's talking about like a giant hole puncher. Think of it like that, like you punch your papers as you're a kid, right, for your 3-hole binder. That's what he's doing, right? It's like a giant hole puncher, and he's trying to hole punch these
massive slab of ice,
massive cylindrical slabs of ice, to put them into shipping containers and ship them to places that doesn't have a whole lot of water, like the Middle East and Southern California.
Right. Yeah, your explanation is a lot better than mine. Yeah. So that's the idea he proposed. I don't know if it's ever been done. Probably should have been something that I looked into pre-show. But I mean, yeah, it's an interesting idea, sure. But I don't know. I really don't know how many gallons of water you could expect to get out of that. I mean, obviously a lot. You're talking about a freaking iceberg, but I just don't know how economically, viable it would be, considering you have to get all that heavy machinery there. You got to get the shipping containers, there to take the ice. I mean, I don't know. Is it possible? I'm sure it is. I guess the question I'd have for you, Jason, is do you think this Antarctic ice mining would be easier than, say, I'm pretty sure SpaceX, Elon Musk has talked about mining asteroids. Which one do you think would be easier?
The ice would be easier than mining asteroids. Just for
that would be my answer too. Yeah.
The environments are different. Number one, extreme cold versus you're in freaking space, right? But you'd have to get all the equipment to space. In order to get all the equipment to space, you have to have the shuttles. In order to get the shuttles, right, you got to get them off the surface, and that takes a tremendous amount of fuel and energy, and it's a lot.
And Musk always talks back. I think he said he wanted to have a colony on Mars by like 2024 or something like that. He talks big, I think, to get funding, but I don't know if any of that's going to come into fruition. That's just kind of an interesting little parallel to ice mining versus mining an asteroid. I don't know. Well, actually, I think it'd be a lot easier. We understand the cold temperatures in Antarctica a lot better than space. That's for sure. So yeah, I think it'd be certainly an easier task. But that's the last article we have to cover. I guess starting to get into conclusionary points here. So I guess the title of this episode, Pursuing Vonuence in Antarctica, or I guess in polar regions more generally. Well, could it make you more invulnerable to coercion? I mean, probably, if you choose the right area. But at the same time, you're making there's obviously a trade-off here. There's kind of I don't want to use like the fallacy of moderation, but there's kind of a balance here, right? Where you make yourself as invulnerable to coercion as you can, but you don't make it so hard on yourself, like with South Chile, for example, that you make yourself more vulnerable to the harsh environment where you might not be able to survive, right?
Yeah, it would just be. Yeah, the environment would just be too cold and it just the weather and the 24 hours of dark for 6 months out of the year. It's just it's the environment is just ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Right. Now, sure, you there I guess alternative sources of energy there. Sure, I mean you could do OTEC, you could do wind and solar whenever you have access to the sunlight. So energy it wouldn't be it would be a problem. Sure, I mean you're in freaking Antarctica or in these polar regions, but there would be energy sources available. But I don't think that would make living there comfortable in the least bit at all. I just don't think it would be. I think you'd run into a lot of problems. You're dealing with these really harsh temperatures and a really harsh climate. So an interesting proposal, and I do want to say, kind of the disclaimer I put forth at the end of the South Chile episode. No, we don't think this is we don't think this is practical as the conversation has gone so far. But it really just shows. I think the most valuable thing from looking into these articles is simply the fact that these Vonuans, these individuals, these freedom pioneers, weren't talking about, well, how can we get our guy elected? How can we do, what intellectual masturbation session can we have this week? It wasn't about that. It was say like, hey, let's take a practical look at, Antarctica. Is this possible? And obviously, the answer to that question has been, has been borne out by history and from how many non-libertarian countries have been created there at these regions. So the value obviously doesn't come from the solution itself, but just what these individuals were talking about, in the 1980s and 1990s. It's mind blowing. It's mind blowing. I mean, I can't tell you. I mean, I read a lot of anarchist libertarian publications, today, and is that ever discussed? Hell no.
Hell no. No way, because
maybe smartly. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, they were open to these ideas, and they were investigating and sharing it with their readers to see. Can you guys think of a way to make this feasible?
It is the ultimate in thinking outside the box.
Yeah, but isn't there thinking too far outside the box? I don't know if that's. I think that leads to things like the flat Earth.
Yeah. I got one quick thing I want to say real quick. I looked it up on my phone here, and it says that the density of ice is 0.92 that of water, right? So theoretically, if these ice cores, right, that they were pulling, if they were theoretically by volume 100 gallons, right? By the time that 100 gallon by volume ice melted, you would have about 92 gallons of drinkable water.
Huh. Okay.
So, so by volume, you're losing about 8% of your product.
Okay. And I'm awful. I don't even know what sort of chunks he's hoping to pull out, or he's hypothetically pulling out. So yeah, I don't know any way to. I'm looking to see if there's any reference to. No.
I didn't see it.
I don't think there's any references to how much ice would actually be able to be pulled out from here. So yeah, I mean, yeah, no further gauge on if that would be economically viable or not. Yeah, not really sure.
No, again, we keep going back to this point. The economic feasibility of this, just pretending that the environment was manageable, that you could get all the equipment in there, you could get people to come do this, you could get the environmental impact of these sort of things overlooked and ignored by the world's population. The economic feasibility of going down to the Antarctic, coring out these ice samples, these blocks of ice, putting them on tankers, shipping them thousands of miles to Southern California, to Western Australia, to the Middle East, to sell fresh water to these people. That would you're looking at expensive gallons. Like, you go to the store and you buy $1.29 for a gallon of water right now. To buy that water would be, I don't even want to know. I don't have a guesstimation, but it's in my opinion, it's going to run $15, $20, $25 a gallon.
Yeah, just from all the expenses, or yeah, the expenses that would be put into actually transporting and mining it to begin with. And I did just kind of Google this to see if just because I was curious, and apparently Reuters in 2013 wrote an article. Antarctica may have a new type of ice diamonds or something like that. And the first paragraph here, and obviously this is Reuters, but they say, quote, "A kind of rock that often contains diamonds has been found in Antarctica for the first time, hinting at mineral riches in the vast icy continent where mining is banned." End quote. So apparently they've passed a decree saying mining is banned. So if you were going to do this, it would be black or gray market at least. You'd be participating in some agorist activity, or any ethical enclave, as Ray would put it. So then you got to factor that in too. If you get caught, you're probably facing heavy fines and such. So that would factor into the price as well. So you black market water. Jesus.
Yeah, I need to take out a mortgage. I need to buy 10 gallons of water. Oh my goodness.
Man. So I guess any other conclusionary points on your end from this evening's discussion?
This is a bad idea. I understand. Like, it is an exercise. It is a mental exercise. You can wrap your mind around it and see that it is physically possible. But just because it is physically possible doesn't mean that it is economically viable. That does not mean that it is environmentally sustainable. And it does not mean that it is a good idea at all, right? I mean, you could physically put your hand in a pot of boiling water. It doesn't mean that you should, right? You could ice mining, moving a glacier 1,200 miles and putting it on a reef. Physically, okay, it is possible. Is it a good idea? No. Should you do it? Hell no. But if you're gonna do it, good luck. Have fun. Tell Greenpeace I said hi.
Oh, I think you alluded to an interesting point there that I guess another valuable aspect of looking into these seemingly very bad ideas, as you put it, is that I think it is valuable, especially with a lot of folks in the anarchist libertarian community today. There is no thinking outside of the box. It's all for a lot of it is just political crusading. It's there really isn't a whole lot of thinking outside the box. So this also provides kind of an example of past libertarians, anarchists, Vonuence, freedom seekers, whatever label you want to put on them, into how they were viewing the world, how they were viewing their pursuit of freedom, or in regards to Vonu and vulnerability to coercion. So I think it's also valuable in that it might spark some ideas, because government schooling has largely except for the folks that after they get out of government schooling they correct their mind and start using the trivium method and things. It's good for them to think, to get their mind going. Things what's presented to you in the state of survival society. That's not that there's the limitation certainly is not in there. The limitation is only your creativity. So I think it's valuable in that regards too.
Oh, very much so. Once you have the ability, once you get out of coercive schooling, once you recapture your own mind and are in control of it again, things like this they're good exercises, because it allows you to not only think outside, it forces you to think outside of your own comfort zone and engage in an activity that for an example, like the Matrix, right? When Neo goes, "Oh, my eyes hurt," and Morpheus goes, "Oh, that's because you've never used them before." Right? It's the same with anarchists and libertarians. When you start to think about these sort of things and you start getting the cognitive dissonance, you're like, "Oh, that couldn't happen," blah 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 blah. Well, open up your mind, right? You haven't used it before. So open up your mind. Just entertain the idea. Right, I believe it was Socrates or Socrates, or I'm pretty sure it was Socrates, but it said it's the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain an idea without accepting it. I suggest everybody just think outside the box and entertain the ideas. You don't have to accept them. Just exercise them. They are in the realm of possibilities, but they are not in the realm of practicability.
Right, and that's certainly a great point, because I'll be honest, when I'm digitizing these publications, transcribing them, and then proofreading, I read it, and it's like, that's an interesting idea, and I kind of entertain it, and then move forward. And then as when Kyle and I do episodes on whatever, or when you and I do an episode and we kind of start talking about it, after we've read it and we're both kind of entertaining it, but once we start talking about it and all of the the negatives, the downsides of the potential possibilities, then then we start to kind of figure out, okay, this is a bad idea, even with us trying to figure out solutions to these problems. It's just it doesn't seem too plausible. But anything else?
Just one more quick point. We don't want this to not be a good idea. Like, we want this to work. We want all these ideas that we're reading about, that we're discussing about, all these Vonu activities, wilderness Vonu, van nomadism, iceberg mining. We want these ideas to work because they are outside of government, right? They are freedom. These are ways of possibly, right, removing this coercive entity that has its boots on our throats 24/7, 365, telling us what we can and can't do. I want this to work. It's just a really bad idea.
Right, yeah, and that's just like on libertyunderattack.com/FUDA, F-U-D as in dog A, the Freedom Umbrella of Direct Action. I guess we could put together something like that for Vonu. All of the possible Vonu strategies. Where it's a value-free directory where the efficacy has not been judged yet. So these ideas and solutions have been presented to us, and now and they are outside of the political realm, so that's great. But at the same time, also the efficacy is important. Are these going to work? As we've said, many times so far, is it economically feasible? Is it practically feasible? Is it, I guess, feasible for Vonu, invulnerability to coercion? And those are the questions that should be asked. We obviously don't want to send our listeners down, bad paths to solutions here at Vonu, here at the Vonu podcast, which is, why Kyle and I do these episodes and why Jason and I do these episodes is to critically examine and try to, I guess, hypothetically and theoretically, because we haven't done this ourselves, guys. Thankfully, we haven't tried to, mine any Antarctic icebergs, but we're trying to reason these things out as we go. So, anything else?
No, I'm tapped, man. I'm good.
Cool. All right. Well, this has been another intermission episode of the Vonu podcast. Website is vonupodcast.com. Hopefully, by the time you're hearing this episode, the websites are back up, and if not, we've got a major problem on our hands. So yeah, hopefully, in a couple few weeks when this is released, that problem is resolved. But vonupodcast.com, make sure to pick up all of these free libertarian publications, and keep a lookout for. I'm going to be writing a short ebook on why anarchist libertarians should care about Vonu, which you can also keep a lookout for as well. Thanks, guys. We'll talk to you next week.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. If you're new to the PAZNIA Radio Network, the overarching vision is much bigger than just the best, most valuable, and most entertaining radio network in existence. We are building the second realm, a parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, voluntarism, and peace. That is, the rebuilding of all necessary institutions upon these frameworks: Department of Transportation, Health and Wellness, Department of Technology, etc. And thankfully, we're at a point where some infrastructure is being deployed or will be very soon. This means ongoing hosting costs, maintenance, and more. We have a little bit in our PAZNIA Monero fund at current, but a good chunk went to the PeerTube instance, aka the PAZNIA LBRY. Other projects include our own Mumble server, think an open source, privacy-friendly version of Discord. This can be used for the P.R.N call online, in addition to just a cool persistent chat room. A low-data audio-only feed is forthcoming as well. There are always endless projects on the docket, so this could go on. For now, though, the point is, your financial assistance will greatly expedite the bringing of this infrastructure into fruition. To make a donation to our PAZNIA General Monero Fund, just visit PAZNIA.com/Monero. To make a one-time Bitcoin, fiat, or Monero donation, visit PAZNIA.com/shop and use the custom one-time donation option. If you want to donate silver or some other metal, email coordinator@PAZNIA.com and I'll get you mailing information. And finally, if you aren't able to support financially, that's okay. Just talk about PAZNIA, promote P.R.N, share links to the website, the PAZNIA audiobook, or whatever. It all helps. Again, those links are PAZNIA.com/Monero for Monero, PAZNIA.com/shop for a one-time Bitcoin, Monero, or fiat donation. And reach out to me, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, for metal donations. Thanks so much for being here. Onward to the second realm, but for now, back to the deprogramming.
Good day, fellow self-liberators. Daisy Free Robot here with some critically important links. First off, PAZNIA.com/books2. This link will take you to a page with free PDF downloads to books, zines, and other publications in the realms of self-liberation and Vonu. Save some copies yourself, throw them on the dark net, burn them to flash drives, store them on blockchains, throw them in buried 55-gallon drums, or whatever. Make sure they never disappear. Again, PAZNIA.com/books2. Second, PAZNIA.com/simplex. Here, you can find links to the numerous and growing selection of simplex PAZNIA chats, ranging from the General Committee of Correspondence, our Department of Technology, the PAZNIA Radio Network, all the way to PAZcraft, the chat group for our own self-hosted, open-source mine test server. That is PAZNIA.com/simplex. And finally, with mention of PAZcraft, there is also our own server that you connect to. For more information and connection details, visit PAZNIA.com/PAZcraft. Again, PAZNIA.com/PAZcraft. Thanks for being here. Now, back to the transmission. On this presentation of the Vonu podcast and the PAZNIA Radio Network, Lemurian Time War, an article posted on the Cybernetic Culture Research Unit website, ccru.net. It is being published here, mostly for entertainment purposes, but also as a dive into the weird and wild libertarian science fiction and occult realms of the mid-20th century. But is it entirely fiction? That question will be left up to you, the listener, to answer. Please enjoy and cheers. Lemurian Time War. The account that follows charts William Burroughs' involvement in an occult time war and considerably exceeds most accepted conceptions of social and historical probability. It is based on sensitive information passed to the CCRU by an intelligence source whom we have called William K. The narrative has been partially fictionalized in order to protect this individual's identity. K himself admitted that his experiences had made him prone to paranoid chronomaniac hallucination, and CCRU continues to find much of his tale extremely implausible. Nevertheless, whilst suspecting that his message had been severely compromised by dubious inferences, noise, and disinformation, we have become increasingly convinced that he was indeed an insider of some kind, even if the organization he had penetrated was itself an elaborate hoax or collective delusion. K referred to this organization as the Order, or, following Burroughs, the Board. When reduced to its basic provocation, K's claim was this: the ghost lemurs of Madagascar, which he also referred to as the Burroughs Necronomicon, a text dating from 1987, had been an exact and decisive influence on the magical and military career of one Captain Mission 3 centuries previously. Mission appears in historical record as a notorious pirate, active in the period around 1700 AD. He was to become renowned as the founder of the anarchistic colony of Libertatia, established on the island of Madagascar. K asserted that he had personally encountered clear evidence of Burroughs' impact upon Mission at the private library of Peter Visperov, where K worked most of his life. The Visperov collection, he unswervingly maintained, held an ancient illustrated transcript of the ghost lemurs of Madagascar, inscribed meticulously in Mission's own hand. K assured us that the board considered the demonstrable time rift he was describing to be a matter of the gravest concern. He explained that the organization had been born in reaction to a nightmare of time coming apart and, To use his exact words, spiraling out of control. To the board, spirals were particularly repugnant symbols of imperfection and volatility. Unlike closed loops, spirals always have loose ends. This allows them to spread, making them contagious and unpredictable. The board was counting on K to contain the situation. He was assigned the task of terminating the spiral templex. Hyperstition. Visparov had sought out Burroughs because of his evident interest in the convergence of sorcery, dreams, and fiction. In the immediate post-war years, Visparov had convened the so-called Chulhu Club to investigate connections between the fiction of H.P. Lovecraft, mythology, science, and magic, and was at stage in the process of formalizing the constitution of Miskatonic Virtual University, MVU, a loose aggregation of non-standard theorists whose work could broadly be said to have Lovecraftian connotations. The interest in Lovecraft's fiction was motivated by its exemplification of the practice of hyperstition. A concept had been elaborated and keenly debated since the inception of the Chulhu Club. Loosely defined, the coinage refers to fictions that make themselves real. K drew CCRU's attention to Burroughs's description of viruses in Our Book is Here, and what is a virus? Perhaps simply a pictorial series like Egyptian glyphs that makes itself real. AP 102. The papers K left for CCRU included a copy of this page of the Our Book text, with these two sentences, italicized in the original text, heavily underlined. For K, the echo of Visparov's language was unequivocal evidence of the Russians' influence upon Burroughs's work after 1958. Whether or not this is the case, such passages indicate that Burroughs, like Visparov, was interested in the hyperstitional relations between writing, signs, and reality. In the hyperstitional model K outlined, fiction is not opposed to the real. Rather, reality is understood to be composed of fictions, consistent semiotic terrains that condition perceptual, affective, and behavioral responses. K considered Burroughs' work to be exemplary of hyperstitional practice. Burroughs construed writing, and art in general, not aesthetically, but functionally, that is to say, magically, with magic defined as the use of signs to produce changes in reality. K maintained that it was far from accidental that Burroughs's equation of reality and fiction had been most widely embraced only in its negative aspect, as a variety of postmodern ontological skepticism, rather than in its positive sense, as an investigation into the magical powers of incantation and manifestation, the efficacy of the virtual. For K, the assimilation of Burroughs into textualist postmodernism constituted a deliberate act of interpretivist sabotage, the aim of which was to defunctionalize Burroughs's writings by converting them into aesthetic exercises in style. Far from constituting a subversion of representative realism, the postmodern celebration of the text without a referent merely consummates a process that representative realism had initiated. Representative realism severs writing from any active function, surrendering it to the role of reflecting, not intervening in, the world. It is a short step to a dimension of pristine textuality, in which the existence of a world independent of discourse is denied altogether. According to K, the metaphysics of Burroughs's clearly hyperstitional fictions can be starkly contrasted with those at work in postmodernism. For postmodernists, the distinction between real and unreal is not substantive or is held not to matter, whereas for practitioners of hyperstition, differentiating between degrees of realization is crucial. The hyperstitional process of entities making themselves real is precisely a passage, a transformation, in which potentials, already active virtualities, realize themselves. Writing operates not as a passive representation but as an active agent of transformation and a gateway through which entities can emerge. B. Why writing a universe? The writer makes such a universe possible. WV 321. But these operations do not occur in neutral territory, K was quick to point out. Burroughs treats all conditions of existence as results of cosmic conflicts between competing intelligence agencies. In making themselves real, entities must also manufacture realities for themselves, realities whose potency often depends upon the stupefaction, subjugation, and enslavement of populations, and whose existence is in conflict with other reality programs. Burroughs's fiction deliberately renounces the status of plausible representation in order to operate directly upon this plane of magical war. Where realism merely reproduces the currently dominant reality program from inside, Never identifying the existence of the program as such, Burroughs seeks to get outside the control codes in order to dismantle and rearrange them. Every act of writing is a sorcerous operation, a partisan action in a war where multitudes of factual events are guided by the powers of illusion. WV 253-4. Even representative realism participates, albeit unknowingly, in magical war, collaborating with the dominant control system by implicitly endorsing its claim to be the only possible reality. From the controller's point of view, Kay said, it is of course imperative that Burroughs is thought of as merely a writer of fiction. That's why they have gone to such lengths to sideline him into a ghetto of literary experimentation. The One God Universe. Burroughs names the dominant control program One God Universe, or OGU. He wages war against the fiction of OGU, which builds its monopolistic dominion upon the magical power of the word, upon programming and illusion. OGU establishes a fiction which operates at the most fatal level of reality, where questions of biological destiny and immortality are decided. Religions are weapons, WL 202. In order to operate effectively, OGU must first of all deny the existence of magical war itself. There is only one reality, its own. In writing about magical war, Burroughs is thus already initiating an act of war against OGU, mainlining contestation into primal unity. OGU incorporates all competing fictions into its own story, the ultimate meta-narrative, reducing alternative reality systems to negative Lamarck components of its own mythos. Other reality programs become evil, associated with the powers of deception and delusion. OGU's power works through fictions that repudiate their own fictional status, antifictions and unnon-fictions. And that, Kay said, is why fiction can be a weapon in the struggle against control. In OGU, fiction is safely contained by a metaphysical frame, prophylactically delimiting all contact between the fiction and what is outside it. The magical function of words and signs is both condemned as evil and declared to be delusory, facilitating a monopoly upon the magical power of language for OGU, which of course denies that its own mythos exerts any magical influence, presenting it as a simple representation of truth. But OGU's confidence that fiction has safely been contained means that anti-OGU agents can use fiction as a covert line of communication and a secret weapon. He concealed and revealed the knowledge in fictional form, WV 455. This, for Kay, was a formula for hyperstitional practice. Diagrams, maps, sets of abstract relations, tactical gambits, are as real in a fiction about a fiction about a fiction as they are encountered raw, but subjecting such semiotic contraband to multiple embeddings allows a traffic in materials for decoding dominant reality that would otherwise be prescribed. Rather than acting as transcendental screens, blocking out contact between itself and the world, the fiction acts as a Chinese box, a container for sorcerous interventions in the world. The frame is both used for concealment and broken. The fictions potentiate changes in reality. Whereas hyperstitional agitation produces a positive unbelief, a provisionalizing of any reality frame in the name of pragmatic engagement rather than epistemological hesitation, OGU feeds on belief. In order to work, the story that runs reality has to be believed, which is also to say that the existence of a control program determining reality must not be suspected or believed. Credulity in the face of the OGU meta-narrative is inevitably coupled with a refusal to accept that entities like control have any substantive existence. That's why, to get out of OGU, a systematic shedding of all beliefs is a prerequisite. Only those who can leave behind everything they have ever believed in can hope to escape. WL 116. Techniques of escape depend on attaining the unbelief of assassin magician Hassan I. Sabbah. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. Once again, Kay cautioned that this must be carefully distinguished from postmodern relativism. Burroughs Sabbah's nothing is true cannot be equated with postmodernism's nothing is real. On the contrary, nothing is true because there is no single, authorized version of reality. Instead, there is a superfluity, an excess, of realities. The adversary's game plan is to persuade you that he does not exist. WL 12. The episode. Kay's story began in the summer of 1958, when his employer Peter Visperoff met William Burroughs whilst conducting occult investigations in Paris. As a result of this meeting, K was himself introduced to Burroughs on December 23 of the same year, at Visperov's private library in New York. It is clear from public documentary material that Burroughs was predominantly resident in Paris and London at this time. CCRU found no evidence of any trip to the USA, although his biography is not sufficiently comprehensive to rule out an excursion to NY with confidence. There is no doubt, however, that shortly after the winter of 1958 Burroughs starts writing cryptically of visions, paranormal phenomena, encountering his double, and working with cut-up techniques. As Burroughs hunted through the library's unparalleled collection of rare occult works, he made a discovery that involved him in a radical, apparently unintelligible disorder of time and identity. The trigger was his encounter with a text that he was yet to compose, an old picture book with gilt-edged lithographs, onion paper over each picture, the ghost lemurs of Madagascar in gold script, GLM 30. He could not then have known that Captain Mission had taken the very same volume as his guide 3 centuries previously, already describing it as old. Flipping through the pages, Burroughs entered a momentary catatonic trance state. He emerged disoriented and scarcely able to stand. Despite his confusion, he was more than willing to describe, with a strange sardonic detachment, the anomalous episode 9. 29 years would pass before Kay understood what had occurred. Burroughs told Kay that, during the trance, it felt as though silent communication with a ghostly non-human companion had flashed him forward to his life as an old man, several decades in the future. Oppressed by a crushing sensation of implacable destiny, as if fragments of a frozen time dimension were cascading into awareness, he remembered writing the ghost lemurs of Madagascar. Although it wasn't writing exactly, and his writing implements were archaic, belonging to someone else entirely, in another place and time. Even after his recovery, the sense of oppression persisted, like a new dimension of gravity. The vision had granted him horrific insight into the jailhouse mind of the one God. He was convinced the knowledge was dangerous and that powerful forces were conspiring against him, that the invisible brothers are invading present time, WV 220. The episode sharpened his already vivid impression that the human animal is cruelly caged in time by an alien power. Recalling it later, he would write, "Time is a human affliction, not a human invention but a prison." GC 16-17. Although there is no direct historical evidence supporting Kay's description of events, the immediate period after the 1958 episode provides compelling symptomatic evidence of a transformation in Burroughs's strategies and preoccupations during this period. It was then that Burroughs's writing underwent a radical shift in direction, with the introduction of experimental techniques whose sole purpose was to escape the bonds of the already written, charting a flight from destiny. Gison's role in the discovery of these cut-ups and folderness is well known, but Kay's story accounts for the special urgency with which Burroughs began deploying these new methods in late 1958. The cut-ups and folderness were innovative time war tactics, the function of which was to subvert the foundations of the pre-recorded universe. Cut the word lines with scissors or switchblades as preferred. The word lines keep you in time. WV 270. Burroughs's adoption of these techniques was, Kay told CCRU, one of the first effects, if one may be permitted to speak in so loose a way, of the time trauma. Naturally, Kay attributes Burroughs's intense antipathy towards pre-recording, a persistent theme in his fiction After Naked Lunch, to his experiences in the Visperov library. The cosmic revelation in the library produced in Burroughs a horror so profound that he would dedicate the rest of his life to plotting and propagating escape routes from the boardrooms and torture banks of time, an E33. Much later Burroughs would describe a crushing feeling of inevitability, of life being scripted in advance by malign entities. The custodians of the future convene. Keepers of the board books, Mektub, it is written. And they don't want it changed. GC 8. It was in the immediate aftermath of the episode in the Visperov library that Burroughs exhibited the first signs of an apparently random attachment to lemurs, the decisive implications of which took several decades to surface. Burroughs was unsure who was running him, like a spy in somebody else's body where nobody knows who is spying on whom, WV 2. Until the end of his life he struggled against the thing inside him. The ugly spirit, GC 48, remarking that, I live with the constant threat of possession and a constant need to escape from possession, from control. WV94. Escaping control. In Burroughs mythology, OGU emerges once MU, the magical universe, is violently overthrown by the forces of monopoly, WL113. The magical universe is populated by many gods, eternally in conflict. There is no possibility of unitary truth, since the nature of reality is constantly contested by heterogeneous entities whose interests are radically incommensurable. Where monotheistic fiction tells of a rebellious secession from the primordial one, Burroughs describes the one initiating a war against the many. These were troubled times. There was war in the heavens as the one god attempted to exterminate or neutralize the many gods and establish an absolute seat of power. The priests were aligning themselves on one side or the other. Revolution was spreading up from the south, moving from the east and from the western deserts. WL101. OGU is anti-magical, authoritarian, dogmatic, the deadly enemy of those who are committed to the magical universe, spontaneous, unpredictable, alive. The universe they are imposing is controlled, predictable, dead. WL59. Such a universe gives rise to the dreary paradoxes, so familiar to monotheistic theology, that necessarily attend omnipotence and omniscience. Consider the one God universe, OGU. The spirit recoils in horror from such a deadly impasse. He is all-powerful and all-knowing. Because he can do everything, he can do nothing, since the act of doing demands opposition. He knows everything, so there is nothing for him to learn. He can't go anywhere, since he is already fucking everywhere, like cows hit in Calcutta. The OGU is a pre-recorded universe in which he is the recorder. WL113. For K, the superiority of Burroughs's analysis of power over trivial ideology critique consists in its repeated emphasis on the relationship between control systems and temporality. Burroughs is emphatic, obsessive. Time any being that is spontaneous and alive will wither and die like an old joke. WL111. A basic impasse of all control machines is this. Control needs time in which to exercise control. WV339. OGU control codings far exceed ideological manipulation, amounting to cosmic reality programming, because, at the limit, the one God is time, WL111. The presumption of chronological time is written into the organism at the most basic level, scripted into its unconsciously performed habituated behaviors. Time is that which ends. Time is limited time experienced by a sentient creature. Sentient of time, that is, making adjustments to time in terms of what Korzybski calls neuromuscular intention behavior with respect to the environment as a whole. A plant turns towards the sun, nocturnal animal stirs at sunset. Shit, piss, move, eat, fuck, die. Why does control need humans? Control needs time. Control needs human time. Control needs your shit, piss, pain, orgasm, death. AP17. Power operates most effectively not by persuading the conscious mind, but by delimiting in advance what it is possible to experience. By formatting the most basic biological processes of the organism in terms of temporality, control ensures that all human experience is of, and in, time. That is why time is a prison for humans. Man was born in time. He lives and dies in time. Wherever he goes he takes time with him and imposes time. GC17. Korzybski's definition of man as the time-binding animal has a double sense for Burroughs. On the one hand, human beings are binding time for themselves. They can make information available over any length of time to other men through writing. GC66. On the other hand, humans are binding themselves into time, building more of the prison which constrains their effects and perceptions. Korzybski's words took on a horrible new meaning for Burroughs in the library. Kay said, he saw what time-binding really was, all the books, already written, time-bound forever. Since writing customarily operates as the principal means of time-binding, Burroughs reasoned that innovating new writing techniques would unbind time, blowing a hole in the OGU present, and opening up space. Cut the word lines with scissors or switchblades as preferred. The word lines keep you in time. Cut the in lines. Make out lines to space. WV270. Space has to be understood not as empirical extension, still less as a transcendental given, but in the most abstract sense, as the zone of unbound potentialities lying beyond the purview of the OGUs already written. You can see that Burroughs's writing involves the highest possible stakes, Kay wrote. It does not represent cosmic war. It is already a weapon in that war. It is not surprising that the forces ranged against him. The many forces ranged against him, you can't overestimate their influence on this planet, sought to neutralize that weapon. It was a matter of the gravest urgency that his works be classified as fantasies, experimental dada, anything but that they should be recognized as what they are, technologies for altering reality. The Rift. For almost 30 years Burroughs had sought to evade the inevitable. Yet numerous signs indicate that by the late 1980s the control complex was breaking down, redirecting Burroughs's flight from pre-recorded destiny into a gulf of unsettled fate that he came to call the Rift. Kay consistently maintained that any attempt to date Burroughs's encounter with the Rift involved a fundamental misconception. Nevertheless, his own account of this episode repeatedly stressed the importance of the year 1987, a date that marked a period of radical transition, the eye of a spiral templex. It was during this time that the obscure trauma at the Visperoff Library flooded back with full force, saturating Burroughs's dreams and writings with visions of lemurs, ghosts from the land of the dead. 1987 was the year in which Burroughs visited the Duke University Lemur Conservation Center, consolidating an alliance with the non-anthropoid primates, or prosimians 11. In The Western Lands, which Burroughs was writing during this year, he remarks that, at sight of the black lemur, with round red eyes and a little red tongue protruding, the writer experiences a delight that is almost painful. WL 248. Most crucially, it was in 1987 that Omni magazine commissioned and published Burroughs's short story The Ghost Lemurs of Madagascar, a text that propelled his entire existence into the rift of Lemurian time wars. For some time previously Kay's suspicions had been aroused by Burroughs's increasingly obsessional attitude to his cats. His devotion to Calico, Fletch, Rusky, and Spooner exhibited a profound biological response that was the exact inversion of his instinctual revulsion for centipedes. His libidinal conversion to a catman, WV506, also tracked and influenced an ever-deepening disillusionment with the function of human sexuality, orgasm addiction, and Venusian conspiracy. Cats may be my last living link to a dying species, WV506, Burroughs wrote in his essay The Cat Inside. For Kay it was evident that this intensifying attachment to domestic felines was part of a more basic current, typified by an intimate familiarization with the cat spirit or creature who partakes of many other species, including raccoons, ferrets, skunks, P.R.N. 244, and numerous varieties of lemurs, such as ring-tailed cat lemurs, GC3, the Safaka lemur, mouse lemur, GC4, and ultimately the gentle deer lemur, GC18. As initiatory beings, mediumistic familiars, or occult doorkeepers, these animals returned Burroughs to lost Lemurian landscapes and to his double, Captain Mission. Kay was highly dismissive of all critical accounts that treated Mission as a literary avatar, as if Burroughs was basically an experimental novelist. He maintained that the relation between Burroughs and Mission was not that of author to character, but rather that of anachronistic contemporaries, bound together in a knot of definite yet cognitively distressing facts. Of these facts, none was more repugnant to common human rationality than their mutual involvement with the ghost lemurs of Madagascar. We offer refuge to all people everywhere who suffer under the tyranny of governments, P.R.N. 265, declared Mission. This statement was sufficient to awaken the hostile interest of the powers that be, although, from the board's perspective, even Mission's piratical career was a relatively trivial transgression. Their primary concern was a more significant danger: Captain Mission's unwholesome concern with lemurs. GLM 28. Mission was spending more and more time in the jungle with his lemurs, GC11, the ghosts of a lost continent, slipping into time disturbances and spiral patterns. Lemurs became his sleeping and dream companions. He discovered through this dead and dying species that the key to escaping control is taking the initiative, or the pre-initiative, by interlinking with the old ones. The lemur people are older than Homo sap, much older. They date back 160 million years, to the time when Madagascar split off from the mainland of Africa. They might be called psychic amphibians, that is, visible only for short periods when they assume a solid form to breathe, but some of them can remain in the invisible state for years at a time. Their way of thinking and feeling is basically different from ours, not oriented toward time and sequence and causality. They find these concepts repugnant and difficult to understand. GLM 31. The board conceived Mission's traffic with lemurs, his experiments in time sorcery, and his anachronistic entanglement with Burros as a single intolerable threat. In a pre-recorded and therefore totally predictable universe, the blackest sin is to tamper with the pre-recording, which could result in altering the pre-recorded future. Captain Mission was guilty of this sin. GLM 27. Now more lemurs appear, as in a puzzle. GC 15. Lemurs are denizens of the western lands, the Great Red Island, GC 116, of Madagascar, which Mission knew as Western Lemuria, the land of the lemur people, NE 98, a Wild West. It was on the island of Madagascar that Captain Mission discovered the word for lemur meant ghost in the native language, GC 2, just as the ancient Romans spoke of lemures, wraiths, or shades of the dead. In their joint voyage across the ghost continent of Lemuria, interlinked by lemurs, Mission and Burros find immortality through involvement with the native populations of unlife. In describing this process, Kay placed particular emphasis on Burros' 1987 visit to the Duke University Lemur Center. It was this colony of lemurs that introduced Burros to the West Lemurian time pocket, GC 15, just as Captain Mission was drifting out faster and faster, caught in a vast undertow of time. Out and under, and out and out, a voice repeated in his head. GC 17. If time travel ever happens, it always does. He finds himself at the gateway, inside the ancient stone structure, GLM 28, with the lemur who is his phantom, his ghost, GLM 29, seated at a writing table, with inkpot, quill, pens, parchment, GLM 29. He uses a native drug to explore the gateway. Who built it? When? The tale comes to him in a time-faulted vision, transmitted in hieroglyphics. He chooses a quill pen, GLM 29. It is difficult to describe where the text comes from, but there it is, an old illustrated book with gilt edges. The Ghost Lemurs of Madagascar, GLM 29, an old picture book with gilt-edged lithographs, onion paper over each picture, The Ghost Lemurs of Madagascar in gold script, GLM 30. The vision echoes or overlaps, time-twinning waves where Mission and Burros coincide. They copy an invocation or summoning, a joint templex innovation that predates the split between creation and recording, reaching back before the appearance of man on Earth, before the beginning of time. GC 15. When attached to Africa, Madagascar was the ultimate landmass, sticking out like a disorderly tumor cut by a rift of future contours. This long rift like a vast indentation, like the cleft that divides the human body. GC 16. They feel themselves thrown forward 160 million years as they access the big picture, a seismic slippage from geological time into transcendental time anomaly. The island of Madagascar shears away from the African mainland, whilst, on the other side of time, Western Lemuria drifts back up into the present. The Lemurian continentity sinks into the distant future, stranding the Red Island with its marooned lemur people. What is the meaning of 160 million years without time? And what does time mean to foraging lemurs? GC 16 to 17. Time crystallizes, as concentric contractions seize the spiral mass. From deep in the ages of slow panic they see the people of the cleft, formulated by chaos and accelerated time, flash through 160 million years to the split. Which side are you on? Too late to change now. Separated by a curtain of fire. GLM 31. The Ghost Lemurs of Madagascar opens out onto the rift, the split between the wild, the timeless, the free, and the tame, the time-bound, the tethered, GC 13, as one side of the rift drifted into enchanted timeless innocence, and the other moved inexorably toward language, time, tool use, weapon use, war, exploitation, and slavery. GC 49. Which side are you on? As time rigidifies, the board closes in on the lemur people, on a chance that has already passed, a ghost of chance, a chance that is already dead, the Mitabins who had one chance in a billion and lost. GC 18. Exterminate the brutes. Mission knows that a chance that occurs only once in 160 million years has been lost forever, GC 21, and Burros awakens screaming from dreams of dead lemurs scattered through the settlement. GC 7. According to K, everyone on the inside knew about the bad dreams, certain they were coming from a real place. In this, as so much else, K's reconstruction of the 1987 event depended centrally upon the ghost lemurs of Madagascar, an account he cited as if it were a strictly factual record, even a sacred text. He explained that this interpretative stance had been highly developed by the board, since respecting the reality of non-actualities is essential when waging war in deeply virtualized environments, in spaces that teem with influential abstractions and other ghostly things. Kay considered Bradley Martin, for instance, to be entirely real. He described him as an identifiable contemporary individual, working as an agent of the board, whose task was to seal the ancient structure that provides access to the rift. The board had long known that the Visparov library contained an old copy of the ghost lemurs of Madagascar, which dated itself with the words "now" in 1987, GLM 34. It had been catalogued there since 1789. The text was a self-confessed time abomination, requiring radical correction. It disregarded fundamental principles of sequence and causality, openly aligning itself with the lemur people. What the board needed was a dead end. Burros was an obvious choice, for a number of reasons. He was sensitive to transmissions, amenable to misogyny and mammal chauvinism, socially marginalized, and controllable through junk. They were confident, Kay recalled, that the forthcoming 1987 story would be lost amongst the self-marginalizing fictions of a crumbling junkie fag. On the outside it worked as a cover-up, but the insiders had a still more essential task. They had inherited the responsibility for enforcing the law of time and of OGU, defend the integrity of the timeline. This great work involved horrifying compromises. Kay cited the Hermetic maxim, strict obedience to the law excuses grave transgressions. They're speaking of white chronomancy, he explained, the sealing of runaway time disturbances within closed loops. What mission had released Burros had bound again. That is how it seemed to the board in 1987, with the circle apparently complete. Confident that the transcendental closure of time was being achieved, the board appropriated the text as the record of a precognitive intuition, a prophecy that could be mined for information. It confirmed their primary imperative and basic doctrine, foretelling the ultimate triumph of OGU and the total eradication of Lemurian insurgency. Mission had understood this well. No quarter, no compromise is possible. This is war to extermination. GC 9. It seems never to have occurred to the board that Burros would change the ending, that their dead end would open a road to the western lands. Things that should have been long finished continued to stir. It was as if a post-mortem coincidence or unlife influence had vortically reanimated itself. A strange doubling occurred. Burros entitled it The Ghost of Chance, masking the return of the old ones in the seemingly innocuous words, "People of the world are at last returning to their source in spirit, back to the little lemur people." GC 54, the board had no doubt, this was a return to the true horror. Yet, Kay insisted, for those with eyes to see, the ghost lemurs of Madagascar announced its tubular Lemurian destination from the beginning, and its final words are lost beneath the waves, GLM 34. Kay's own final words to the CCRU, written on a scrap of paper, upon which he had scrawled hurriedly in a spiderish hand that already indicated the tide of encroaching insanity, remain consistent with this unsatisfactory conclusion. Across the time rift, termination confuses itself with eddies of a latent spiral current. Notes. 1. CCRU first met William Kay on March 20, 1999. He stated at this, our first and last face-to-face encounter, that his purpose in contacting CCRU was to ensure that his tale would be protected against the ravages of time. The irony was not immediately apparent. 2. We have recorded our comments, doubts, along with details of his story in the footnotes to this document. 3. This story was commissioned and published by Omni magazine in 1987. The only constraint imposed by the magazine was that there should not be too much sex. 4. Kay was adamant that the existence of these two texts could not be attributed to either coincidence or plagiarism, although his reasoning was at times obscure and less than wholly persuasive to the CCRU. Nor has CCRU been able to track down examples of Mission's handwriting sufficient to provide a basis for identification of the manuscript, although Kay assured us that the British Museum, the Smithsonian Institute, and several private collections possessed the relevant documents, despite their denials of the fact. 5. The concept of the spiral templex, according to which the rigorous analysis of all time anomalies excavates a spiral structure, is fully detailed in R.E. Templeton's Miskatonic Lectures on Transcendental Time Travel. A brief overview of this material has been published by CCRU as the Templeton episode, in Digital Hyperstition, Abstract Culture Volume 4. 6. Visparov's involvement in Aleister Crowley's OTO and thelemic magic is evident from his treatise on Atlantean Black Magic, Kingsport Press, 1949. His investigations into the connections between the writings of Crowley and Lovecraft seems to have foreshadowed the similarly oriented researches of Kenneth Grant, although there is no reason to believe that Grant was in any way aware of the Chulhu Club synthesis. 7. Kay insisted, on grounds that he refused to divulge, that this meeting was not a chance encounter but had in some way been orchestrated by the Order. 8. See Burroughs's letters from January 1959. 9. Kay noted that both Visparov and Burroughs had been mutually forthcoming about their respective experiences of a mystico-transcendental nature. Although this openness would seem to run counter to the hermetic spirit of occult science, Kay described it as surprisingly common amongst magicians. 10. Burroughs described his production methods, cut-ups and folderness, as a time travel technology coded as a passage across decimal magnitudes. I take page 1 and fold it into page 100. I insert the resulting composite as page 10. When the reader reads page 10, he is flashing forwards in time to page 100 and back in time to page 1. WV 272. 11. There are two suborders of primates, the anthropoids, consisting of monkeys, apes, and humans, and the prosimians, which include Madagascan lemurs, Asian lorises, Australian galgos, or bush babies, and the tarsiers of the Philippines and Indonesia. The prosimians constitute a branch of evolution distinct from, and older than, the anthropoids. Outside Madagascar, competition from the anthropoids has driven all prosimians into a nocturnal mode of existence. 12. The extent of Burroughs's attachment to his feline companions is evidenced by his final words, as recorded in his diaries: "Nothing is. There is no final enough of wisdom, experience, any fucking thing. No holy grail. No final Sartori, no final solution. Just conflict. Only thing can resolve conflict is love, like I felt for Fletch and Rusky, Spooner, and Calico. Pure love. What I feel for my cats present and past." LW 253. 13. CCRU was never fully confident as to the exact meaning of this pronouncement. Kay seemed to be suggesting that Mission and Burroughs were the same person, caught within the vortex of a mysterious personality interchange that could not be resolved within time. 14. Burroughs writes of Madagascar providing a vast sanctuary for the lemurs and for the delicate spirits that breathe through them. GC 16. This convergence of ecological and political refuge fascinated Kay, who on several occasions noted that the number for refuge in Roget's thesaurus is 666. The relevance of this point still largely escapes the CCRU. 15. Puzzling consistencies between rocks, fossils, and animal species found in South Asia and Eastern Africa led 19th-century paleontologists and geologists to postulate a lost landmass that once connected the two now separated regions. This theory was vigorously supported by E. H. Haeckel, 1834–1919, who used it to explain the distribution of lemur-related species throughout southern Africa, South and Southeast Asia. On this basis, the English zoologist Philip L. Sclater, 1829–1913, named the hypothetical continent Lemuria, or land of the lemurs. Lemurs are treated as relics, or biological remainders of a hypothetical continent, living ghosts of a lost world. Haeckel's theoretical investment in Lemuria however, went much further than this. He proposed that the invented continent was the probable cradle of the human race, speculating that it provided a solution to the Darwinian mystery of the missing link, the absence of immediately pre-human species from the fossil record. For Haeckel, Lemuria was the original home of man, the true Eden, all traces of which had been submerged by its disappearance. He considered the biological unity of the human species to have since been lost, disintegrating into 12 distinct species. As a scientific conjecture, Lemuria has been buried by scientific progress. Not only have paleontologists largely dispelled the problem of the missing link through additional finds, but the science of plate tectonics has also replaced the notion of sunken continents with that of continental drift. Now bypassed by conventional rationality as a scientific fiction or an accidental myth, Lemuria sinks into obscure depths once again. 16. In the late 19th century, Lemuria was eagerly seized upon by occultists, who, like their scientific cousins, wove it into elaborate evolutionary and racial theories. In The Secret Doctrine, a commentary on the Atlantean Book of Zion, H.P. Blavatsky describes Lemuria as the third in a succession of lost continents. It is preceded by Pauleria and Hyperborea, and followed by Atlantis, which was built from a fragment of western Lemuria. Atlantis immediately precedes the modern world, and 2 further continents are still to come. According to Theosophical orthodoxy, each such continent is the geographical aspect of a spiritual epoch, providing a home for the series of 7 root races. The name of each lost continent is used ambiguously to designate both the core territory of the dominant root race of that age, and also for the overall distribution of terrestrial landmass during that period. In this latter respect, it can even be seen as consistent with continental drift, and thus as more highly developed than the original scientific conception. L. Sprague de Camp describes Blavatsky's third root race, the ape-like, hermaphroditic egg-laying Lemurians, some with 4 arms and some with an eye in the back of their heads, whose downfall was caused by their discovery of sex. There is broad consensus amongst occultists that the rear eye of the Lemurians persists vestigially as the human pineal gland. W. Scott Elliott adds that the Lemurians had huge feet, the heels of which stuck out so far they could as easily walk backwards as forwards. According to his account, the Lemurians discovered sex during the period of the 4th subrace, interbreeding with beasts and producing the great apes. This behavior disgusted the transcendent spirits, or Las, who were supposed to incarnate into the Lemurians, but now refused. The Venusians volunteered to take the place of the Las, and also taught the Lemurians various secrets, including those of metallurgy, weaving, and agriculture. Rudolf Steiner was also fascinated by the Lemurians, remarking in his Atlantis and Lemuria that this root race as a whole had not yet developed memory. The Lemurian was a born magician, whose body was less solid, plastic, and unsettled. More recently, Lemuria has been increasingly merged into drifting steadily eastwards until even parts of modern California have been assimilated to it. Although Blavatsky credits Sclater as the source for the name Lemuria, it cannot have been lost upon her, or her fellow occultists, that Lemuria was a name for the land of the dead, or the western lands. The word lemur is derived from Latin lemma, literally, shade of the dead. The Romans conceived the lemures as vampire ghosts, propitiated by a festival in May. In this vein, Eliphas Levi writes, in his History of Magic, of larvae and lemures, shadowy images of bodies which have lived and of those which have yet to come, issued from these vapors by myriads. 17. According to current scientific consensus, Burroughs's figure of 160 million years is exaggerated. Burroughs's geological tale is nevertheless a recognizably modern one, with no reference to continental subsidence. With the submergence of the Lemuria hypothesis, however, the presence of lemurs on Madagascar becomes puzzling. Lemurs are only 55 million years old, whilst Madagascar is now thought to have broken away from the African mainland 120 million years ago. 18. Burroughs remarks of mission. He was himself an emissary of panic, of the knowledge that man fears above all else, the truth of his origin. GC 3. 19. Burroughs drifts out of the white magical orbit as his lemur commitments strengthen. To the board, his support for the cause of lemur conservation, the Lemur Conservation Fund, must have been the final and intolerable provocation. 20. The physical conception of closed time-like curves invoke a causality from the future to make the past what it is. They work to make things come out as they must. If this is the only type of time travel allowed by nature, then it obviously shouldn't require a law to maintain it, such as the notorious Don't Kill Granny. The rigorous time law policies of the board, however, indicate that the problem of time enforcement is actually far more intricate. 21. The road to the Western Lands is by definition the most dangerous road in the world, for it is a journey beyond death, beyond the basic God standard of fear and danger. It is the most heavily guarded road in the world, for it gives access to the gift that supersedes all other gifts, immortality. WL 124. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Life is a continuous confrontation with forks in the road. One is good, one is bad. And you could always wander completely off the road altogether and become lost. Totally and completely lost. If you take the wrong fork at one of these junctions, there is always the opportunity at the next fork to get back on track. But it is a constant battle within ourselves. You see, I have studied this concept for many, many years, and I have to tell you that if there is a real devil, like Flip Wilson used to say, the devil made me do it. Now, I'm not telling you that there's no such thing as Satan or Lucifer. I'm telling you this. If there really is a devil, that devil exists in the hearts and minds of men and nowhere else. Nowhere else. For if you take man out of the equation, evil ceases to exist, and there is left only the laws of the universe and the balance of nature. Put man in the equation, and before long, evil will rear its ugly head and present itself to the world. The evil is within man, and that is why it was called the fall. The devil never made anyone do it. If you do it, you did it yourself because you fell into temptation. For until man once again confronts the real nature of his own condition and of the world around him and accepts full responsibility for his actions without blaming anyone else or any devil, until then we will always be a puppet on the end of someone else's string. And ladies and gentlemen, when that someone pulls that string, we will dance.
This is the basic law of life, and dear listeners, it is spiritual in its nature. If man failed to do everything in his power to protect his life, as a result of such neglect lost his life, then the destiny for which the soul came to earth would end there. Without life, a body or medium to function through, spiritual attainment would be impossible, ladies and gentlemen. Spirituality would then be forfeited. You see, if man's life was threatened without cause on his part, and he failed to do everything in his power to prevent death, he would then be guilty of three actual crimes. He would first of all permit the enemy to commit murder. Next, he would be committing suicide by failing to protect the most precious possession given to man by his Creator. And worst of all, he would end whatever his destiny might be, the purpose for which body, mind, and life had been given to him. And I believe it's to learn something. In one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. And I might inject here that the Ten Commandments does not say, in its original form, thou shalt not kill. It says, ladies and gentlemen, and you can check this, if you wish, go to the original Hebrew and Greek, it says, thou shalt not murder. So in one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. From his birth, the law of self-preservation forces him to be on guard against every inimical force attempting to destroy him by one means or another. He must be on the alert to prevent man, natural forces, or his own carnal desires to betray him into acts of degradation. Man is a warring creature. But his war, I tell you, his war is an honorable one. It is one of protection. First himself, so that he may protect those he is responsible for, but in doing so must not take unfair advantage of others, nor be guilty of unrighteousness. The nature of this was and is actually spiritual. It is the battle of righteousness against evil. It is a war biblically spoken of as taking place in heaven because it is waged within man's spiritual nature. He fights to fulfill destiny and to finally create heaven on earth for himself and others who follow. By the war of righteousness, wherein there is no selfishness, he attains the consciousness which makes him a man, knowing both good and evil, having chosen good to attain the promised sonship. Notice, you must choose. You must choose. Each and every one of you listening to this broadcast tonight must choose, and you must choose very quickly. You might ask, is there actually a need for some form of evil in the life of man? Was this, together with some form of fear, ordained in the beginning? And I say nothing has been ordained, but if the divine law is to be fulfilled in the life of man, then it is certainly necessary that he, according to sacred concepts, become a crusader in God's cause, and not exist as a negative, effortless, uncreative, unproductive creature, a leech, a parasite upon the rest. The first command is that he must become a man in the true sense of the term, and this implies that he must prepare himself to meet the enemy that is ever alert to destroy the best that he has created. He must meet evil as the soldier meets the enemy. Doing this in the righteousness of his conscience neutralizes fear. Many of you call and ask me, Bill, aren't you afraid? My answer has always been and always will be no. No, no, and no. For I know from where I have come, and I know where I am going. I know who I am, and I know that I possess a soul. I fear the actions of no man. I fear the judgment of no man. I fear only the judgment of my God. And I know that if I am doing what is right, I need not ever fear that judgment. And therefore, I am not afraid.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA radio network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA Free Press. Long live the Second Realm.